naman talaga tapos sila pala yung nakuha.
No.
Nurse, pass me that scalpel. Me, doctor? No, me, doctor, you nurse. Right, tell us your favourite little Mary Had a Little Lamb ditty.
Oh, I don't know any of them. All I know is Betty bought a bit of butter, but Betty found her butter bitter, so Betty bought some better butter to make her bitter butter better.
That's not bad. That's not bad. There's a little pause in the middle there.
Yeah, there was, because I didn't realise I hadn't made a mistake.
I know. Mary had a little lamb. Her father shot it dead. But it still goes to school with her between two hunks of bread.
Nice.
Or, Mary had a little lamb. She took it to bed when she went to sleep. Unfortunately for Mary, it was a ram, and Mary had a little sheep. And so on.
And
Mary had a little lamb. She also had a bucket. What was it? Oh, no.
I don't want to know.
I'm getting my rhymes mixed up.
I don't want to know them.
Mary had a little lamb. She put it on
That's
the mantelpiece. Sometimes I get very excited because the action is about to start, but at the moment we're looking at some fantastic tropical plants flapping away in the sun in front of it. It's a beautiful plant. That is some flapping. I've seen some flapping. Have you seen some flapping?
I've seen no flapping here at Manchester. Everybody is calm, controlled, and looking forward to the athletics.
We are. Anticipation.
Cool.
Is the name of the game. Lovely. Thank you.
Oh, stadium, not championship, but that's going to be a job clearing.
Well, good day to you, and a very, very warm welcome to this first of 3 days from the Manchester Regional Arena. Myself, Tim Hutchings, and Hannah England with you now for some 7 hours here on this first day. It's dry, it's overcast, but a very bright day and a lovely temperature actually here on the blue track. Probably about 22 degrees centigrade, something like that, for these Müller UK Athletics Championships of 2022. That's okay. Do you want me to start again? Are you hearing me okay now? I can't even script this. That's okay. Yes, certainly. Hello and welcome to these Müller UK Athletics Championships of 2022. We're at the Manchester Regional Arena on a warm, overcast afternoon. I feel found. Good day to you and a very warm welcome to these Müller UK Athletics Championships of 2022. We're at the Manchester Regional Arena on a warm, overcast afternoon. It's late June, and these championships this year, these UK Athletics Championships, have a huge significance with a unique summer of championship races coming at us. And in particular on this first of 3 days of action and some 7 hours of action coming at you here. We start off with the Decathlon. It's the first of their 10 events over the 2 days, of course, followed by the long jump for them. Then the 400-metre hurdles. Myself, Tim Hutchins, and Hannah England with you, bringing you all this action live here from this glorious blue track. Let's hope it stays warm, stays dry, I should say. The men's 100 metres, well, yes, we are showing you every single heat, but the first one gets underway at just after 3:30 or 4:30, whatever it was back then. The women's first heat is at 5:35. Of course, they have some 6 heats. Hannah, a massive action to get through on the track and in the field. A real feast of great athletics, and so much significance too with those World Championship team places available.
Yes, we are just X number of weeks away from those World Championships in Oregon. 3 weeks away from the World Championships in Oregon. I love the Friday night at the British Championships. So many athletes domestically, they fought to get to these championships, to run those qualifying marks, and now they're here. 9 heats of the 100 metres in the men's. It's great to see all those athletes get to compete at this national level. And we're working all the way through to World Junior Trial tonight for the under-20 athletes.
3 weeks today. Well, I said it was a warm afternoon. 18 degrees centigrade. I'll tell you what, it is warmer than that. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but it's probably, everybody's in shirt sleeves and T-shirts around us. I reckon it's about 22 degrees here out of the wind. There's a slight breeze, which probably reduces it a bit. But 18 degrees? I mean, I know we're in Manchester and we're all delighted it's not raining, but it's actually a lovely, lovely afternoon. The sun's actually breaking out as I speak, I reckon. Hannah, what is your weather app saying, Hannah?
My weather app isn't loading, but it said it was going to rain today. If it doesn't, this is really nice conditions. It's a little bit blustery, but could be worse, and you'd expect that to drop through the evening. We had real issues with the weather last year with the Decathlon. They were competing in really tough weather on the Friday night, and that almost put pay to Tim Duckworth getting an Olympic qualifier. He gallantly finished anyway, but much better conditions for these men here on this Friday night. And lane 1, Charlie Rowe. So he isn't, see, yeah, the graphic says 2, but the lane number says 1. But we can just say on the inside.
Can that be changed, Peter?
Charlie Rowe from Coventry and Godiva Harriers. Done a Decathlon PB this year. 6th in England Decathlon Championships in Bedford a month ago. So these guys would have all contended there.
Contended?
Contested?
Competed?
Yeah.
They contend.
They contended.
Contend if they want. You can contend to their heart's content. Warm, overcast.
Peter, do you need us to still be talking? Cool. Well, either way, it's not a massive deal, is it? Cool.
Yeah, I don't think we need to mention every single race. Yeah.
No.
It's a real shame we have to show it every single heat of the 100 and so on. Yeah, yeah. Lovely.
Cool, thank you.
So about 6 or 7 minutes.
Cool. Okay.
We're at the Manchester region on a warm overcast late June afternoon, and the Leaf Championships carries a unique significance this year. With 3 championships. International championships. I mean, they've gone back to what it should have been. And I scribbled in 1 to 7. Right, fine. I'm not going to sulk. Warm welcome to these regional championships. Carry unique significance this year with the three August. The World Athletics Championships in Eugene, Oregon, in USA's Pacific Northwest starts 3 weeks today, followed quickly by the Commonwealth Games and then the European Championships. Myself, Tim Hutchings, and Hannah England with you now for the next 7 hours and long hours as well through Saturday and Sunday. Hannah, a massive action coming at us from a few minutes' time from now, starting off with the men's decathlon and then their long jump. But great track action on the track and in the field in particular, with those World Championship places to be decided over these next 3 days.
It's going to be a really great 3 days. Hopefully the weather can stay like this. It is cool, but it's not cold. Last year we had really cold, wet conditions for the start of the decathlon. That will be getting underway first off this afternoon. But to qualify championships, and a lot of them will get their chance this afternoon, and then maybe they can kick back and relax for the rest of the weekend and watch the semi-finals and the finals unfold through the rest of the weekend. We've got that women's 400 there as well. And we talked about those senior championships this year, but we've actually got a World Junior Championships in Cali, Colombia, and we will close out tonight's action with 2 3,000 metres for under 20s, when we'll get some automatic qualifiers in that junior age group as well. So the junior programme really mirroring the selection kind of ethos that we've got on the senior side. Yeah, 100s, 400s, the men's 1500, women's 1500 heats coming up later on this evening as well. Those junior 3000s that Hannah alluded to, and the decathlon 400, the final event of their first day. Cloudy, well, it is cloudy, complete cloud cover above us, and temperature 18 degrees centigrade. It certainly feels a bit warmer than that. I'd say it's around 20, 21 degrees, a little bit of humidity around, but actually conditions rather nice. Now, it's easy for us to say that here in our commentary position right beside the finish line. We're just left of picture there, and centre left of picture, almost adjacent to the finish line, but over on the back straight, I'm sure the athletes will be a little bit more exposed than we feel right here. But it is dry at the moment, very significantly, and that's important. Although, Hannah, there is talk, whisper it, of a little bit of rain in the air later on. We've had such good weather over the UK in the last week, and it looks like it might run out over this weekend, which is a shame for any athletes still hunting for a qualifying mark. Probably not the case with these men down there in the decathlon. They're going to get us off started. But as we move forward and look towards some of those sprint events in particular, if people are hunting for a qualifying mark, it could be quite tough going in the next couple of days. Maybe we'll see people be tactical. If their weather's better in a qualification round, they might really go for it then, or they might just have to. Yeah, I'm not sure it will happen here in Manchester this weekend if that weather does deteriorate at all. But there is our decathlon field. We're missing the defending champion Tim Duckworth, actually missing the top 3 from last year. Lewis Church got that silver. Harry Kendall, who's just been selected for the Commonwealth Games, picked up the bronze last year. But to start this first event off, the men's 100, lane 2 will be Charlie Rowe from Coventry and Godiva Harriers' new decathlon PB this year, coming 6th place in the England Championships. They happened in Bedford just a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago. Lane 3 will be Jamie Schluter, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, over 7,000 points for the first time this year. He's one of the fastest in the field, hasn't gone sub-11. This guy has, Jack Turner from Exeter. He's studying at Texas San Antonio University. That red bib there, that indicates that he has got the highest score this season in the field. So he'll be one to watch over these 10 events. Lane 5, Elliot Thompson. Came 5th here last year. He's the top returner from the British Outdoor Decathlon Championships with that 5th place. He was top returner indoors as well. He was 4th there, so he could pick up his medal here finally. Callum Newby will be in lane 6, Edinburgh AC athlete, previous junior English champion. Lane 7 will be Tom Chandler of Basingstoke. He's done a personal best this year at that England Championships in Bedford. And the fastest in the field will be out in lane 8. It's Caius Joseph, wearing a Basingstoke vest as well. He was 3rd at that England champs in Bedford, behind Harry Kendall and Sam Talbot, who aren't here. So we talked about Elliot Thompson being close to those medals at these British Championships, but he DNF'd at that England Championships in Bedford, and Caius Joseph maybe being the informed man with his bronze medal from a month ago. So full lineup: Charlie Rowe in 2, Jamie Schulter in 3, Jack Thompson in 5, Callum Newby in 6, Tom Chandler in 7 and Caius Joseph in 8. Joseph in 8 has the fastest personal best, 10:77. Oh, it's a false start there. Not like the kind of standalone events. You are allowed a false start in the decathlon, thankfully, because that would be a nil point, and that's not what we want. Look back at that replay. Hard to call for me. Maybe Jamie Schluter there with his Chelsea Barnett vest.
I thought maybe lane 4, Jack Turner. Isn't Schluter in 3?
Apologies, yeah. So you're not using lane 1, are they?
No, but they did swap around literally just a few minutes ago, didn't they? They've been playing in and out with the lane boxes there.
No, so no disqualifications here, not like the individual standalone events.
Please give a warning to lane 6, please.
So warning there going to Callum Newby.
I love the fact that the guys in the lanes alongside and give them a bit of ribbing. Only in the decathlon would you get that.
Yeah, we've got a busy enough couple of days anyway. We don't need 2 starts.
Well, it's yeah. Let's get them over and out of the way. Over with and out of the way.
Just a reminder there, Caius Joseph in his Basingstoke vest out in lane 8. He's on 10:77. Jack Turner with the red bib in lane 4. Exeter vest on. He's the only other athlete that's gone sub 11 seconds. Charlie Rowe in lane 2, he's been close with 11:07. Our first look at what the conditions are here like in Sport City Manchester. See if these men can get close to that 11-second barrier. And they're away okay this time, which is great. Caius Joseph out there and just on the edge of lane 8, wanting to stay in his lane. He looks like he's full of running. Caius Joseph is going to take this heat in the men's decathlon. 10:84, great start to his campaign. Looked like a blanket finish between Rowe, Schulter and Turner. So we'll have to wait for a photo finish for those guys. But Caius Joseph off to a really great start there. Couldn't tell you what his best is in a decathlon. I haven't quite got the niche knowledge there, but just to get your card started, 1080 would be 906 points. So let's say that could be around about 900 points for Caius Joseph, so that'd be a great start.
Yeah, very crisp sprinting from Caius Joseph, the Basingstoke man. To the left of picture in yellow, looking really strong there. Elliot Thompson, not quite the speed of his dad there. In the centre, the tallest of the field, but Joseph winning that by, well, 1.5 meters. 10:84, unofficially the winning time.
Just see Caius Joseph just drifting ever so slightly to his left there. You know, shame to see any infringement here in this first event. That's not what you want, but navigated it safely. Caius Joseph. Try and get those official results to you. I'm interested in the wind reading, because like we say, it's quite sheltered here in our commentary position.
Plus 3 meters per second, it says down there.
Plus 3, okay. All right, so maybe it is.
That was a good tailwind behind those fellas. Results taking a long time to come up on our system, by the way. So we hope that those little errors or delays in the system will be speeded up. But the trackside clock still showing 10:84.
Wind has played such a part in this 2022 season. Look at the season's marks. I was looking forward to the 100-meter heats for the men and the women later on in the evening. So many people have run very fast with a following wind. And Caius Joseph doing just that. Just a little bit off his personal best of 10:77, but in a decathlon, following wind might be nice for some points. 897, get my numbers muddled up. I think 897 points for that clocking.
Yep, very useful start. Always great in the decathlon when you've got one discipline after another coming at you through the 2 days to start with a really positive effort. And Caius Joseph there, doing as good as he could do on the day. Still no results coming through on our system.
Well, that photo finish looked pretty. I might take some sorting out for, for second, third and fourth.
It'd be nice if the system gave us the winner's time. I don't think there was much doubting who won the event.
Like I say, Caius Joseph maybe being the informed man with that bronze medal from Bedford. Harry Kendall and Sam Talbot not contending the decathlon here. Probably only got a few decathlons in your legs for a season, and Harry Kendall will look towards that Commonwealth Games in Birmingham now. So Caius Joseph, maybe he could convert an English bronze into a British gold. But I'm excited to see how all 10 of these events unfold.
Well, the next event is at 2:40, so they've got well over half an hour yet until the long jump. You ever tried multi-events, Hannah?
Absolutely not, Tim. There is a multi-event festival at the University of Birmingham in a few weeks. There was a joke that, no, I'm definitely not. No, I've got a barbecue, luckily. Double booked.
Get your priorities right. Do you know what? But I'm sort of curious, you know, obviously not now because I'm an old man, but roughly 50 years ago, I'd have loved to have done 100, and then had 40 minutes break, and then gone to see what I could do for the long jump. Just a bit of fun, you know, when you're going on the track. I mean, you don't do that when you're a serious athlete, and not many club athletes do it, I think, but it would be great fun just to be able to do it and find out what you could do, a little bit of fun with your mates. Maybe have a little bit of refreshment in between. Who knows? There
are some training groups in the UK, but they finish with a decathlon. So just for a bit of a laugh, come August, come September, they just have a go at that. But we haven't got the official results yet. We think we've just got...
But they've put Schluter as the winner with 10.83, so no wonder they're having problems, because I don't think it, unless the chance start this change, but it was actually a Shaftesbury Barnet. No, it wasn't a Shaftesbury Barnet vest. It was a Basingstoke and Big Hands vest that won. Caius Joseph was inside it, and his time is confirmed at 10.83 with a 3-metre following win. But the results system at the moment, and we are just getting these little problems out of the way early on over these 3 days. It shows Jamie Schluter as having won, but he didn't.
He didn't, but I'm sure we'll have full results. They'll be online. The British Athletics website will put up some of those events, but we aren't going to see any action again until 2:40. That will be the men's decathlon long jump. So we'll come back to you then, hopefully with some confirmed results of that men's 100 metres in the decathlon.
We will, and at 2:40, the men's decathlon long jump will be followed by 400-metre hurdles for men at 4 p.m. local time here in the UK, and it will then come thick and fast. We won't be going off for any other breaks, so get the kettle ready, get the biscuits ready, the cake ready, and join us again in about half an hour's time.
Of that first event that we saw, the men's Decathlon 100 metres, confirmed as a win at 10.83 for Keith Joseph for Basic Stoke and Midhands, and then there was only 1/100th of a second separating the next three, 11.01 to 11.02 for James Schluter in second, and then tied on 11.02 Charlie Rowe and Jack Turner. Keith Joseph, not Keys. That's a Cambridge College, I think. I'm mixing them up with.
friends, sometimes this is not last year, I was ready to pick up. Take a seat there. I'll still be there, but I'll just probably take a seat there.
CSER knocking out the top tunes, but of course everybody wants to hear Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Manchester Regional Arena. Tim Hutchings, myself and Hannah England beside me with you now for this first day of 3 at these Müller UK Athletics Championships incorporating the World Championship trials. We've had the men's 100-metre decathlon. Their long jump gets underway in about 5 minutes' time, and then loads of track and field action through the next 6 or 7 hours for you. The men's 400-metre hurdles, the men's 100 metres, plenty of those heats coming at us. 9, I think, in those men's 100-metre heats. Yes, there they are. Those will be rapidly followed by the women's 100-metre heats. It's thick and fast, I can assure you, and so much more significance with the World Championships, a week's break, then the Commonwealth Games, then a week's break, and then the European Championships coming at the world's best athletes, in particular British athletes, in the next few weeks. Hannah, unique this summer.
It really is, and it's a brilliant opportunity for so many of our athletes to get the chance to compete at the championships. After kind of a sparse few years, we did have those Olympics last year, but a couple of really tough years for our athletes. So to have all those opportunities is brilliant, and to have the opportunity to be here and compete and contend at national championships is really special as well. And you can see we're going to have a lot of British athletes on show here in this first day. We will throughout the weekend as well on Saturday and Sunday. Those straight finals down there, the women's under 20 and men's under 20 3,000 metres. Those are trials for the World Junior Championships that will take place in July in Cali, Colombia. So that'll be a sort of highly charged, nervous, fraught end to today's evening.
So whether you like the sprints, the hurdles, the throws, the jumps, middle distance, it's all coming at you today. It's cloudy and getting cloudier, a little bit worrying in fact, because it's a warm afternoon. It's quite nice actually, and 18 degrees centigrade it says. The wind is making it feel more like that. It did feel like 22 about half an hour ago, but I could just detect a little bit of damp in the air. However, we have had some action already.
So we did have the men's 100 metres around about 40 minutes ago. It was nice then. They had a +3 following wind. It was a bit brighter. It is getting a little bit darker, but this race went off after the second attempt. KS Joseph powering away for the win. He dipped under 11 seconds with 10.83. Jamie Sluter got a PB, 11.01 in second. Charlie Rowe, he got a personal best as well with 11.02. KS Joseph at the moment in the driving seat with points, 899 points racked up in this first event. So he's got a lead of nearly 41 points over his competitors so far. Like we say, just early days in this decathlon event. But Caius Joseph, for the moment, leading this men's decathlon.
The situation after the first event is that Caius Joseph is in the lead, just shy of 900 points.
See those points there. Like I said, personal bests for Schluter and Rowe. But the men are over on the back straight, getting ready for the long jump.
Well, event 2 of 10 for these decathletes. It's a field event, and of course, for the multi-eventers, remember, there's just 3 attempts. They really need to make that first jump count and then really attack the board. Talking of attacking, the 100 metres was brilliant. Caius Joseph there, just off his personal best, who is clearly in good form, as is Jamie Schulter, who was in second there. He's an over 7-metre long jumper at his best, as is Charlie Rowe. That is your top 3 after the first event. This will be a belter.
So Ewan Thomas, the previous British 400-metre record holder on the back straight. He's held that record for, was it 25 years, something like that. Matt Thompson.
More than he would like you to mention.
Matt Hudson-Smith nicking that record off him at the Prefontaine Diamond League. But everyone was delighted to see Matt Hudson-Smith sort of do something everyone thought he was capable of years and years and years ago.
Worryingly, though, Hannah, Matt Hudson-Smith pulled out of the Paris Diamond League last week with, what, half an hour to go or something. So we hope Matt just had a little bit of... there was some rumour about it being his shoes. He wasn't happy with his shoes, and it was uncomfortable on his foot, and he didn't want to take any chances racing in uncomfortable footwear. And actually, you can't take any chances, can you, with the World Championship trials a week later? This is the weekend. This is the pivotal weekend for many athletes of the summer.
It really is. That 400 is due to get underway at 6:50 tonight for men. So it will be. Let's hope Matt does line up then, and there are no lasting effects, because it would be such a shame to sort of make that complicated. And he's running so well. Brilliant to see him contend the British Championships and maybe spur on those other guys in the event as well. Pull a few more of them underneath that World Championship qualifying mark. Charlie Rowe will open up this men's long jump. I thought we meant to have Tom Chandler first. Maybe we've missed him, but Charlie Rowe, Coventry, Godiva Harriers, vest down there. Really famous club in the Midlands. Charlie Rowe did manage to sneak a personal best in that 100 metres in the opening event of today, so he's having a good day. See Elliot Thompson there, just bought his own deck chair. Doesn't want the issued plastic seats, he wants something a bit more complicated, a bit more comfortable. Tom Chandler getting the school kids behind him. There's probably a couple of classes on the back straight there that have been so excited from the second these athletes walked out. You see the rest of the field building up that excitement. Chandler to jump first. Ewan Thomas spoke about it. Do you get a safe marking on the board, get yourself some points, and then have fun trying to jump further? So you can see they are jumping with the wind here at the Sports City Arena in Manchester. I think we did have some comments at this point last year with the men's decathlon that they were jumping against the wind, and he's saying, come on, let us jump with the wind. So unsure what was, whether this has been changed because of the wind or whether they were always going to be jumping with the wind. But Tom Chandler, very, very safe on the board there, you'd say.
Well, as they had a 3 metre per second following wind, that 100 about 45 minutes ago, they will appreciate a good, strong following wind, these fellas, in the long jump. The scores you rack up in these different disciplines in the multi-events, these decathletes, don't take into account the wind. You guys still get the maximum points possible for any particular performance. In this discipline, the distance you jump equals a certain score. There's no penalty for it having a 3 or 4 metre per second wind behind it.
No, and at this stage in this season, I mean, there are still European Championship marks maybe up for grabs. I think that would be quite a sizable personal best for any of these athletes, though. They need to get over 8,000 points if they wanted to be considered for the European Championships. Maybe really good domestic competition there, who can pick up those medals. I said when we had the 100 metres on earlier, all of the defending medalists from last year aren't here. That was Tim Duckworth took the win from Lewis Church, from Harry Kendall. None of those three here, so an opportunity for a new champion at the British Championships this weekend.
Point, actually, isn't it? If you can rack up a decathlon personal best with a following wind in all the events where it might become relevant, it still stands, doesn't it? Is it invalidated?
I think it is, yeah. We get
because
a few...
you've got a strong win behind you in the 100. Does that invalidate your performance in terms of ranking lists and everything?
I'm pretty sure a lot of the rankings I was looking at this morning did have a little W next to someone that maybe done it in windy conditions. So I think it, yeah, it doesn't. But I think the problem last year we had is it was around about a 2-metre wind, which is legal, and the decathletes are saying, please let us jump with the wind because it's going to spur us on.
Charlie Rowe there, taking his first round effort. Tom Chandler's first effort of the whole competition. He opened proceedings, had a no jump, and that performance by Rowe taking a little while to come up. And actually it was a solid 7:01 for Charlie Rowe, the Coventry man.
You can hear those school kids in the background. They are loving this men's decathlon long jump.
816 points, Hannah, for that 7:01.
That's just a shade off his personal best. Personal best I've got listed as 7:05. Callum Newby, false start in the 100 metres. Got a kind of sarcastic round of applause from his competitors, but he's out there on his own now for the long jump.
That win behind Charlie Rowe, by the way, was a plus 0.5. So maybe they were a little bit protected over there, up against the stands on the back straight. Little drop of the hips there before the final stride. Big fella.
So that's been measured as 6 metres and 57 for Newby. He's got that valid jump in there. Jamie Schluter will be up next. He's studying at University of Washington. That's where Tim Duckworth does some of his training. I don't think I'm making that up. I could be making that up, but University of Washington have got a really good combined events programme out there. Jamie Schluter taking advantage of that. Went over 7,000 points for the first time this season. Maybe done a personal best in the 100 metres. Didn't quite seem to like that. A little bit of a grimace from Schluter there.
So dependent upon speed, isn't it, this discipline? You look at the disciplines throughout the 2 days of the decathlon, and to a slightly lesser extent the heptathlon for the ladies, but its speed and power is absolutely critical. The sprint hurdles, the 110 hurdles, the 100, the 400, the long jump, they're so dependent upon how much speed you can generate off the ground. And all the wonderful technique in the world doesn't really stand for much if you can't hit that board really travelling.
Schluter being given 6:65, so 40 centimetres off his personal best. And he's got that jump in. Here comes Elliot Thompson. He's going to score so many points in the pole vault tomorrow if he can get it right. We saw him do that indoors, just rack up a tremendous amount of points. Oh, he's a bit frustrated there. Maybe that was close to something really special for Elliot Thompson. Elliot was close to his personal best in the 100. I think he might have done a personal best, maybe not a wind-aided personal best. It was 11:03 in the 100, so in and around his best mark there to start his campaign.
The wind seems to be picking up around us. Let's hope that that doesn't mean there's wind blowing in from the west.
I don't know if I can hear thunder or if I'm imagining it.
I think it's just the wind in our...
Okay, oh good, phew.
We are undercover here, which is the good news.
Jack Turner is taking his first round attempt. He's a former England junior champion. He's wearing that red bib because he does have the biggest number of points of any of these contenders this season, 2022. He actually finished the UK rankings #1 last season as well in 2021. Didn't contend the UK championships last year. He's out studying at Texas San Antonio University. Jack Turner, he asked me what was up with didn't we have the results yet? And I said, you know, it was taking them, they were just warming up the system here at the British Championships on that first event. He said, if we need to run it again, that's fine. He was a bit underwhelmed by his 100-metre performance, just clocking 10:02. He has gone sub 11:02. He has clocked sub 11.
They still are warming up the system. There's a few bugs in the works because Elliot Thompson's jump is still not showing in our computer, even though Jack Turner's is. So Elliot Thompson has stopped existing as far as our computer system is concerned. Jack Turner, they're jumping out to 6:35, 6 metres 35.
Caius Joseph, our event leader at the moment, with those 899 points from the 100 metres. A couple of US-based athletes in here, Jamie Schluter and Jack Turner. It's tough to go and do that whole NCA system and still come over here and contend the British Championships. It's great to see them here. They're both really young as well. Part of a new generation of multi-eventers. That would be brilliant. Caius Joseph at the moment, he got a bronze medal at the England Championships. I think could be the informed man. He could fancy himself as the winner here at this British Championships, but he's got another 8 events to go after this so far. 6:88, that's a good start for Caius Joseph. He has gone over 7 metres though, so all of these men, it's around about 30 or 40 centimetres down on their personal best, so just finding their groove over there. We've talked about this in multi-events. Maybe you do a safe jump first. Tom Chandler is brilliant. Look at him, getting those kids involved, giving them a taste of what it's like to come and watch athletics. So Tom Chandler with his second round attempt, he got a foul in the first round. Looked okay on the board. We're quite zoomed out on our camera angle. You can see that plus 1.5. That's pretty nice. That's what you'd want for a horizontal jump, as long as you can maintain your timing. Probably more difficult in a triple jump when you're trying to get those different phases. If you can get your run up correct with a following wind in the long jump, it's just going to help.
And I think there are a few adjustments there, a couple of little tweaked strides before hitting the board, but always good to get a mark on the board after an opening no jump. And immediate feedback from coach there. And Charlie Rowe will be next to go. Well, he opened with a 7:01, and actually his lifetime best is only 7:05, so that was a superb effort from the Coventry Godiva Harrier. He leads this discipline at the moment, and he is next to go. He only had a 0.5 win behind him too with that opener, so he knows he's in very good shape. Does Charlie Rowe, just looking at his card at 7:05 from earlier on this year. First time he'd been over 7 metres, and he's just done it again in the first round. And what can he produce here? And that looks around 7 metres as well. Yeah, the crowd over there, the spectators adjacent to the pit, loving that one. Working hard with the arms. Good height. Nice technique too. Hang technique. Yeah, not a bad leg shoot either. Has he improved there? Could be a personal best. 7:07, it is a personal best. Yeah, and again, just a 0.5 win behind him. He deserves a decent gust on his third effort. Extends his lead, and 7:07, Hannah. Ooh, 830 points.
Very nice, not bad at all. Helen Newby will be up next. 6:57 in the first round. Add a few extra points to that Edinburgh AC vest. Newby's just almost taking a lie down in the pit there. We can see that wind kept under that 1 metre per second. So a really great advantage for some of these other athletes who've had that strong following wind. Jamie Schluter had that in his first round. Obviously, Newby there just dragging his head in the sand. Everything he can to keep that body weight forward. But doesn't really matter to these school kids. I love seeing young people come and watch athletics. So it is an improvement, 6 metres and 66.
Jamie Schluter next to go, 6:65. He's been shunted down to 4th place now, the Shaftesbury Barnet man. That's a vest Made famous, of course, by the great Dave Bedford back in the 70s, breaking the world record for 10,000 metres. And then when Dave was race director at the London Marathon, guess what? All the pacemakers at the London Marathon wore black and white striped vest. What a coincidence. The club colours led the London Marathon nominally for many years. Now Schluter, that looks a similar sort of distance. I'm not sure he was delighted with it. How is he on the board? Not bad on the board. Maybe a little bit of forward rotation. Those legs come down a little early. See, if the torso rolls forward over your legs in midair, then it pushes the legs down and you don't get the same reach, the same shoot with the legs. He's looking with concern at that one. 6.77. It does claw another few centimetres with a 0.9 win. 6.77 gets him the grand total of 760 points.
So I still don't have a mark on my system for Elliot Thompson's first jump. He's here in the second round now. So big points up for him, coming maybe in the shot put in the pole vault. He's got to keep himself involved. That looked a lot better to me.
Red flag.
Oh, red flag. Gutted for him. Like I say, we haven't got a mark down for the first round, which I think was a valid jump, but we just haven't seen. Or maybe not. He has got no position on the sort of infield scoreboard, which is often the most accurate place to look for updates. So that could be 2 fouls for Elliot Thompson so far. And that gets a little bit stressful. I was saying position 7 now on the board, so maybe he did have a jump in for the first round. It's bizarre. Was that a pass for the first round?
I think he must have been timed out or something for the first round, or he wasn't ready. So he's still looking for a valid effort under a lot of pressure. The son of Daley Thompson with one jump to come and no mark yet recorded in the long jump.
So Jack Turner will be the penultimate jumper in this second round of the men's decathlon. And that red bib, that means you're the UK lead, and turning up to pick up that red bib does feel a little bit like someone's putting a target on you. Pretty fun though, I think pretty special to wear that red bib. Jack Turner was the UK #1 last year with a score of 7,659, and he's the lead among the entrants here today. But wasn't very pleased with his 100 metres. That was outside of his personal best. Quite some notch, but there we go. That is an improvement. 6.69 for Jack Turner. He's done 7.5 metres at his best. So here's our event lead, KS Joseph. Wouldn't want to be giving away too many points at the moment. Charlie Rowe leading this event with 7.07. KS Joseph is in second with his 6.88. But Charlie Rowe was third in the 100, so you could see him take an overall lead if he can keep at 20 centimetres over KS Joseph. It's really going to put some pressure on him. 10 centimetres gives you 25 points here, so it's 50 points Charlie Rowe has got over KS Joseph at the moment. The more technical the event, the more points you get. I'm going to say the long jump's more technical than the 100 metres. And Charlie Rowe winning this with KS Joseph taking that first event. Could see that lead go over to Charlie Rowe. KS Joseph a foul in the second round, so he'll have one more chance to accumulate a few more points. And that completes the second round. So we're back round for everybody to have one last attempt in this men's long jump in the decathlon. Tom Chandler will go first, foul in the first round, then that's 6 metres 26. I feel like he's just got to take the handbrake off now, try and see if he can improve, get back towards his personal best. That's 6 metres 85. This long jump, the next event is a shot put. That's not till 4:10, so they'll get a good hour-long recovery in between this long jump and their shot put, so no need to hold back. Chandler building some speed on that runway. Good following wind, that could be an improvement. So 6 metres and 26 in his second round attempt. Chandler there, Basingstoke. 2 Basingstoke athletes down there. wonder if they do any training together. So 6 metres and 41, that is an improvement for Tom Chandler. Like I said, 10 points, 10 centimetres gives you 25 points, so that's quite a handy improvement there in the start of this third round. Charlie Rowe, the event leader at the moment with his 7 metres and 7. So 700 gives you 814 points, so he's up over that 800 point mark from this event. It's around about the same. I'm not sure that'll be an improvement on 7 metres and 7, but great series from Charlie Rowe.
And I'll tell you what, Hannah, Carlos Joseph with 688 is how many points down on Charlie Rowe? Let's have a look. 688 gives you 785. 707 gives you 830. So 45 points difference.
Yes, and I think that's
that more than their difference in the 100. It is indeed, yes. 856. So it'll make them about 3 or 4 points apart.
Just what you want.
Two disciplines, just what we wanted.
Well,
exactly.
It was 7 metres and 7 for Charlie Rowe, so he equalled his second round attempt. Callum Newby on the runway now, looking to improve on his 6 metres and 6. If that's valid, that's going to be a big improvement on 6 metres and 66, I think. Newby will have a better look at it. He's much closer to the pit. But I thought that looks much closer to the 7 metre mark than his first 2 attempts. Got 7 contenders down there. Oh, and it was a foul for Callum Newby. Gutted. Looked like it could have been quite a good attempt. Back to Jamie Schluter. In third place overall at the moment behind KS Joseph and Charlie Rowe. He has gone over 7 metres this season out in the American Collegiate campaign. Schluter a lot closer to that 7 metre mark. Let's keep an eye out, see if he gets that white flag.
Looked to me like he took off quite a long way behind the board there. Big lad, isn't he?
Looks like it could be okay on the board. Oh, look, plus 2.5 as well, just when you want the big points in the final round. And it has been an improvement for Jamie Schluter, 6 metres and 86. So that puts him just behind KS Joseph.
Elliot
Joseph still has 1 more jump.
Elliot Thompson then. Desperately needs a mark here, does the Enfield and Haringey man. Elliot Thompson. Well, in the 100, finished in 6th place with 11.30, 795 points. Does he hit the mark here that he needs? Looking up to see the colour of that flag, and he gets the white flag, I think.
That was a pretty brave third attempt when you've got no mark.
It was going for it, wasn't it? You're right, Hannah. Oh. I thought it almost looked like his shoelaces were undone there.
Yeah, like that. Look, he's got a mark. Oh, he's taken the lead. 7 metres 25. Wow, when you're under pressure like that, we're unsure what happened in that first round, whether it was a foul or whether he timed out. Fouled in the second round. 7 metres 25 in his last jump. That takes him nerve. That's a huge personal best as well. I think that's around a 20 centimetre personal best. So he really put the pressure on the rest of the field there. Jack Turner, can he respond in this final round? Got the highest score out of everyone this season. And that looks a bit better. If he gets the white flag there, that could be an improvement for Jack Turner. He's pointing at the board saying, is it? 6 metres 69 in his second round attempt.
That's a massive personal best by Thompson. He's never broken 7 metres outdoors before this. 7:07 indoors this past winter, his best ever long jump. His best ever outdoor long jump, 6.93, a couple of years ago. Boy, 7.25.
Well, and then when you're on two fouls as well, when you've got no points, sort of. Oh, great, and Jack Turner just trying to respond there, and he has 7 meters 31. Jack Turner takes the lead. All going off in the last round here in the men's decathlon. Elliot Thompson DNF'd the England Championships a month ago. He then went away to France and did a personal best. So Elliot Thompson could be rounding into form. Caius Joseph was the event leader after the 100, but that's big points he's going to be giving away to Jack Turner and Elliot Thompson there in the long jump.
Well, that's 7.31, gets 888 points.
That's nearly 100 points on what Caius Joseph has right now.
Yep.
But it does seem like these men have kind of found their groove here on this runway. They've had that nice following wind. Hopefully Caius Joseph can be inspired by what the rest of the men have achieved. He's a final competitor in this men's decathlon long jump. Actually,
it's 103 points more. That's 7.31 from Jack Turner in the third round. From Caius Joseph's opening effort, his only valid mark, 6.88.
Really going to improve on Caius Joseph's 6.88, but every centimetre counts, even if you don't jump yourself up a position on the leaderboard. You might get a few extra points. Elliot Thompson as well, he's the best in the field, I think, over shot put by quite some margin as well. Jack Turner will return to form with that 7 meters and 31. Bit of a rough 100 meters, but got himself back involved. Okay, Caius Joseph, 7.01, that's good. Over 7 meters, he's really closed that gap point-wise to Elliot Thompson and Jack Turner in this event. Charlie back on par with Charlie Rowe, so he'll stay ahead of Charlie Rowe overall.
His lifetime best is 7.12, so that's a really solid effort. Only 0.6 the wind behind him there. When you think that there have been wind speeds of 2.5, Jamie Schluter, 2.5 the wind behind his best jump in round 3, 6.86. And then Caius Joseph there, only plus 0.6 and a 7.01. But that does conclude it, Hannah. That's everybody's had their 3 jumps.
I do love seeing these multi-events at the British Championships. We've got the women's heptathlon running Saturday and Sunday. But it's really is beginning, I think, once you've established that we have the multi-events at the British Championships, I think a few more of our guys are getting into that groove of using it as an opportunity to get a good score, having a shot at a British title. They have that chance to get the England title in Bedford. That was a month ago. They can come here and add British champion or British medalist to their resume as well.
And now they move on to their next discipline.
Will be shot put at 4.12. So I think there's a little bit of tinkering going on there with the officials team.
I understand they're checking a measurement, Hannah.
We did have that. We're not sure what happened with Elliot Thompson in the first round. We've just got a dash. You'd expect either a commitment to a foul. Oh, that has now come up as a foul on my system for Elliot Thompson. So foul, 7 meters 25. And look at those school kids there. They're loving watching the athletes pack up their bags and walk off.
But that can't be the reason for all this deliberation over there. So what exactly? We have been told there is an issue with a measurement, but our system or other people speaking to Hannah and I, not telling us yet what the problem was, what the issue was. Elliot Thompson saving himself with a massive personal best in the third round, 7.25 after a couple of no jumps. That is getting the bull by the horns, isn't it? Boy.
It really is, isn't it? I'm not quite sure why Elliot Thompson didn't finish at the England Championships, but when you've got that overview, you know, if you didn't finish a decathlon, that's nerve-wracking. You'd assume it's some sort of error that's gone on in your events and maybe no points, so you kind of walk away. He bounced back really well to do a personal best, 7,204 in France a couple of weeks ago. But still, when you got that in the back of your head, you know, if you haven't managed to execute all 10 of your events really well, but to hold your nerve like that and do a huge last round jump of 7 metres and 25, pretty impressive of Elliot Thompson.
The next event on the track.
So we have concluded this men's long jump. It was kind of a bit sedate maybe through the first couple of rounds. Charlie Rowe kind of putting his head above the rest with his jumps over 7 metres. But Jack Turner really found his groove in this third and final round. His leap was all the way out at 7 metres and 31. He had that safety net of 6 metres and 69. That was decent, but not what he would have hoped for here in this competition. That 7 metres 31, much more like it for Jack Turner. And it could be enough to give him the overall lead ahead of KS Joseph, but hopefully we've got a graphic that might have some points on it. There's a graphic with the distances. See Jack Turner of Exeter taking that win ahead of Elliot Thompson. Both of those guys jumping super far in their final round. Charlie Rowe so consistent. That's 7 metres and 7 centimetres. And KS Joseph 7:01 again coming in that last round.
Well, there's the overall point, 17.44 to Jack Turner. He has that lead over KS Joseph of what, some 29 points, and then gap back to Charlie Rowe in 3rd place. But they're not big gaps yet. Indeed, Elliot Thompson in 4th place has eased up really into the rankings now, and in a place that matters. Only 2 events done, 8 to come, of course, so huge gaps can and probably will open, but at the moment it's sitting really nicely tightly between those top 4 or 5 fellas. Well, our next event is the 400 metre hurdles at 4 o'clock local time here in Manchester. It's about 9 minutes past 3 at the moment, and then it will come thick and fast with the decathlon shot put at 12 minutes past 4, the 100 metres for men at 4:30, the 100 metres for women at 5:35. Yes, those men's 100 metre heats take nearly an hour, more or less an hour, from 4:30. We'll be back at 15:50, 3:50, 10 to 4. So in 40 minutes' time, myself, Tim Hutchins, Hannah England, will be back with you from the Manchester Regional Arena. Thanks very much for being with us. See you shortly. Bye-bye.
we're going to use for competition. Okay. I'm going to take off forward.
either wedge it.
The finger tight again.
We take that up, yeah? I've got it. Margaret, stop lifting things. Come down with that, yeah? Quite a lot of rock that in. So it comes up, and it goes. Got the right foot.
That's my best bet. Finger.
Either higher or whichever.
Put a wedgie in one corner, that's it. It's not going to move there, is it?
Well, good day to you and a very warm welcome to the UK Athletics Championships here of 2022 in the Manchester Regional Arena. These Müller UK Athletics Championships are already off to a bright start. We've had action for the last hour and a half or so here in this stadium. It's a dry afternoon in Manchester, around 19-20 degrees, quite a breeze across the arena. It's blowing hot and strong at times and very, very gentle at others, so it's gusting, I should say. The action we've had already is men's Decathlon 100 and their long jump as well. The men's 400-metre hurdle's about to get underway. 4 heats for them, and then we're into the 100s for men. 9 heats for the men's 100, 6 heats for the women's 100 metres. Myself, Tim Hutchings, and Hannah England beside me with you now for the next several hours. I won't go through till nearly 9 o'clock tonight. Hannah, so much significance to the events over these 3 days of these UK Championships because of this unique summer. We've got the World Championships starting 3 weeks today, then a week's break, the Commonwealth Games, then a week's break, and then the European Championships in Munich. It's bizarre in many respects.
It's a super busy season, and we've already had the Commonwealth Games team picked for England and Wales. I think Scotland are announcing this week. Northern Ireland have already announced. But this weekend, weekend, top 2 over the line with that world qualifying mark will automatically get selected onto the British team for those World Championships in Oregon. Still can't believe it's the first ever World Championships on US soil, but it is, you know, it's hard to believe that such a powerhouse of track and field haven't hosted a World Championships already, but they haven't. And the men and women we'll have competing today will be fighting for a spot on that team. Maybe the relay team, if you look at those 400-metre heats that are on your screen at the moment. But it's going to be really hotly contested by the time you get to some of the events as we move through the weekend. We've got a lot of finals coming up today. I think tomorrow. I think the only finals we've got today are the under-20 events. We've got a couple of 3,000-metre national championships. They'll be contending for their World Championships, the World Juniors. That's open for under-20 athletes. That will be in Cali, Colombia in July. So that's a little bit of jeopardy there coming up around about 8 o'clock this evening. And then we will conclude the 5th event of the men's decathlon. They've been having a busy day out there already. As you can see, there is a bit of a wind out there. It looked like it maybe was going to rain around about 2:30, but it's brightened right back up here. Even warmer than it was at 2 o'clock, a nice 20 degrees here in Manchester, just in the shadows of the Manchester City United Football Club. We've got the better sport here down on this athletics track. This was the warm-up track for the Commonwealth Games here in 2002 as well, so lovely to see the stadium still getting used.
It is indeed, yeah. And actually, do you know what? It's a lovely, cosy stadium. It's got that small feel to it. It's long ago, Hannah, we used to run at meetings like Koblenz and 1 or 2 smaller meetings where they were about this size and they'd pack 10 or 15,000 in. There's the lineup for the first of 4 heats in the men's 400-metre hurdles. Pretty unforgiving, these heats, by the way. Just the winner goes through to tomorrow's final, with 4 non-automatic qualifiers going through as well. The 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. So we could get several athletes from one race if the seeding is not quite as good as we would ideally like. There is George Seary, just 18 years old. He's out in lane 8, the Thanet AC man. English schools champion last year. Inside him in 7, Joshua Falls, 22 now, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Second in the Loughborough International recently, best of 50.33 this year. 50 seconds really is the benchmark of international 400-metre hurdling. You can get inside 50, you're doing pretty well. Lennox Thompson, former Southern champion, goes in lane 6, Newham and Essex Beagles vest, proudly sported there. Best of 52.04, but hasn't broken 55 this year. That's Oko in lane 5. Onia Kachuku. Oko goes in lane 5, just 17 years old, an English schools champion last year at the under-17 age group, the Chelmsford man. He's in 5. In 4, Chris McAllister. We'll watch him, very much a world-class man. Only 7th last year, but 49.36 this year. He's a semi-finalist from the last World Championships back in 2019. Very experienced, the Thames Valley man. Benjamin Schofield of Gateshead Harriers, 52.8 is his personal best, 53.09 this season. He's in 3, not a bad lane draw. And then the bends get tighter and tighter on these inner lanes. It's tougher. Adam Booth, the 19-year-old, goes in lane 2 for Pool AC. Best of 52.7 this year, but he has run 51.3. And Jacob Blanc, I don't know if I should say it with a French accent or not, excuse me to the family, the 17-year-old Jason Blanc, maybe. English schools under-17 champion at 100-metre hurdles last year. A Havering AC athlete goes in 1. Best of 53.49 this year. So remember, just the winner goes through to tomorrow's final by right, with the next 4 fastest from the 4 heats. Blank in 1, Booth in 2, Schofield in 3. Then Chris McAllister, very experienced, the Thames Valley man. He goes in 4. Oko in 5. Lennox Thompson in 6. Joshua Falls in 7. And George Seary in lane 8. Well, I think the athlete in lane 3 there, Benjamin Schofield, raising his hand. Maybe the helicopter just passed over the arena, put him off, and he felt that there was too much other noise just seeping through. Wants to reset, and I think most track judges would feel that was a legitimate reason.
Yeah, fair enough. If you don't feel totally ready, that's okay. And Benjamin Schofield perhaps doing less. I wonder if some of the other men were thinking about that. Hang on a minute, that aircraft is getting louder and louder, and had it got any louder and maybe you couldn't hear the gun, that would have been quite problematic. So Schofield making that choice at the moment. So like they're set to go off again.
So into their blocks for the second time of asking then. Jacob Blanc goes in 1 for Havering SC. Poulay sees Adam Booth in 2. Schofield goes in 3 for Gateshead. McAllister, Chris McAllister for Thames Valley Harriers in 4. Watch him. Oko of Chelmsford 5. Thompson of Newman Essex Beagle 6. Foles with Shaftesbury 7. And Thanet Siri in lane 8. They get away this time. Only the winner will go through by right to tomorrow's final. Now, the 100-metre races we saw earlier on for the decathletes had quite a strong following wind, so they should be running into quite a strong headwind up the back straight there. And Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers man going well is Foles in lane 7, second to left, certainly up on Siri now, the tall figure in the blue and white. But McAllister in lane 4 looks to be going okay. McAllister in that blue of Thames Valley Harriers comes around the bend, and the lead as the stagger unwinds. The lead for him is substantial, but what a good run this is from the Shaftesbury Barnet man, the 22-year-old Bucks champion, British University's champion, Joshua Foles to the left of picture there in the striped vest of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Only the winner goes through by right, and Foles gets it. Well, that is some upset. Boy, oh boy. The clock hasn't stopped, but Joshua Foles there has beaten Chris McAllister across the line. McAllister may have run fast enough to get one of those non-automatic spots, but he'll have to wait and see, and it's going to be a nerve-wracking half hour or so for him while these next races unfold. Crikey, didn't he run the race of his life? 50.33 on paper this year. Chris McAllister is a second faster, and that might not be a massive difference, but you'd expect McAllister, having had Foles outside him, to take that one.
Hey, Joshua Foles, you're right, had the tricky job there. He only had George Siri to gauge his race off, and you're saying running into that headwind now, but Joshua Foles, you could have said, oh, you know, he's got Chris McAllister inside him. Chris McAllister is a semi-finalist at a World Championship back in Doha. At this point, you're thinking Chris McAllister is just going to get into his running and eat up that ground on Joshua Foles outside of him. This barrier here, you can see Chris just falling off it ever so slightly. They've got 2 to go now. You think that's all right. Chris McAllister's got that. Now he's going to start pulling away from the younger athlete just out to his outside, but the fight over the last few metres here just had to go to Joshua Foles, powering off that final hurdle really well.
While still waiting for the results to come up, our computers, times and names are appearing, but they're certainly not in the right order. We've had 1 or 2 little bugs in the works over the last hour or 2 in earlier disciplines. They will get it sorted out eventually, but no doubting the winner. Joshua Foles, they're letting out a massive roar. He was second in the Loughborough International just recently. 50.33 is certainly due for some improvement, I would say, of the calibre of that run. Useful to have an athlete outside you over that first couple hundred metres. Well, Joseph Blanc was definitely not the winner. That is not an official result, I can assure you. That is what our computer system is saying, but that is very erroneous indeed. Quite why we're getting these problems, I'm not sure. This is Manchester. We might expect a bit of rain in the works over the next 3 days, but it's not there yet. In fact, it's a beautiful afternoon now. The sun has just broken out. And when it does come out, Hannah, it gets warm very, very quickly. The temperature goes rocketing up.
It is pretty nice. Like we say, it is windy. We'll have to wait to maybe some of those horizontal events to tell what the wind we haven't got another horizontal jump, but maybe the hundreds to see what that wind's doing. But it definitely feels stiffer than the sort of 1.5 we were getting earlier.
Just to update you, we tried to bring you the result. Now I can do, at least verbally. Joshua Foles did win it, 50.05, a significant new personal best for the Shaftesbury Barnet runner. Chris McAllister, Thames Valley Harriers, 50.14. It was really tight, and they were over a second and a half ahead of third place. So Foles, a personal best to book his spot in the final. For Chris McAllister, Great Britain's World Championship semi-finalist 3 years ago, a nervous wait.
first 1 and 4 fastest is pretty tough, and I think
it's really unforgiving, isn't it?
That's perhaps why you saw Joshua Folds just go for it. I think all of these men here today, they will have to just absolutely. We haven't got anyone that's head and shoulders above anyone else. And maybe Alistair Chalmers might think he might be able to take it easy, but everyone always says once you've got your stride pattern in the 4 hurdles, you can't really take it easy. It's not like you can ease down, because then you're going to be on the wrong foot. You're going to lose your stride pattern and probably make it even harder for yourself than just running it flat out. They've got a decent recovery, or nearly 24 hours to recover as well, that final at 3:15 tomorrow. So, yeah, we expect to see everyone run it pretty hard to the line, and that's what we saw from Joshua Folds. And like you say, Chris McAllister is going to have to wait and see if we can be one of those non-automatic qualifiers.
The stadium record wasn't threatened there. That belongs to Rhys Williams, the Welshman, 49.28. Rhys Williams ran here, but it may come the final if the ferocity of the competition tomorrow is anything like we saw in that first of the 4 heats. The athletes just moving out onto the track now for the second heat.
I do wonder if people are concerned about the weather deteriorating tomorrow and you think you've got a fast time in your legs, it might be worth having a go today. That European qualifying mark is 49.5. So Joshua Folds was outside of that, but yeah, he went for it. Maybe he can run a little bit faster tomorrow. As we said, Chris McAllister on that 50.14. And Occo, Chelmsford AC, 52.03. But we're ready for the second heat. You can see the names up on your screen there. Fastest on personal best down there would be Jacob Paul, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, who just seen his teammate and training partner Chris McAllister come second in that first heat. Jacob Paul took a bit of a surprise victory, I think, back in 2019 to win this title. Didn't have the qualifying standard for the World Championships, but it was a really good run nonetheless. He could fancy his chances of repeating as a medalist, but the full lineup starting in lane 8. Andrew Ajubi of Thames Valley Harriers, a couple of county medals to his name. Probably hunting for a personal best here in this event today. Lane 7 will be David Ariti, Bucks finalist from Harrow AC. He's run 53.04 this season. It's a brand new personal best for him. Lane 6 will be Isaac Ogunladi, Hernhill Harriers. Good black and red stripes there, so easy to pick out. A little bit off his personal best form this season. Lane 5 will be Jack Lorry, 4-time UK finalist, proudly wearing his Scottish vest there. Sure, he'd love to make it a 5th final here today in Manchester. Lane 4 is the man I was talking about earlier, Jacob Paul. He's got a personal best of 49.62, and he's done 49.62, apologies, that's his season's best. That's just 12 hundredths off that European standard, so he could have a go at that. Lane 3, Richard Yates. He's a 2-time Commonwealth Games finalist. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that was a few years ago. He's coming back out here. He's enjoying competing at the National Championships. Lane 2 will be James Webster, former Northern champion. And completing the lineup out there in lane 1 on that nice tight bend, not what you want when you're trying to hurdle, is Guernsey AC's Peter Curtis. We'll see Alistair Chalmers of Guernsey AC. He'll be going in the next heat, fastest on the British ranking so far this season. His teammate there in lane 1. So Jacob Paul in lane 4, the athlete with the fastest time on paper going into this. Didn't quite go to the form book in the first heat. A surprise win there from Joshua Folds. Can anyone upset the Thamesville Harrier team in this race? We're off in this second heat. As we said with the first heat, it's just the first one. You can see Jacob Paul there. He's running an England vest. See that red and white. Just trying to go with Jack Lorry outside him in the Scottish vest. They've overtaken Ogunladi and they're working on the other 2 athletes outside of them. But at the moment, it is Lorry and Paul almost rising together. You see Rick Yates there fighting hard. He's got him on the medals in this championship before, but I think he'll just be enjoying stretching his legs out here against this strong domestic competition. Jacob Paul just looking like he could have been getting over that hurdle, slightly ahead as Jack Lorry. They come into the last 100 metres. Jacob Paul, can he finish strongly? But Lorry Jack looks like he might be saving just a tiny bit for this last 50. Nope, Jacob Paul of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow has the time to ease up over the line, 50.4. Slower than the first heat, but that's a great clocking there for Jacob Paul. he can relax, put his legs up, and that's not done his training partner, Chris McAllister, any harm, as Chris McAllister was faster, 50.14, so looking like some of those non-automatic qualifiers could have come from that first heat.
Yeah, nice steady race that for Jacob Paul. England vest rider picture here. And he's able to key off Jack Lorry outside him in that Scottish vest. Maybe they'll come up against each other in the Commonwealth Games, who knows? As they get to the halfway point, almost matching each other stride for stride. And actually, Jack Lorry for Woodford Green Essex ladies in that Scottish vest, holding Jacob Paul in around the middle of that bend, pulling away from him a little bit, but Paul ran a lovely steady race, didn't he, in the England vest. Centre of picture, just takes this one slightly, a little stutter there before that 9th barrier, but good and strong down the home straight. Lorry had somebody to aim at, working very hard there in 2nd place, but Jacob Paul very strong off the final barrier and able to ease off for that 50.44 win. And as you said quite rightly, Hannah, Chris McAllister sitting well at the moment with 50.14 for 2nd in the first heat of the 4. 2 to come, mind you, but at the moment things looking okay.
Halfway through those men's 400-metre hurdle heats, another 2 heats to go. Great to see so many competitors in that event. So many that you've got to have first 1 and 4. I think that's pretty tough. That's what we have often in the men's 800 metres. But the men's decathlon is ongoing down there. We've seen them do the 100 metres. We've seen them do the long jump. And they're warming up now for the shot put. And I think Ewan Thomas is down there to give us a bit of an update.
Well, the conditions are pretty good down here as we're about to enter event number 3 for these decathletes. After 2, it could be much closer. Less than 60 points are separating the top 3, but in the pole position after an absolutely brilliant long jump, we've got Jack Turner on 1,744 points. Closely behind, Caius Joseph, 1,715, and on 1,686 is Charlie Rowe. Remember, in these field events for the multi-eventers, it is only 3 attempts. This is event number 3. It is, of course, the shot put.
See that quick graphic there confirming that Jack Turner is the leader at the moment. He was pretty disappointed with his 100. I popped inside to the warm-up area and he said, I said there weren't any results yet. And he said, if we need to run it again, that's absolutely fine. Very, very happy to go out there and try that again. But Jack Turner maybe getting his act together just in the final round in the long jump. Some big jumps in the closing stages of the long jump from Jack Turner and Elliot Thompson. But at the moment, Jack Turner just holding on to that lead.
Yeah, he has a 29-point lead over Caius Joseph, who in turn has 29 points over Rowe, Charlie Rowe in 3rd place. So as we heard Ewan Thomas say just there, less than 60 points covering the first 3. Turner's long jump 7:31 in the final round, and Daley Thompson's son, Elliot Thompson, bet he gets fed up with being called that, son of. Elliot Thompson, though, the Enfield and the Haringey athlete, producing a fabulous personal best in the final round of the long jump, 7 metres 25. After 2 no jumps, it was a real pressure jump. Anyway, we will bring you updates, of course, as we can in that 3rd discipline for the decathletes, the shot put. There's the lineup for the 3rd heat of the men's 4x400 meters, 400-metre hurdles, I should say. And it is a reduced field, but it does include this man. Alistair Chalmers goes out in lane 7, ranked 15th in the world, the Guernsey AC man, 48.88. He broke 50 seconds the first time back in 2020, and then in Oudegem in Belgium nearly a month ago now, he set that big personal best. Jake Minchell goes in lane 6, just 16 years old, the English schools champion last year at under 17 level, Coventry man. He's in 6. In 5 is Bailey Stickings, ranked 9th in the UK, the Southern champion last year, runs for Blackheath and Bromley. In 4, James Greenhall, the City of Sheffield club, 53.08. His best. He may struggle in this sort of company, certainly against the likes of Chalmers. And in lane 3 is Maranga Makaya. Personal best at the Loughborough International, the Knox AC performer. Didn't have to travel too far for that one. 51.16, his lifetime best this year. And that actually ranks him 8th in the UK this season. So, a much depleted field from the original start list. But in lane 3, Maranga Makaya of Not AC. In 4, James Greenhall of City of Sheffield. Then in 5, Bailey Stickings of Blackheath and Bromley. Outside him, in the red of Coventry, is Jake Minchell. And Alistair Chalmers, the class act, in lane 7. Now, watch Chalmers there, top of picture. He should pull away from this field. 48.88 this year puts him right up there amongst the very top in the world, and already there is a gap opening up on that red vest of Mitchell in the red and blue, and the red and yellow rather. Really good aggressive running though from Bailey Stickings at the moment for Blackheath and Bromley. Right of picture in that famous old black vest. On the outside, Chalmers carries on his merry way. Can't see what's going on inside him, mind you. But in lane 3, Maranga Makaya is having a fabulous run. He's really attacked his first 300. And Chalmers has got a bit of work to do to the left of picture. Makaya in lane 3 is a big fella. How does he take this final barrier? Hits it hard, loses a lot of ground coming through the Blackheath Fest of Stickings. But he does get there okay, Chalmers. 50.16, the winning time. Well, he was disqualified at Hengelo back on the 6th of June, and then he was 3rd in Geneva a couple of weeks back in 49.8. But 48.88 gives you enormous confidence. That time he produced just recently, and eventually he did come through. Although there was pressure, wasn't there? Plenty of it down the home straight from the athletes inside him.
We've talked about that red bib before. That's the bib you get if you're the UK lead. Is it a bit of a target? Is it stressful? And Alistair Chalmers really was a target for the rest of the field. And he looked smooth and he looked full of running, but it's so tough to gauge your race when you've got nobody else to look at. And when you're trying to conserve energy as well. This is going to be a hotly contested title tomorrow. Spots on that World Championship team up for grabs, especially for Alistair Chalmers if he can come in the top 2. You could just see the other athletes behind him really getting moving in the last 150 here. Makaya just 10 on the left afterburners round that bend. Really thought he was going to give Alistair Chalmers a run for his money. At this point here, the pressure was on everybody. Makaya, Stickings, Chalmers. But fortunately, Makaya there just coming unstuck on the final barrier, and Alistair Chalmers just finding a tiny bit more in the last 50 metres.
Yeah, Makaya coming unstuck and Stickings going past him off the final barrier. Do you know, those barriers are very, very tough. As you get more and more tired, they don't come down in height, they stay the same height. So the effort required to clear those last 2 or 3 is increases accordingly. And Makaya there just unlucky, banging that last barrier pretty hard and losing a lot of ground. You lose momentum too, that's the critical thing. When your legs are screaming and full of lactic acid off that last barrier, the last thing you want to have to do is try and up your game. Alistair Chalmers very good with his form off the final barrier, as you would expect. By the way, he's ranked 15th in the world this year, Chalmers. 7 of those ahead of him are from the USA. So he's actually in the world top 10 if you want to include 1 per country.
That's great. I love that, having a Brit up there in the top 10. We had Chris McAllister nearly make that final in Doha. Had the likes of Di Green. Rhys Williams, that's his name. I was like, I can't forget Rhys. We've had those guys up there picking up European medals, picking up world medals. So for someone of Alistair Chalmers' age and calibre to be up there in those world rankings. Back with this men's shot put decathlete in the decathlon. I think they're moving into the first or second round.
Second round now.
Tom Chandler there. He opened the long jump. I thought that's a bit harsh if he's got to open the shot put as well. But, looks there like he might have been throwing more like 4th place or so. Standings?
Well, Elliot Thompson has the best jump throw so far. 12.68 from round 1. Chandler not able to improve on his opener of 12.35. That's second round effort, 12.04. And Jack Turner next to go. He opened with 12.59 to Jack Turner. That looks a very similar sort of distance. He's the leader after 2 events. 29 points ahead of Joseph. His long jump 7.31 was pretty monstrous, and that's put him in a very good position. He steps forward, as you can see. So no improvement for him in round 2 either.
So when you look at those gaps, so half a metre is 30 points, so that's enough to change up those medal positions. And Jack Turner is going to have a tough job to hold off K.S. Joseph based on personal bests and season's bests. So we'll keep an eye on how that unfolds, but we have got one final heat of the men's 400 metre hurdles to go. You can see the names on your screen down there. Seamus Derbyshire, he's got a great personal best this year. He's still an under 23, has that European qualifying mark. Alex Nibbs has done that previously, but not this season. So full lineup: Samuel Clark, England under 23 indoor champion, in lane 8 for Cambridge and Coleridge. Lane 7 will be Max Schopp, finalist at the British Championships in 2020. Season's best 52.96. Lane 6 will be Daniel Rees. He's a previous Bucks medalist. Another look at the Shaftesbury and Barnet Harrier vest. We've seen a few of them out there already here today. Lane 5 will be Seamus Derbyshire. As we said, he has run a good personal best this season. That 49.44 does nip underneath the European qualifying mark of 49.50. So he'll be looking to show his form here well at this British Championships. Lane 4 will be Alex Nibbs. He's only done a few races, only opened his season a couple of weeks ago, so maybe struggling with injury, so perhaps unknown what we might get from Alex Nibbs. Lane 3 will be Declan Gall, previous Scottish champion, wearing his Woodford Green and Essex Lady vest. Lane 2 will be William Richie Moulin, wearing the Birchfield Harriers vest. Lost his home track this season as they prepare for the Commonwealth Games. It's been pretty hard for Birchfield Harriers to find somewhere to train when their home track's out of service. Tyree Donovan will complete the lineup in lane 1. It's English champs bronze medalist.
Anna.
In Bedford a few weeks ago.
Sorry, the good news as well for McAllister after that third heat is that he's still by far the fastest non-heat winner. In fact, his time would have won that third heat.
So I think anything around about under 50.3 might get you one of those non-automatic qualifying marks. Yeah, I haven't got the full results of that third heat though. That was pretty quick. That win from Alistair Chalmers, but it was really tight behind him. So Chris McAllister at the moment looking all right, but this is the fourth and final heat. First automatically qualifies for tomorrow's final. Seamus Derbyshire in lane 5 is the informed man. Alex Nibbs has got fantastic calibre, but we haven't seen much of him this season. At the moment, Seamus Derbyshire already overtaking Daniel Rees outside of him. Seamus Derbyshire really attacking this back straight. It's a great camera angle. We can see who rises first, and it's Alex Nibbs and Seamus Derbyshire rising together side by side. To see how this unfolds over the next 150 metres. Alex Nibbs perhaps with the advantage on that inside lane. The Amber Valley and Erewash AC athlete can have a look at Seamus Derbyshire and see how much work he's got to do. And Alex Nibbs has pulled himself up alongside Seamus Derbyshire, and we're going to see another tightly forced last 100 metres in these 400 metre hurdle races. Seamus Derbyshire and Alex Nibbs fighting it out for one automatic qualifying spot. Seamus Derbyshire, the inform athlete, he's raced a fair bit this season, just gets the lead over the line. 51.4, that's one of the fastest times we've seen this season, so this evening in these 4 heats. So Alex Nibbs, that might be okay, I think, for a non-automatic qualifying spot into the final. Great, that's only his 3rd race of this 2022 season. Seamus Derbyshire, a bit of an advantage, he's done a few more races. Again, that finish, that last 100 metres is so important in the 400 hurdles.
Yeah, that battle between those two, drawing them well clear. You can see Derbyshire there, right a picture in the City of Stoke colours. Blasted the first 200 metres, really aggressive running from him. And then slightly later getting into his running inside him in that yellow vest of Amber Valley and Erewash is Alex Nibbs, who at this point I thought was going to pull up alongside Derbyshire. He really accelerates into that second bend. The pair of them there left a picture, hurdling at exactly the same time. But Derbyshire here even getting his nose in front as they approach this penultimate barrier. But then Derbyshire rather begins to push hard. Nibbs in the yellow didn't take that final barrier quite as smoothly. The head rocking from side to side. Derbyshire holds his form really well. Drives onto the line. Look at the gap behind them. That battle has pulled them so far clear. Brilliant race. 50.14. The same time, incidentally, as McAllister's 2nd place in the first heat. So we can confirm that slight upset didn't end in disaster for the World Championship representative from Heat 1.
It does leave, I think, Joshua Folds as the fastest qualifier. So really the performance of the event so far in that men's 400 hurdles. He brought a lot of speed, a lot of aggression into that opening round of the 4 hurdles. And be rewarded with a very good lane tomorrow, I think. Back with the final round of this men's shot put decathlon.
Yes, it is the final round. The lead with Elliot Thompson, 12.68. He improved to 12.76 in the second round. And Turner, who led after 2 disciplines, remember, Jack Turner, open world 12.59. This is Rowe, Charlie Rowe, 11.31 is opener, then a no throw, and no improvement in the third round for him. So Charlie Rowe was in 3rd place after 2 disciplines. He will get shunted down a spot or 2 after this.
Callum Newby, 11 metres 86 in the first round. So it could be a little bit further from the Edinburgh AC athlete. Personal best listed of 13.53, so he's a couple of metres down on that. We saw this in the long jump. The first 2 rounds weren't all that special. No one seemed to really find their groove. There's been a few athletes here that haven't been anywhere near their season's best or personal best so far. Callum Newby will have to settle for 11 metres and 86 in the second round. So if anyone can launch a big throw, we've got Jamie Schluter, K.S. Joseph, Jack Turner, Elliot Thompson left to go. Any of these athletes gets anywhere near their personal best, that could really shake up the scoreboard overall.
K.S. Joseph, 12.15 and then 12.53. That rotational technique, very hard to master, but that does look like an improvement. Hard to tell from that angle. The sector lines, of course, making a curve, punching out away from those 2 14-metre boxes, but that looks like an improvement to me. Might be around 13 metres. Every centimetre is precious. 12.53 in round 2 is a significant improvement, and that's a marginal improvement. 12.57, less than 2 inches, those 4 centimetres, but could be critical come the end of the second day.
Like you say, Tim, every little counts. Elliot Thompson, event lead at the moment with 12 metres and 76. Left-hand thrower. That was a totally different angle than we got from K.S. Joseph, but still using that rotational technique. Like you say, Tim, so hard. These guys perhaps have to master a technique that relies on speed rather than power. You can't build too much power when you're trying to do 9 other events. So no improvement for Elliot Thompson, 12.76. He might have clawed enough points back to overtake Charlie Rowe. He was just 20 points behind him. It won't make any difference on the medal positions, of the gold and silver medal positions.
So Schluter was in 5th after 2 disciplines, a little way down on the leaders, but still less than 100 points between him and the leaders. Schluter opened with 12.40, then a 12.34. Can he pump this one out something a bit better? Yes, he can, I'm sure. That's an improvement. He's a big fella. Very aggressive there. Good angle of release too. And that, I'm sure, will be a significant improvement. 12.34 in round 2. 12.40 his opener. And he's looking with a little bit of interest. And that's usually a clue if they're looking curious and keen. 12.45. Well, he finds a couple of inches. 5 centimetres added on.
Schluter was our final thrower in that men's decathlon shot put. So they're going to have a little bit of a rest now before they look towards that 400 metres. I know the high jump first, high jump at 6 o'clock for these men. I was getting them to skip an event. So the high jump at 6 o'clock and then a 400 at 8:40 tonight. That will be the last event we'll see this evening.
Well, Schluter there, closing proceedings in the shot. His lifetime best 13.03, so 12.45. It's getting up there. His third round effort left him in 4th place in that discipline. Elliot Thompson with 12.76, the winner of that individual event with his second round effort. Next event on the track, by the way, is the men's 100 metres. And if you like your sprinting, well, it's your lucky day. There's 9 heats coming at us in the men's 100 metres. And then I think 6 heats of the women's 100 straight after that, Hannah. Short, sharp, powerful, explosive. Not much room for error. There is indeed the lineup for the first heat. All these fellas, of course, have gone a long way under 11 seconds. The best of them, well, look at the name third from bottom. Recognise that? Dwayne Chambers. Dwayne Chambers, 8 times a UK champion. Of course, controversial character because of his doping ban many years ago now. He's 44 years old, Dwayne Chambers. But let's go back to lane 1. There's Tommy Ramdan. Third in 2020, a couple of years ago, the Bexley man. Best of 10:22 this year. Emmanuel Duruihioma goes in lane 3. And lane 2 looks to be vacant. It looks like Marvin Addison is a no-show. He's run a personal best this year of 10.6. David Morgan Harrison goes in lane 4 for Kingston upon Hull, the Northern champion. This year, best of 10.38, his personal best. Harry Taylor goes in lane 5, second in the Southern Championships last year. Runs for Loughborough students, as if you can't tell that from his vest colours. Harry Taylor. Here he is, Dwayne Chambers. Well, love him or loathe him, he's back and he's still running hard. His best this year, Chambers, 10.67. At the age of 44, you've got to admire that. In lane 7, John Jesse and Wawula for Harrow AC, 7th in the British Universities Indoor Championships, a semi-finalist in the UK Indoors this year, and Suhuni Osman, second in English schools last year in the 100 metres, the 19-year-old Croydon Harriers to left of picture. Best of 10.47 this year. Now the qualifying, it is the first 2 in each heat and 6 fastest, the next 6 fastest to the semi-finals tomorrow. So first 2 secures your spot in the next round. Ramdan in 1, Addison in 2. Duruihioma is a no-show in fact, since Addison is a no-show in 2, Duruihioma in 3, Morgan Harrison 4, Taylor 5, Chambers 6, Wawula 7, Osman in lane 8 to left of picture. Well, who's beginning to show early? Good running in lane 4 from Morgan Harrison, and Morgan Harrison on the inside, Tommy Ramdan. Ramdan takes it there by half a metre or so, 10.18. And the wind, well, that's why, plus 4.4. I said earlier on it's gusting. Well, they've got a massive draft behind them there, those fellas. And 10.18 for Tommy Ramdan. Actually, he has run a legal 10.16. He's a fine athlete. He's the Bexley AC man. 3rd here back in 2020. 6th last year. And Ramdan over on the far side, a little isolated from the rest of them. Holding his form really well. Good running too in lane 4 from Morgan Harrison. A close second. And in 3rd there in lane 3, just missing out is Duruihioma, the 18-year-old from Shaftesbury.
It's a good run there from Tommy Ramdan. I feel so many of our sprinters have been unlucky with the wind readings. Keep an eye on the European qualifying mark is 10.16. The world qualifying mark 10.05. That's pretty tough. That's the unofficial results. Doesn't have Tommy Ramdan. There he is. He's popped on and heard me. Well, unofficial, maybe official result. Tommy Ramdan taking that win in 10.18. That's what we saw in the stadium. David Morgan Harrison coming through for 2nd place, holding off Duruihioma for 3rd place.
Dwayne Chambers down in 5th place. I don't think we'll be seeing him again. And that was with a
probably said that last
4-metre wind. Well, I was referring to this weekend.
Oh, OK. Well, you never know. Dwayne Chambers might come back. I think he keeps running the UK Champs qualifying mark at the UK Champs every year and then go, oh, OK, fine, I'll do another one.
44. But Tommy Ramdan looking very crisp there, and lane 1 doesn't help. It's always nice to be in the thick of the action. Athletes prefer those middle lanes, and at major championships the better athletes get drawn in the middle lanes. Psychological more at 100 than it is at 200, where of course it can make a huge difference being drawn in a lane 1 or 2, a big disadvantage. Even on these outdoor tracks with their wide sweeping bends, the athletes in lanes probably 4, 5, 6 are the best lanes, aren't they? Because you've got plenty of athletes outside you to key off, and yet you've got a gentle bend to negotiate.
that maybe when you've got, that's the advantage maybe of having a semi-final, if you get a poor lane draw in the first round, like we saw Tommy Ramsden there, not a great lane draw, but he's a great athlete. You can take matters into your own hands, win that heat. Semi-final, you should get a fantastic draw, job done. So you can sort of take your path into your own hands if you can do well in that first round. I'm unsure how they seed the heats there, because I think Tommy Ramsden has got one of the fastest times in the season this year. He's ranked 6th or 7th in the UK, so to be in lane 1, I'm sure he felt a little bit hard done by, but hey, didn't do him any harm.
Well, the win was 4.4, and yet the computer has come up and it's given Tommy Ramsden a season's best, and David Morgan Harrison with 10.25, a personal best, but I don't think if that wind speed is confirmed. It doesn't actually appear on our results computer, but 4.4, just a touch over the legal limit of 2 meters per second.
It will be a shame today. I think we could see, like I say, I keep going on about qualifying marks. When we look to those finals, if someone comes in the top 2 with a World Championship qualifying mark, they're done, job done, tick the box, off to Oregon. Behind that, when we look towards that European Championships, we're actually going to select that team at the end of the Commonwealth Games, but you have to have a qualifying mark, and I think they will take full teams. It will be almost, I mean, my guess is pretty much season's rankings, anyone with a qualifying mark that's in form, that's doing all right. So an opportunity like this at British Championships, it's a chance to run that qualifying time, and then if you haven't got to worry about it for a few weeks, you can go away and train and see how the rest of the field unfolds.
I suppose so, but you know, it's not a great afternoon, is it, for sprinting? With the winds this strong, they haven't got sun on their backs now. It's a shame, because earlier on this afternoon, in the last 2 or 3 hours, the sun has broken through occasionally, and it's beautifully warm. It really bakes you, if you're out of the wind, that is. Yeah. So we see that lineup for the second heat. So they've got about 6 weeks, haven't they, until the end of the Commonwealth Games? So time enough to fit in a few races.
They have got time, yes. So good to show form here at the British Championships, even if you think the World Championships might be a tiny bit ahead of you. But Jeremiah Azu out there in lane 8, I think he'll have an eye on that World Championships. Nicholas Walsh will go in lane 1. Home track here, Sale Harriers, Manchester. He's made the semi-final 3 times, but never the final, so maybe Nicholas Walsh might sneak into the final this season. Jack Lawrence, the Birchfield Harrier, will go in lane 2. Spoke about the difficulty for our Birchfield Harriers giving up their home track for the Commonwealth Games preparations, having to almost be jumping around the Midlands trying to find somewhere to train. A bit tricky. Kyle Reynolds of Wormington will go in lane 3. He's done a personal best this season, 10.63. Lane 4 will go to Dominic Ashwell, who's the European indoor champion in 2019. But personal best of 10.2, just 10.68 this season. So Dom Ashwell will be looking to recapture that indoor form. Watch out for his fast start. Lane 5 will be Greg Kelly, double Scottish champion, East Kilbride AC. Lane 6, Stuart Greenhall. He took a silver at the Scottish Indoor Championships. Bit of a Scottish Championship going on there in lane 5 and lane 6. Lane 7 will be Chad Miller. He picked up a bronze medal at the European Junior Championships a couple of years ago. So another one of our up-and-coming sprinters. But completing the lineup out in lane 8 is the athlete with the fastest personal best and season's best, Jeremiah Azu, ranked number 6 in the UK this season. He's just outside the European qualifying mark at the moment, 200ths outside of that. Jeremiah Azu, I'm sure he'd love an individual spot at the World Championships and the European Championships, but he could be vying for a spot on the relay teams as well. So Nicholas Walsh in 1, Jack Lawrence in 2, Kyle Reynolds Wormington in 3, Dominic Ashwell in 4, Greg Kelly in 5, Stuart Greenall in 6, Chad Miller in 7, Jeremiah Azu in 8.
Set.
In a way, fine. First time Dom Ashwell using all his 60-metre strength to get a fast start, but Jeremiah Azu looks like he's getting into his running out in lane 8. At the moment, Jeremiah Azu, and a great finish there from Jack Lawrence of Birchfield Harriers in lane 2. But 10.19 plus 3 metres a second, but Jeremiah Azu, he's sorted off down to get himself cooled down and warm back up. Well, the semi-final isn't until tomorrow, so that's their only action here in the men's 100 metres. Perhaps getting called for anti-doping test. See what happens if someone's waiting with a clipboard at the end of your race. Jeremiah Azu, sort of business as usual, getting the job done here in the first round of the men's 100.
Yeah, able to relax a few strides out, isn't he? Good start from Azu. He's small and compact. Nice little sprinter. Works hard with the arms. Look at the rocking from side to side of Müller there in the yellow vest. That's Chad Müller. But Azu, 10.19. Actually, his season's best is 10.18, but that was with a legal win. So he's in fine fettle, and that's encouraging. Wind or no wind, +3, though, again, way over the legal limit. I wonder if we'll see a race that has a legal wind speed. Of course, one of the harsh realities of 9 heats like this is if you get gusting winds. That first heat, remember, had +4.4 wind. We might get a heat yet where the wind is, if not a headwind, then very negligible. And yet, when times are compared at the end of the day, it can really affect who goes through and who doesn't in terms of non-automatic qualifiers. It's pretty cruel in that respect. It's not an exact science, is it?
No, it's not. We talked about the decathlon. Yeah, they're kind of probably all going to get similar conditions because there aren't as many heats, but who knows how much the conditions could change all the way from heat 1 to heat 9. If anyone can catch a nice 2.0 following wind here, they could be in with I mean, it's worth running harder here this evening, just in case that wind reading is kind. And who knows what we're going to have tomorrow as well. This is better weather than perhaps the weather forecast suggested during the week. I thought we were meant to have rain by now, really, on this first evening. But we'll have to keep an eye on that weather throughout the weekend.
That's the result of that shot put for the decathletes. Their third discipline. Elliot Thompson, 12.76, winning there by 17 centimetres from Jack Turner, and Chaos Joseph, 12.57. In fact, not a great deal between those first 4, was there? Crikey, 31 centimetres. Jamie Schluter of Shaftesbury Bonnet Harriers in 4th place. And let's have a look at the overall standings after 3 disciplines for the big fellas, the multi-eventers.
Jack Turner holding on to that lead. He's got that UK best mark of the season, but just 30 points ahead of Caius Joseph. Elliot Thompson pushing himself up into 3rd place. Look towards that pole vault. We'll see that for tomorrow, actually. Expect Elliot Thompson to get a lot of points there, but high jump as well, high jeopardy. When it's windy and gusty like this as well, that might mess with your run-up, but we'll go over to the high jump. They've got that around about 6 o'clock, so they'll go and have a 75-minute recovery. We'll see whether any of those positions and points can change, but Jack Turner at the moment with the lead by 30 points.
Plenty to fight for. So the gap just some 64 points between 1st and 3rd. That can very quickly be adjusted. Athletes out on the track and pretty much ready for the 3rd heat of the men's 100 metres. Let's have a quick look at the heat results of the first 2 heats. Tommy Ramdon winning the first heat, 10.18. Remember, that was with a +4.4 win. Morgan Harrison also going through to tomorrow's semis okay, and Doria Hyoma, we'll have to wait and see if 10.36 is enough to go through.
Heat 2 confirmed there, Jeremiah Azu is 10.18. +3, so not quite as much wind aid, but still a lot down there. Jack Lawrence, what a strong finish, just 200ths ahead of Nicholas Walsh, getting that 2nd automatic qualifying spot into tomorrow's semi-final.
Well, there's the start list for Heat 3. Don't adjust your set. There are only 4 athletes. It's much reduced from what was originally produced. I printed off a lot of start lists last night in my naivety, and completely different start lists have come out in the last 90 minutes or so. So there's KZ Oludoyi of Harrow AC, 10.47 this year, so in good form. Oludoyi, the 23-year-old, goes in 3. Beside him, Gerald Matthew, semi-finalist last year, the Shaftesbury performer, 10.60 in recent weeks against his personal best at 10.50. So rounding into form, Andre Wright goes in lane 5. The semi-finalist a couple of years ago at these championships, run for Medway and Maidstone Athletics Club. Only 10.74 this season, although he has run 10.4. And Adam Thomas goes in lane 6, the UK indoor champion from Bracknell AC. Very powerful, quick starter, best of 10.18. Adam Thomas, although his season's best 10.39 as he peaked to perfection or got it right. Adam Thomas came 5th in the World Indoor Championships. Did Adam Thomas. Had a fabulous time back in March in Belgrade, Serbia, in the Great Britain vest. We know he'll start well. Will he hold it to the line? Oladoy in 3, Matthew in 4, Wright in 5, Thomas in 6. Thomas nearest the camera for Bracknell AC, keeps low, now comes up, going well over in lane 3 is Oladoy, but Thomas leading at the moment. He's going to come home easing through the line there. 10.21, the wind speed 3.2 behind them, and that was nice and steady and workmanlike from Adam Thomas. Plenty of experience. Now you gain in confidence almost subconsciously. You build an awareness that you belong in these sort of races and you belong near the front of them, and that was very, very impressive indeed. With minimal effort, he moves through to tomorrow's semi.
Well, we know Adam Thomas is a good starter. We saw that indoors, like you say, great showing at the World Indoor Championships in Belgrade. I think when you do a full indoor campaign like that, sometimes you've got to take time to go back into training. You've got to kind of try and protect your body and your peak for the summer season, and I was interested to see how Adam Thomas would fare here, and that looks good so far. It'd be great to see Adam Thomas put together a good 100 metres. His personal best just a shade outside that European qualifying mark, 10.18 he's run, and he's 10.16. That looks like it could be on the cards tomorrow. Let's hope for some better wind for these guys tomorrow.
Oladoy second in 10.30. Ironically, Adam Thomas had the slowest reaction time according to our computer of all of them, but he did win 10.20 ahead of Oladoy. Both of them go through okay. Gerald Matthew, with that time, 10.57, I think, will be struggling. That's quite a gap, what, about 3 metres between Oladoy and him. The wind, as you can see from those plants in the foreground of that shot, is very strong, and that is a live shot. It's not a constant wide shot taken earlier we're showing you. That is right now the home straight here at the Manchester Regional Arena. Hannah, you must have run here a few times, did you? Was it always windy when you ran?
In my first ever British Championships was here in 2005 when I was a junior. I don't know.
Are you that old?
I am.
Surely not, he says, feigning surprise.
The Birmingham was much more. That's where I did a lot more national championships. I think that might have been the only one I did here.
And was it windy?
I can't remember. I was 19. Many other things to worry about. Trying to contend with seniors over at 800 metres. I remember it being sunny and running a personal best, but that doesn't mean much when you're 19.
Fair comment. I can't remember. I can't remember last week. Never mind about a few years back.
I remember last season. I think it was definitely. I distinctly remember the men's decathlon really struggling on this first day. Everyone was excited about whether Tim Duckworth could get that Olympic qualifying mark. James Ellington there, great to see him back here at the National Championships. Yes, I remember it wasn't ideal conditions at this point last year on the Friday night. But hey, you know, we can complain about British weather anywhere in the country. I don't know, maybe able to go to Guernsey or Jersey or something. We're not going to get significantly better than we do in mainland Britain. James Ellington, what an awful injury he had a few years ago. He's worked so hard to get himself back into shape. Great to see him here today. Personal best, just a shade outside of 10 seconds. On 10.53 at the moment so far this season. Could be a nice wind for James Ellington. Get his leg speed back. See, it is a no-show there from Samuel Asiwa out in lane 8. So just the 7 competitors in this field. Always helpful when someone drops out in lane 8, so you don't have to reshuffle the rest of the competitors. There is your full lineup. Ajay Edeburan, much like Tommy Ramsden, getting that inside lane despite quite a good seeding, I'd say. Around 10.07 into a headwind, so the opposite of the conditions we're seeing here in this first round. Ajay Edeburan really back into his top form at the moment this season. Lane 2, will Koridi Awe of Invicta East Kent AC, 10.4 this season. Lane 3 will be Kieran Daly. A very impressive personal best of 10.18. He's not really that close to that this season so far, just the 10.37. But Kieran Daly has the talent there with that fast personal best. Michael Müller going lane 4, Hernhill Harrier. Lane 5 will be another athlete that's done a personal best this season, Patrick Pearce from Birchfield Harriers. Birchfield doing well in these rounds so far. Could see a few of them progressing into the semi-finals. Lane 6 will be Tyler Panton, English schools champion from last year. He's still a teenager, and he'll mixing it in the senior ranks. In lane 7, completing the lineup, will be James Ellington. As I said, coming back from that injury, really had to teach himself how to walk again, never mind how to sprint. He's doing a fantastic job. So Edeboran in 1, fastest on season's bests. Same personal best as James Ellington. I would say James Ellington very much on the comeback. So we expect strong showing from OG Edeboran in 1. Away cleanly. Edeboran in lane 1, just getting himself into his running, pretty even at the moment with the rest of the field, but Edeboran now stretching away from the rest of the field, taking Kieran Daly with him. 10:13, that's the fastest time we've seen this afternoon so far. OJ Edeboran, so much speed, he's got to rip round the side of the stadium there so he doesn't run into it. But OJ Edeboran is stamping his authority on that race.
Didn't he just? Yes. Arms rocking from side to side, but not bothered at all about being in lane 1 there. And that's a comfortable victory. A couple of metres to the good. Well, the wind again over the legal limit, plus 2.5. And those arms flailing out sideways. A lot of coaches would like to get hold of that talent, maybe tweak that, but works for him maybe. Waiting for that result to be confirmed, but all these heats being won in 10-2 or in 10-1 or thereabouts. Thomas winning the first heat in 10-20.
Great.
So it has cooled down pretty significantly as we see that result. OG Edeboran 10.13, a couple of metres ahead of Kieran Daly, but he goes through okay, the Blackheath man behind the Shaftesbury performer. And Grady Orr of Invicta East Kent 10.46. I'm just trying to work out the bubble, as they call it, the qualifiers. So our computer system doesn't give us any information in that regard, but of who is okay at the moment. But that is only the 4th heat of 9, let me remind you, if you've joined us in the last few minutes. So it's a moving feast. Tyler Panton 10.55. I doubt that is going to make the cut.
So 6 non-automatic qualifiers. 10.51 at the moment, I think, is the...
Oh, you found it. Where are you getting that?
Summary.
Oh, summary. Cunning.
So
cunning.
fancy, all these computers. But at the moment...
I take it back. The computer system is brilliant. And
44-year-old Dwayne Chambers just hanging on, I think, or if I miscounted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have miscounted.
You have.
Shahini Osman of Croydon on 10.48. At the moment, that is our fastest non-automatic qualifier.
Dwayne Chambers' club is Dwayne Chambers SC. What's that, sprint club? It's interesting, isn't it? You can set up your own little club. So, athletes preparing for heat 5 of 9 then. And there has been a very late withdrawal. I'm afraid Muslim Habib was due to be in lane 3. He is a no-show, but nearest the camera there you can see the figure of Samuel Gordon, second in the UK indoors 2 years ago, the Cardiff performer. Best of 10.24 this year. And that's Sam Ige of Belgrave Harriers, that famous South London club. Proudly sporting that vest. He's a 10.62 performer, hasn't broken 10.8 yet this year. Finest in the Southern Championships this season. There it is, the lineup, but I can confirm for you that Muslim Habib is a non-starter in lane 3. Should be a DNS beside his name. Bromby, Lawson, Efaloko, Opara and Ogali. The rest that make up this field. The middle heat of the 9 here at the Manchester Regional Arena. There is Sam Gordon. Well, lane 1's been a pretty happy hunting ground in a couple of previous heats, so maybe Sam Gordon there will be okay. There's Sam Ige, the Belgrave Harry. He goes in 2. Gordon in 1. Ige in 2. Oliver Bromby goes in lane 4. European Junior bronze medalist. Bromby, the Southampton former, that vest made famous by the likes of Roger Black and, gosh, good old Tom Bennett, bless him, all those years ago, back in the 1980s. Confidence Lawson goes in lane 5. 4th 3 years ago in these championships. Shaftesbury Barnet Harry choosing to run in an England vest today. Jonah Efaloko goes in lane 6. That Sale Harris Manchester vest means he's running on his home track in front of the home crowd. 10:27 this year, and that means he's right up there knocking on the door of the UK top 10 this season. Keze Opara, personal best this year for Lincoln Wellington, 10:60. And Destiny Ogali completes the lineup in lane 8, former English schools champion for Decorum AC. 10:67 this year, but he has run 10:45 in the past.
On your mark.
So fastest in the field on recent form is Sam Gordon in lane 1. He's actually ranked 8th in the UK this year, and as I say that, it happens, the inevitable. The heavens have just opened on the backs of these fellas as they kneel in the block position. Heat 5 of the men's 100 metres. First 2 go through by right to tomorrow's semis. Away without any troubles. They'll be glad to get this one behind them. Going well there for Southampton is Bromby, but also on this near side is Efaloko. Efaloko takes this one from Bromby, and over on the far side Sam Gordon in 3rd place. 10.21. The wind in that one plus 2.7. I don't think that little cloud burst helps. Can you believe it's pretty much stopped now? The heavens open for about 30 seconds as they were put in the blocks by the starter. Gun goes. They run in pouring rain. Second they cross the line, it stops. It's like somebody's got a tap.
But a stinker for anyone maybe hoping for a non-automatic qualifying time. But that was a great run from Jonah Efaloko there. Sam Gordon in lane 1, looking good as well. He's run so many races this season. The Welsh athletes are really working hard to try and qualify a team, 4x1 team. You have to have individual qualifiers to be able to get that, but it's a good start. Good win there from Jonah Efaloko. Oliver Bromby in 2nd, and Sam Gordon will have to wait and see if his time is fastest to go through, not automatically. And just like you say, Tim, I was going to say, when they were getting to their blocks, I was like, I couldn't smell more like rain. I was like, this is so bizarre. You can smell it, but it's not happened. And then suddenly, like you say, it turned to tap on, and it's just a drizzle now. The men out there waiting for this 6th heat, they will have got caught in this out there, and will have had some extra layers on, but they're going to have got a little bit wet in the rain and now be wondering quite what's going to happen. But often when it rains, the wind goes as well, and the wind's still absolutely there, so not good time conditions right
I know, I feel responsible because about 10 minutes ago I put my coat on. Yeah, jinxed it. It's just a little bit cool, but as you can see from the spots on this camera lens just to our right, we're pretty much central screen there, near the finish line. We've got a lovely commentary position. We're very lucky. We're even undercover, so far we haven't got wet.
Official results there, Jonah Efaloko, 10.21 from Oliver Bromby. Sam Gordon, we've still got unofficial on this, but that's the order that came across the line, so let's hope that 10.38 sticks for Sam Gordon, because at the moment that would be, I think, pretty good for an automatic qualifying spot.
We'd like to give thanks to the organisation.
Efaloko 10.21 with a 2.7. That is the 5th fastest time of the day, but it's unofficial, and therefore on the summary list, which you educated me into finding, Hannah, thanks for that. it doesn't have a Q beside his name, so it's very much unofficial.
I'd love to say I could keep track of all these heats and all those non-automatic qualifying spots just off the top of my head, but virtually impossible. Very, very glad for a computer doing it for me.
I was momentarily impressed. I thought, how's she doing this?
Against all the odds. So OJ Edeboran is the fastest qualifier at the moment with his 10.13. Gotta say, his 10.07 into a headwind, that's super impressive. And OJ Edeboran looked the best of the qualifiers so far for me. So we have got that official result confirmed there. Jonah Effeloko, Oliver Bromby in the automatic qualifying spots, and Sam Gordon with that 10.38. So at the moment, that 10.38 puts him third on the non-automatic qualifiers. So we're looking for 6 of those. Korede Awe of Invicta is East Kent. He is the last of the non-automatic qualifiers now with 10.46. But we've still got 4 heats left to go. This is heat 6 of 9 down there on the track. Got the reigning European champion in there, Zarnell Hughes in lane 3. I wonder if we might see him in the 200 through the weekend as well. That 200 is contested totally on Saturday, so the double very much possible. This being the first round of the 100 metres, the semi-final 4 o'clock tomorrow. That's what these men are aiming for. Ethan Potty, Scottish student champion from Victoria Park Harriers, has run a personal best this year of 10.62. Lane 2, we'll see Louis Hinchcliffe of the City of Sheffield and Durn. He is a Northern Junior champion and has progressed into senior championships, picking up a medal in his regional Northern Championships. There is the European reigning champion over 100 metres, holding that title from Berlin. So we skipped the edition in 2020 with the pandemic. Should have had one in Paris, but Zarnell Hughes will be a reigning champion for 4 years. Lane 4 will be Brandon Mingeli from Cambridge Harriers, representing Great Britain at under 23 level. Lane 5 is Olotimi Esan. He's done a personal best this year, wearing his Crawley AC vest.
Wonderful club.
No bias from Tim Hutchins at all. Lane 6 will be Zachary Price. Liverpool Harriers wearing his Welsh vest there. He was 3rd at the Welsh Indoor Championships. Lane 7 will be Richard Akinyibo. Silver medal at the Bucks Championships. That's the British University Championships. Be Fit Today AC. That sounds like a nice club. Okoye Kapingili. He's another Welsh athlete. He took a bronze medal at the Welsh Outdoor Championships just a few weeks ago. So Zachary Price, 3rd indoors. Okoye Kapingili, 3rd outdoors for Wales. See them in lane 6 and lane 8. But Zarnell Hughes in the Shaft Street Barnet Harriers vest. Personal best of 9.91. Done 10.05 this season, so he does have that World Championship qualifying mark. He needs to navigate these rounds safely if he wants to fight for a spot on that British team in Oregon in 3 weeks' time. No way, no problem. Some fast starts in the middle of the field there, but you can see Zarnell Hughes just as he gets into his running, moving faster than the rest of the field and pulling away fairly comfortably. Could be one of the fastest times we've seen. Not quite as fast as OJ Edeboran, but good run there from Zarnell Hughes. It looked really smooth, almost looked like a safe start. Any false starts here and he'd be straight out of the competition, wouldn't get the chance to contend that final. So Zarnell Hughes, I think that's what happened to him last year, didn't it, at the Olympic trials? False started in the final.
Well, he false started at the Birmingham Diamond League, more to the point, just over a month ago. That's his first race in June, by the way. He hasn't raced since the 31st of May. He's going to be 27 in a couple of weeks' time, so he's absolutely in his prime. He's a lovely, smooth, symmetrical-looking runner, isn't he? Very calm, not powerful, not overly powerful, not muscle-bound like so many sprinters, just a beautifully fluid runner. Good enough out of the block, stays nice and low, and then comes up after about 10 or 12 strides. Very focused. Gives it full gas, doesn't he? About the first 50 or 60, builds up to top speed, and then pretty much cruising here. Holding his form nicely, and that's good. That's fine form, plus 2.4 the win behind our reigning European champion Zarnell Hughes, who in that sort of form I hope will make the team and be able to defend his title in Munich in early August.
Absolutely, that'd be brilliant. And I really hope Zarnell Hughes turns up for the 200 as well and gets a shot at that maybe at the World Championships and all the Europeans. But yes, we do have that. Was unofficial for a bit, but now it is official. Zarnell Hughes, that 10.18. Just a whisker behind OJ Edibor, and he's still got the bragging rights today with his 10.16. Wind's dropped a tiny bit though, down to 2.4 for Zarnell Hughes. Akiniebo getting that second automatic qualifying spot. Louis Hinchcliffe just squeezing himself into those top 6 non-automatic qualifying spots. And just bumped out the likes of Confidence Lawson and Karidi Awe. And we have got 3 more heats of this men's 100 metres to go.
We do indeed, but that was impressive from Zarnell Hughes. Almost a legal wind. And I think there's plenty more in the tank there. Akiniebo will go through okay with that 10.39. As you say quite rightly, Hannah. 3 more heats to come. Things can change dramatically. At the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 10.44 is the bubble time, and that's held by Confidence Lawson of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. They're in lane 2 in this 7th heat. Elliot Jones of Liverpool and Pembroke and Sefton AC, I should say. The man beside him is perhaps the one to watch, Harry Akins-Ariti. Harry AA, as he's known. Been around a long time now as Harry. Goodness me, he's had an international career of some 15 years. There he is, just blasting out of the blocks. Fellas probably hoping we don't get another tap turning moment and another blast from above. That wasn't very nice at all a few minutes ago. Maybe it's cleared the air a little bit.
I was gonna say, this is the best we've had maybe since the decathlon long jump was going on. That was around about 2:40. This is a little bit nicer. I feel like the wind's gone down back up to that sort of 17, 18 degrees maybe. Of course, the wind trackside might be a little bit different. But what about Harry Akins-Ariti taking the title in 2020? That was super popular. You should have seen the atmosphere in that. I ran straight into the warm-up area because I thought, yeah, he's been through so much, so many injuries. He's been around so long. Sort of sneaking that title in 2020. Yeah, I really enjoyed that from Harry Akins-Ariti. I think he's struggled, picked up an injury at the European indoor... No, picked up an injury recently, hasn't he, in the last 18 months to his hamstring. It's great to see him back.
Harry's a fascinating character. He's built like the proverbial barn door. Massive pectoral muscles and everything. I mean, a physique that you just sort of go, wow, at, if you're into that sort of thing. But I remember having a chat with him a few years ago, about 5 or 6 years ago, and he said, I don't do any weights, me. Really, I don't do any weights. We were like, Harry, you're more like a bodybuilder than anything else. How can you not do any weights? No, really, I don't do any weights. So I need to ask him if there's any update on that. There he is sitting on his blocks in lane 3.
I think it's one of those things, he puts on muscle very easily, but you need a functional muscle. If you want to be a sprinter, it needs to be very functional. It needs to be able to make you faster, and I think that's his sort of... He doesn't perhaps lift at the same weight or same extent that some of his other competitors might do, or that you might expect someone of his personal best and his ability to do, because he's got that predisposition to put on muscle. But it's great if you are into social media as well. Harry's just such a massive personality on there and shares a lot of his training as well, so I think it's super interesting. But like I say, he's had his fair share of ups and downs and injuries, and that 2020 win was brilliant. Great to see him back on the Commonwealth Games team in the 4x4 in Birmingham in a few weeks' time, but we'd love to see him on a British team as well.
There is the lineup for this 7th of 9 heats in the men's 100 metres. Michael Demore, Elliot Jones, Harry Akins-Ariti, who we've been talking about, Dewey Hammond, Darian Moore, Jardy Williams and Sean O'Donnell. Harry was World Youth Champion back in 2005. There is Michael Demore, 3rd in the British Universities Championships, Blackheath and Bromley man, 10.69 this year. Elliot Jones goes in 2, 2nd in Northern Championships last year, the Liverpool, Pembroke and Sefton man. Hasn't raced this year, according to our stats. In 3, it is Harry AA, the champion back in 2020. Runs for Sutton and District AC in South London, 10.34 this year. Doesn't have him in the UK top 10 for this season. His best is 10.08. There is Dewey Hammond, the Midlands champion, runs for Cardiff AC. 10.26 this year. He could be quite a handful, Dewey Hammond here. He's in lane 4, right in the middle. He'll enjoy that. Darian Moore goes in 5. A second in the Scottish Indoor Championships, the Bromsgrove and Redditch man. 10.64 this year is his lifetime best. And Jade Williams for Harrow AC in 6 also has run 10.64 this year, but he has run 10.40 in the past. His semi-finalist 3 years back. And Sean O'Donnell goes in lane 7. Personal best this year, the London Heathside performer, 10.46. He will be right on the cusp, battling for a spot, I suspect, in the first 2. So there they are, 7 athletes. 2 go through by right. 2 more heats to come. And that bubble time, as I mentioned, 10.44 at the moment. Harry Ekinzariti in lane 3 won the World Youth title back in 2005. That's how long he's been around performing in the Great Britain colours. What, 17 years now? Damoa in 1, Elliot Jones in 2, Harry AA in 3, Dewey Hammond in 4, Darren Moore 5, Jade Williams in 6, Sean O'Donnell in lane 7. Heat 7 of the men's 100. Away without any trouble. Who's going best here? Not a great deal into the moment. Going well on the near side is O'Donnell, but Harry AA just forces himself into the lead there. Wins by a metre. And second, I think, Elliot Jones for Liverpool and Pembroke over in lane 2, effectively beside him. But 10.26 there for Harry. And plus 2.1. Well, that's frustrating, because that would have been a significant season's best for Harry AA if the wind had just eased a smidgen. He wins that fairly comfortably. Took him a little while to muscle his way to the front after about 60 or 70 metres. But he comes home okay, not limping. And as Hannah pointed out, that's been an experience for him too many times over the last 15 years and more.
Harry was under a lot of pressure in the middle of this race, from Jones to his inside and Hammond to his outside. And you can see that's mental and physical effort there to maintain the relaxation and generate that speed when you're under a lot of pressure. And Harry Ekinzariti took all the way till 75, 80 metres to separate himself from Jones and Hammond. Hammond, part of this Welsh group that were racing so much in this early season to try and get themselves onto that Commonwealth Games 4x4 kind of agenda. They needed to qualify individuals so that they could enter a 4x1 team. I think they ultimately were unsuccessful, but Darry Hammond does so many races this season that he's got a few more to contend this weekend.
There is the official results. As you can see, the wind just over the limit, but Harry Ekinzariti and Elliot Jones go through okay. Dewey Hammond on 10.42, I think, does sneak in to a qualifying spot with 2 heats to come, because it was 10.44, wasn't it? The bubble time, so to speak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it is 10.42 now. And that just shunts Confidence Lawson, the Shaftesbury man, out of the qualifying spots, I'm afraid. The gloves come off for all of them tomorrow. The big guns will, I'm sure, not hold back too much come the semis.
That 2.1. That's unfortunate, like you say, unfortunate for Harry, because that would have been quite a nice season's best there for him. But then unfortunate for those kind of fighting for non-automatic qualifying spots as well. That gives you another sort of 500 or 600s. But now we've got 2 heats left, and you do wonder if this wind's dropping and we could get back towards those 10.2s, maybe sub 10.2. We could see some European qualifying marks. So a few of these men, you kind of feel like just go for it. Who knows what the weather could be doing during your semi-final and your final tomorrow. Perhaps you should just go for it if you think you're in personal best form. This man doesn't really have to. Reece Prescott, he's the only athlete in Britain under 10 seconds this season with his 9.93 from Ostrava. Zarnell Hughes did a nice 10.05 in Ostrava as well. OJ Hedeboren, like I say, with that 10.07 into a headwind. I know I've said that probably 3 times now, but that's kind of exciting for me. I'd love to see what he could do, matching himself against Zarnell Hughes and Reece Prescott. It's a good field down there. It's going to punt a guess at Kai Chambers-Brown because of the Birchfield strip. Might be wrong. A few athletes strutting around down there. Kai Chambers-Brown should be in lane 4. Like we say, with that torrent of rain, heat 5, I think it was. Tough going for those guys. Pretty nice conditions right now. Daniel Uffat in lane 6. Christian Aiken just choosing to dunk a bottle of water over his head. It is, you know, when you're exercising, when you're getting ready to compete, it probably feels pretty damn warm down there.
Do you know, I love seeing all these fellas in their club vests. So many famous club vests, Oxford AC and Croydon Harriers and so on. That's the Oxford vest. And Hannah punching the air here. Yep, she's from that part of the world.
Go on, Oxford.
But Cardiff AC too, similar sort of colours. But, of course, club athletics, the backbone of the sport in this country. And big shout out to all the officials and coaches around the country watching who support their athletes and their club. It's a fabulous system. I think we're the envy of much of the world, certainly envy of many Americans I've spoken to when I've been over there working. They rely upon the university system, and then if you don't make it after university, you drop off the face of a cliff pretty much, without any real substantial club system in the USA.
Good to see Jacob Lee sporting that jazzy new Oxford City strip. Miguel Francis is out there in lane 9. We had heard that maybe he wasn't making the start line and then he was back out there. But we will use a full 9 lanes in these in this heat 8 of 9. Starting on the inside will be Jacob Lee. Done a personal best this season, 10:57. Got New Jersey Institute of Technology written down there as well, but sporting the Oxford City vest. Wearing a Cardiff vest will be Eli Onyewu. He's done 10:07, just 11 seconds this season. You can get under 11 seconds here today in Manchester. Lane 3 will be William Ando. Made the semi-final here in 2020. He's done 10:84 this season. A little bit faster than that to progress out of this opening round at the moment. Lane 4 will be Birchfield Harriers. Kai Chambers-Brown. He was a finalist last year. Great to see the Birchfield Harrier back in the final. Lane 5 will be Samir Williams. English Schools champion back from 2017. So many of our top athletes winning that English Schools title. We talk about structure in our sport. English Schools is a big part of developing our talent. Lane 6 will be Daniel Afaya, semi-finalist indoors this year. Lane 7, Christian Aitken, he's a Scottish champion, wearing his Shaftesbury Barnet AC Harriers vest here at the British Championships. Lane 8, fastest in Britain this year. That's why he's got that bright red number on. Reece Prescott, 9:93 from Ostrava, a brand new personal best. Haven't seen him go sub-9 since 2018, I think. Great to see Reece Prescott back under that barrier. And lane 9 will be Miguel Francis, representing Wolves and Bilston. This is his first race of 2022, so perhaps unsure what form Miguel Francis is in. Good. Really good if we could see him in the 200 on Sunday as well. Reece Prescott in lane 8. He's ranked 8th in the world this year. So you'd think this opening round here at the UK Championship should be a formality for the Enfield and Haringey athlete. But you've got to navigate these rounds. We've seen the other favourites do that so far. Adria De Boer and Zarnell Hughes, Tommy Ramden, Jeremiah Azu. Taking convincing wins in their heat.
6.
And our way without any trouble. It looked like a safe start maybe there from Reece Prescott. We saw from Zarnell Hughes as well, but Reece Prescott out there in lane 8, just moving towards the outside of his lane, but just easing through fine. He always doesn't look like he's moving that fast. It's only when you change that camera angle and see really how fast he's going. And that's the first legal wind we've seen, 1.9, but 10.23 for Reece Prescott. Looked pretty relaxed.
Well, we talked, didn't we, about how the wind can decide so much. Plus 1.9, 10.23. I think that's about the slowest winning time of all. And the wind behind them was very, very gentle. Certainly not anything like the 3s and the 4s we've seen. We had a plus 4.4, I think, in the first heat. And that, of course, affects the non-automatic spots. It's a harsh old game. He looks very relaxed, doesn't he, second left Reece Prescott. Got that long range, almost overstriding, rocking from side to side and easing right back towards the line. There's second place Miguel Francis very comfortably. He too easing off alongside Prescott, wearing that red number as defending champion.
Fastest in the UK.
Fastest in the UK this year, number 1
yes.
in the UK.
But great to see good return to form there from Miguel Francis. Actually, we haven't seen any races this season of him. He's not raced much in the last few years at all, and he looks super relaxed. But you're right, Tim, like a difference of 2 meters a second in the wind reading, and those times have totally changed. And suddenly you're worrying, you know, Reece Prescott and Miguel Francis, they could have some tough draws in their semi-final tomorrow. And that affects those non-automatic qualifiers, but it also affects that draw into the semi-final as well.
It does, I suppose, yeah. Just one heat to come now. That was heat 8 of 9, by the way. And then we've got 6 women's 100-meter heats. And just to mark your card, coming up next on the track after those women 100s, the women's 400 first round, the men's 400 first round, then the men's and women's 1500 heats. I know Hannah will be watching those with particular interest. Then the under 23,000 for women and men respectively, and the day will be rounded off at 8:40 this evening with a decathlon at 400 meters, the 5th and final event of day 1 for the multi-fellas.
So far, all the favourites making through. Gerald Aburans, Arnell Hughes, Tom Ramden. We haven't got Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. That's a shame. I think we thought we might see him. Let's see whether he turns up. 200 on Sunday, maybe. Looks at the top seeds making it through okay, which makes you wonder whether the championship record 991 of James DeSalu could be under threat. That stood all the way from 2013. It'd be really fun. Imagine that if Reece Prescott ran a personal best to win tomorrow night. But I'm getting ahead of myself. He's got to make it through those semi-finals first.
And these fellas got to make it through heat 9 and into the semis. At least 2 of them will. I don't know if any more of them will. One of the favourites for the title goes here, and that's Andy Robertson. Robertson goes in lane 6. In the meantime, there was that result. Anna Prescott looking very, very relaxed. Probably the most relaxed. I mean, ironically, the smallest wind speed behind him, 10.22, and Miguel Francis making it through okay. And Christian Aiken goes through okay, I think, at the moment with that 10.34. But Prescott looks probably the most relaxed of all the winners so far. Very, very calm. And I did see his, I think I commentated in his race, his 9.93 on Ostrava a few weeks back, and he looked absolutely supreme. So there's tons more to come from Prescott. Andy Robertson there to the left of picture. What a good indoor campaign he had. A semi-finalist at the World Indoor Championships over 60 metres in Belgrade in that Sale Harriers Manchester vest. He was second in the UK indoor, also over 60 metres. He is very much a short sprinter. His personal best 10.10 was actually in 2014, 8 years ago. He's 31 years old now. He's having a very good year. There is the lineup for this 9th and final heat of the men's 100 metres. Plummer, Isaac, Meester, Robertson, Campbell and Dollard. Lee Dollard, English schools champion, the Basildon man, goes in lane 8. So, Andy Robertson should be expecting to go through here. Best of 10.28 this year. Doesn't get him into the UK top 10, but ranking lists are can be deceptive. You know the old phrase, what is it? There are lies, damn lies, and statistics. Well, ranking lists can sometimes mislead you, and it might just be that Andy Robertson goes better than his UK ranking. There's Zanson Plummer of Shaftesbury Barnet. 10.41 this year, personal best. In good form is Plummer, 25 years old. World Junior Championships represented back in 2016. Olumide Isaac goes in lane 4, semi-finalist in the UK Indoor Championships this year for Woodford Green. 10.36 this season, really close to his best. Mike Meester, personal best this year of 10.67 for the Royal Air Force. Proudly sporting that vest. He goes in 5. There is Andy Robertson, many times under 10.20. He's only 1.74 m, about 5'9". He's built perfectly for the short 60-metre straights of the indoor tracks. In lane 7 is Alwyn Campbell, personal best this year, 10.50 for the Birchfield Harrier. Catherine Merry on the stadium announcing will be said that with a little bit more enthusiasm. She's, of course, a Birchfield Harrier. And Lee Dollard, the English schools champion I mentioned, wearing that famous Basildon AC vest, made it very famous by the likes of Eamon Martin, the last English winner, or British winner of the London Marathon on the men's side. 10:68, Dollard's lifetime best this year. So 6 men, then 2 guaranteed a spot in tomorrow's semi-finals. The 9th and final heat of the men's 100 metres. Plummer in 3, Isaac in 4, Meester in 5, Robertson in 6, Campbell in 7, Dollard to the left in lane 8. Fast legs and a good start there from Andy Robertson in the green vest, and he's storming away with this one, comfortably in the lead at the moment. Who's going to take second behind him? And it's in lane 4. It's Olamide Isaac, the Woodford Green and Essex man, and the winning time 10:23, and the wind there 3.5. Doesn't feel like it. The wind has certainly eased off over the last 10 or 15 minutes, but nonetheless 3.5 is apparently what they enjoyed. Andy Robertson won't be bothered about that at all, because he goes through just fine by the looks of things. Very good start from him. Did a lot of work over the first 20, 30 metres. Third from left.
Contrasting technique to Alwyn Campbell. Outside of Alwyn Campbell was almost bolt upright. Andrew Robertson was still driving, building that momentum. But I did think it might be a nice season's best for Andrew Robertson if he got a kind wind reading, but it wasn't to be. Okay. Leon Greenwood of Swansea Harriers coming through for that second automatic spot into the semi-final.
Just waiting for that result to be confirmed. But Robertson with 10:23 unofficially. And it is confirmed now, 3.5 metres second per wind behind them. It was indeed Andy Robertson and Isaac going through okay for Sal Harris and Woodford Green, respectively. 10:39 for Zanson Plummer. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 10:42 is the cut-off, I think, at the moment. Just waiting to see, in fact, the times from that 9th heat haven't been slotted in yet, so take that back. It looks to me like the cut-off is going to be something like, actually about 10:39. Ooh, we've got some qualifying confirmations to come for you now, we are told. Hannah.
Yes, we can get a look at those non-automatic qualifying spots, but Oje Edebor, and he looked really good to me, as did Zarnar Hughes. Oje Edebor and Anthony Ramden having to do that from lane 1. Jeremiah Azu was out there in lane 8, so you know, these athletes not really minding what lane they are, they can turn it on wherever they are. Adam Thomas, Jonah Efiloko, Reece Prescott, Andrew Robertson, all of those men won their heats. So good running from them. We will take an awful lot of guys. How many will we take? 3 times 8, 24 through to the semi-finals. That's my guess. Miguel Francis, great to see him back running after a few years off. David Morgan Harrison took a good second. And that was our other heat winner. We saw Harry Atkins Ariti win his heat as well. So Sean Aiken there. Been awarded a personal best, but not quite confirmed with that little Q yet. We would expect a little Q for Sean Aiken as a non-automatic qualifier.
Yes, 6 non-automatic qualifier.
We've got the automatic Qs there, and I think we can deduce there are 6 gaps there for non-automatic qualifiers to fill up our 24 spots. So it looks like it could be Chad Miller as the last person in Hercules Wimbledon AC. If there are 3 semi-finals tomorrow, that will be our 24 athletes.
And there are definitely 6 non-automatic qualifiers, so there should have been some little cues there. And I think you're right, Chad Miller with 10:40 was the cut-off. He enjoyed a 3 metre per second wind behind him to come 4th in Chad Miller in heat 2. And the ladies are out for these 6 100-metre heats. The pressure is maintained, and all the officials in the stadium, a quick shout out for them and thanks for their time being given so enthusiastically in race after race, event after event on the infield as well.
Do you think this first Friday night is the most number of athletes, the most number of races? It is a really tough night for our officials. I wonder if they breathe a bit of a sigh of relief once they get through all of these different heats. Heat one of the women's. They'll probably get a bit of a nicer length of warm-up down there, I reckon. Kelsey Stewart, Scottish athlete, just out there in lane 8. The rest of the heats, they'll probably get churned out a bit faster than this. They won't get so long to play with their blocks. I think the first race isn't due off till 5:35, so they have got about 5 minutes to sort themselves out down there. This is a good first heat, but this event in general, I think, Dina Asher-Smith coming in with a silver medal from the World Championships and the accolades, is reigning European champion over 100 and 200, reigning world champion over 200. But Daryl Nita, we're going to see her in a few heats' time, but Daryl Nita almost, she's come out really well in this season. She made that Olympic final, got under 11 seconds for the first time, and she looks inspired by that. And you want, you know, it is Dina Asher-Smith and her coach John Blackie. Are they playing the kind of sensible game, pacing their season? And we might see Dina Asher-Smith put a shift up a gear in this next month as we look towards the World Championships, Commonwealth Games, Europeans. But hey, who's to say Daryl Nita doesn't have another gear left to go as we move into sort of the business end of the season? But to have two women underneath 11 seconds in Daryl Nita and Dina Asher-Smith in this 2022 season is really awesome. And I think both the men and the women in this really short sprints in the 200 are just representing Great Britain so well on the world level.
No, you're absolutely right, Anna. And you and I were both in Paris last weekend, and we saw Daryl run that 10.99. And I had a very brief conversation with you, probably talked to her more, but I said to her, hey, well done, Daryl, great race. And she said there's a lot more to come. That was it. It was the extent of the conversation, but she was full of confidence. And athletes don't say that and when they're running well unless they know. Yeah,
and it's when someone looks relaxed and enjoyed it, they're enjoying it, and you definitely got that vibe from Daryl Nita last weekend. But hey, this is a business time now, and you get like this and you get to British Championships and there's spots on the line. You kind of say if either one of those do come across an issue this weekend that the selectors might be kind to them anyway. That's the way this season's unfolding. 10:11 is a qualifying time for the World Championships. Marnie Lansako is the next closest to that with 11:23. She's underneath that European qualifying mark. But I don't think we'll get more than 3 women with that World Championship qualifying mark this season. Kelsey Stewart is taking her time out there in lane 8. Staring down the track. Love it when athletes focus in like that. Izzy Tustin of Wales inside her as well. Good home nations representation. Love to see that spread of clubs, spread of home countries here at the British Championships. Look like they're ready to get underway with this first heat in the women's 100 metres. Like we say, heat 1 of 6, first 3 automatically through, so a bit kinder perhaps in the men's. That was first 2. So first 3 automatic, and then we'll add some non-automatic qualifiers as well. 6 non-automatic qualifiers. I have to wait for all of these to unfold. Just to mark your cards, that championship record, Dina Asher-Smith, 10.91. I'm not sure what year Dina Asher-Smith did that, but it's a good championship record, one to shoot at. There's the full lineup. Fastest in this field on season's bests. Alicia Reese there in the middle. She'll go in lane 4. We will take you through the full lineup, starting with Rebecca Yago, Colchester Harriers in lane 1. Indoor and outdoor finalist at the UK Championships. So she's been here, she's done it, almost got the T-shirt. Great to see Bianca Williams back up. She took some time off to have her first trial, but she is part of that defending European 4x1 team from Berlin. Lane 3 is Northern medalist Nicola Cahill from Jarrow and Hepburn AC. 10.89 this season. Lane 4, she was second in indoors in Birmingham, representing Scotland. Alicia Reese, that was at the Indoor Championships just a few weeks ago. Aaliyah Sibbons will go in lane 5. She's the brand new Bucks champion. That championships happened in Chelmsford a few weeks ago. So opened up her season well. Lane 6, Bedoyan Adarinto. She's run a personal best of 12.02 this season. Lane 7 will be the silver medalist from the recent Welsh Championships, Izzy Tunstall. 12.03, season's best and personal best for the Welsh athlete. And completing the lineup will be a Scottish athlete, Kelsey Stewart, representing Thames Valley Harriers. Personal best of 11.87 this season. So full lineup: Jaego in 1, Williams in 2, Cagle in 3, Rees in 4, Sibbons in 5, Adorinto in 6, Tustin in 7, Stewart in 8. Alicia Rees in lane 4. Fastest athletes this year. Coming off that silver medal at the UK Indoor Championships. Could be someone we'd expect to be able to navigate this round safely. They fight for a spot in tomorrow's semi-final. All getting away cleanly. Sibbons got a good start just to the side of Rees, but you can see Rees just building that momentum through this race. Bianca Williams having a good run in lane 2. Bianca Williams on the comeback trail, running faster with every race she does. It will be Bianca Williams taking the win in that race. Wind illegal 2.4, but that's season's best. Yeah, wind allowing. Bianca Williams came in with 11.4 as the season's best, 11.3 there, just to take the win from Alicia Rees.
Yeah, that is encouraging for Bianca Williams, isn't it? Very strong through the second half. No wonder she's smiling. Second to ride. I thought there was a little twitch from Williams there, but she comes up and very, very smooth running. Good running from Rees. Powerfully built Rees. Under a little bit of pressure from the athlete 2 lanes to her left. But they are a long way ahead of third place, aren't they, boy? As for the men, 6 fastest losers spots, but the first 3 go through by right, so slightly softer qualifying in these 6 women's 100 heats. 1 down, 5 to go.
To me, it almost looked like Alicia Rees just maybe took her foot off the gas a tiny bit in the last 30 or 40. Maybe she couldn't quite sense Bianca Williams to her inside. So I think there could be more in the tank there for Alicia Rees. And that was almost a... You know, I don't know what you'd give it, maybe a B+, not for, but sort of execution. You can see the unofficial result there. Bianca Williams just ahead with 10.31. Looked like a larger winning margin to me, to the naked eye here at the Manchester Regional Arena, but that's maintained as the official result. Bianca Williams 100th ahead of Alicia Rees, and Elias Sibbons coming through for that 3rd automatic qualifying spot.
Well, as we said, 5 to come. The rain staying away at the moment. If you just joined us in the last few minutes, we had literally about a 30 or 40 second downpour about 40 minutes ago in the middle of the men's 100-meter heats. A few lads, very unfortunately, were the only ones to get rained on in that middle heat of the men's 100, but I don't think it affected them too much. Winds remained strong. It was 2.5 meters per second in that first women's heat. So you can see the athletes getting ready for this next heat. Those blocks have to be adjusted to the centimetre. You can see tiny adjustments being made. Something they go through hundreds of times in training. Tape measures or just the length of your shoe might be enough for some. They're stamped into the surface. And just occasionally, although not so much these days, you hear about, you see blocks slipping in races as the athlete pushes hard off them. And that can be absolutely disastrous for the athlete affected. In lane 4, you can see Asha Phillip, the Newham Essex Beagles athlete, very experienced, 11.10. Asha Phillip's lifetime best. Probably the most experienced in this race. Plenty of time for them to set up. That's good, isn't it? They don't have to rush themselves, these athletes.
Not at all. Diani Walker there in lane 5, Birchfield Harriers. Just taking their time. I think it was Reece Prescott. He had some block issues at the Birmingham Diamond League, sort of cramp as he drove out the block. I was so shocked when he ran that sub-10 clocking in Ostrava, because it was so different from his performance at the Birmingham Diamond League. And I think there was some sort of issues with the blocks there. These athletes taking no chances. We talk about feel-good stories. I was talking about Harry Atkins-Ariti winning this title back in 2020, but Asher Phillips making that Olympic team last year. She ran fantastically well to pick up a silver medal here at the UK Championships behind Dina Asher-Smith last summer. Just what a comeback. You know, you think about someone's got all that experience and they can just turn it on. You know, they can get to this UK Championship level and just bring that extra level that some athletes, some of the younger up-and-coming athletes, they haven't been in this high-pressure environment so far. And Asher Phillips, so experienced. You see her there in lane 4. She's already ready to go.
Well, earlier on this morning, we had the first round of the 400-metre hurdles for men, and we can have a look at the qualifiers now for the final. Here we are. It was straight from the final, from the heats into the final. Only the winner went through by right, as you can see. Foulds, Derbyshire, McAllister, Chalmers, Nibbs, Stickings, Paul, and Mackaya is the field. Chris McAllister second in his heat in 50.140. It was the fastest, indeed the third fastest of all of them for that final tomorrow. And there is the lineup for this women's second heat. Emanuela Cohn of Cardiff AC has lane 2. Leonie Ashmead, Asher Phillip in 4. Diane Walker, Brooke Ironside, and Drolita Awala Shaw for Newham and Essex Beagles. And there is Cohn, and Cohn at just 19 years old, Welsh under-20 indoor champion a couple of years back. Leonie Ashmead goes in lane 3. Ashmead, well, Northern indoor champion, best of 11.71. And Asher Phillip, well, she is so experienced. You don't lose those nerves, though. You need to be nervous coming into championships like this. Doesn't matter how experienced you are, you will remain very nervous. Diane Walker goes in lane 5. Just the one armband, an arm sleeve on her left arm. Ironside goes in lane 6. Brooke Ironside of Bournemouth AC. Able to enjoy that lovely weather down on the south coast. And Drolita Awala Shaw goes in lane 7. Awala Shaw of Brigham Young University beside her name. That's interesting for a UK Championships. You don't see that, do you, generally? A US university as your represented club, so to speak. Anyway, second heat of the women's 100 metres. First 3 go through by right. 2 Brits already this year under 11 seconds. British female sprinting in very fine fettle. Asher Smith 10.98. Darrell Neater 10.99 just a few days ago in Paris. Away they'll go. Then Asher Phillips third from right in the yellow vest of Newham and Essex Beagles. She leads at the moment. Under a bit of pressure though on the near side from Diane Walker, but she's going through that drop about 1.5 meters, and in fact lane 3. It was a good run from Leonie Ashmead of Wakefield and District Harriers and Athletics Club, taking second spot, and I think Diane Walker taking third. 11.36 there with a wind speed of plus 2.4 behind them. So again, wind-assisted times, but it matters not a jot. Those 3 make it through to the semis okay. Phillip, Ashmead and Walker.
Really good second half of the race from Ashmead. Just coming through really strongly in the last 50 metres there. Diane Walker got a great start. Always looked like she was trying to hang on for Asher Phillips as long as she could, but Leonie Ashmead, she was nowhere within the first 20 metres and the first 30 metres. And came on really strongly in the second half to get that second spot. But Diane Walker will get that third automatic qualifying position into the semi-final. 4:30 tomorrow for that semi-final. We'll close out tomorrow's Saturday programme with the big races, that final of the women's 100 and the men's 100. It'll be something for everyone at home and here in the stadium to look forward to.
There it is officially at 11.35 for Asher Phillip ahead of Leonie Ashmead and Diane Walker, 11.74. The Brooke Ironside to 11.93. We'll have to wait and see. We'll just check on how things are looking after 2 heats. And that result is official. And the summary so far, well, 6 fastest loser spots. It's 12.14 at the moment, very modest qualifying bubble time, and I'm sure that will come down inside 12 seconds over the next 3 or 4 races.
Yeah, see how this, well, like we say, how that was wind fed. It started off at +4 point something for the first of the men's heats, and then dropped all the way down to 1.9 as we move through those events. So hopefully we won't get another downpour. It does seem like it's brightening up a tiny bit here in Manchester. Our first look at Darryl Neater. Said she's just 2nd on the UK rankings by 100th behind Dina Asher-Smith. Dina running that race out at Prefontaine Diamond League. Elaine Thompson-Hurrah ran 10:79 that day. You can't say, I mean, Darryl Neater had perfect competition in Paris. She had Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price. She went out and ran 10.6 there. So Darryl Neater can't say, well, you know, Dina was in a better race, that's why I've run 100 seconds slower. They both had brilliant competition opportunities this season. And that's what I love about national championships. The chance to get to see these two up against each other is going to be really great. They've got to navigate these rounds. So much jeopardy, like we say, at false start and you're out of here. I'm sure that's an awful lot of what these athletes are thinking about when they're down there preparing. Sort of those cagey, safe starts from some of the big men's names. I think we could see that from Darryl Neater and Dina Asher-Smith today when they've got season's best 0.3 of a second faster than anyone else.
They ought to be playing it pretty safe. Yeah. I mean, the British selection system is interesting, isn't it? Because the US Championships, which is going on at the moment, Hannah, yesterday was day 1, and there was a big surprise to Carrie Richardson not making it through to the final of the 100 metres there. But their championships are very, very unforgiving. First 3 across the line, that is it. Year after year after year. And they have such massive strength in depth in so many events. The vast majority of events, they can afford to adopt that policy. Not many other nations can. And I think in the UK, we've got it about right now, haven't we? We've got a sort of hybrid version of it. It's taken quite a few years to get through to this. After, back in my day, in the 80s and 90s, there was so much arguing and deliberation and ridiculous situations where coaches were getting involved, and it was a pretty mucky process on occasion. And many of my generation suffered at the hands of rather dodgy selectorial decisions. Now I think things are much more straightforward, and rightly so. And you know, first 2 here, and you're good.
Well, Tim, I've got to say, that's something, I was part of our athlete commission for a long time. We formed it 5 years ago. It was really something that we were very passionate about. We used to have top 1, and you didn't have to come. And we sort of petitioned and worked really hard to try and work it to mandatory attendance without a medical exemption, and top 2, just for that. When you're a high performing athlete, and you're up there in the best in the world like Darryl and Dina, you might say, oh, hang on a minute, I don't want to have to go and do this. I could be training, I could be off on the circuit testing myself against the world's best. But for the better sort of, for me, for fans and for athletes that are outside of that very, very top echelon, mandatory attendance and automatic qualifying spots is really brilliant, and just puts it in the hand of the athletes. Darryl Neater will be down there in lane, I had it in lane 1, looks like she's in lane 2. As we say, ranked number 2 in the UK with her sub-10, sub-11 clocking. Sarah Malone is a Bucks finalist for Edinburgh AC. She will go in lane 3. Lane 4 will be Ellie Turner. She's made the semi-final before. Could she do that again today and then turn her attention perhaps towards a spot in the final? Lane 5 will be Lucy Hode. She's made finals at an age group level, not at a senior level yet for the Sutton District AC athlete. Lane 6 will be Alison Bell. She's the Scottish junior champion, 11:58 this season. And she's improving season on season. Lane 7 will be Rachel Miller. She picked up medals at this level. Oh, we've lost Rachel Miller, apologies. Gwendoline Datey, I think she's still a teenager, the Woodford Green and Essex lady. She'll be in lane 7. And lane 8 will be Ellie Mae Bandy, bronze medalist at the England Championships last year. That's Rachel Miller that we've lost from this heat. Gwendoline Datey and Ellie Mae Bandy completing the lineup out there in lane 7 and lane 8. So Neater in 1, Malone in 2, Turner in 3, Hode in 4, Bell in 5, Datey in 7, and Bandy in 8. Like we said, we thought it might be a safe start from Darryl Neita. Looked pretty conservative, but as we move through the 50-metre mark, Darryl Neita just running away from the rest of the field. She is not taking this first round easy. 11.05 from Darryl Neita. Seems like she wants to test herself every round here at the UK Championships. Or maybe she's just in that good a shape that 11.05 with a following wind of 2.8 looks that easy. But a great run there from Darryl Neita.
She looked remarkably relaxed, didn't she? Absolutely. I mean, effectively running with one arm tied behind her back nearly. It looked so simple. And just striding through high knees. That was almost like a stride you do before a race. 11.05. There she's extreme right of picture, Darryl Neita, the Cambridge Harrier. Lovely high knees, good and symmetrical out of the blocks. Now comes up. Here she's been shutting down and just striding along, not really pumping hard with the arms. Arms are lowered here from 35 metres out, and she wins by 6 metres, something like that. Very impressive from Darryl Neita. And without any doubt, there is going to be a lot on the line come the final between her and Dina.
Really will be. I think it might have been a Scottish 2-3 behind her. Alison Bell, a Gifford North AC athlete, finishing really strongly for second place. And I think Sarah Malone might just have nipped the third position and that last automatic qualifying spot. Pretty tight there for third place. I do think Alison Bell, the youngster from Gifford North, got a really good second place.
You're right. It was Bell and Malone second and third, and Turner, 1/100th of a second. Ellie Turner misses out on Medway and Maidstone athlete misses out on an automatic spot. 11.74 to Malone's 11.73 in third place. Let's see if we can see what the cut-off time is now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 11.97. It has come down inside 12 seconds, and it will continue to get quicker, I'm sure.
See that official result there, Darryl Neita. Wow, that's got to be by far the biggest margin we've seen here in these sprint heats, and I'd be surprised if anyone gets near that. 0.56 is the winning margin for Darryl Neita, ahead of Alison Bell and Sarah Malone, the two Scottish athletes taking second and third. And Ellie Turner will have to sit and wait. We'll see. 11.74 at the moment. It's pretty good running. That was our lost track. What was that? That was our fourth heat? No, that was our third heat. Yes.
I know what you mean, though.
Oh, I was looking everywhere for it. It does say heat 3 on the top. That was a lovely help. Lovely help there. It is there right on the screen for me. But when we've been through nine men's heats. We'll see. I
have to tell you, we're getting updates to some of these heat lineups about a minute before they when the cameras turns to them. So it's very much, I think I've used the phrase already once, but it's a moving feast. These championships, athletes have to declare, but then they pull out if they don't feel great and warm up, and it changes all the time. Anyway, there is the lineup for heat 4. Taylor Spence, Ashley Nelson goes in lane 3. Watch her, Serena Grace, Imani Lanziquot, she's in good form too. Megan Webber, Alana Fashanu, and Nia Costley making that lineup. Nia Costley from Herne Hill Harriers. It's a great club in South London based at Tooting Bec. There's Taylor Spence from Orkney AC. 11.89 this year. That is her lifetime best. Ashley Nelson from the City of Stoke club. So experienced and all smiles, but I'm sure nervous. 11.49 this year. Her lifetime best is 11.1, 11.19. Imani Lanziquot is there as well, and it looks like Serena Grace is a no-show in lane 4. Indeed she is, the Norwich athlete. Lanziquot in 5. Megan Webber goes in 6. Megan Webber, Torbay Athletics Club. 11.98 has just tipped under 12 seconds this year. Alana Fashanu goes in 7. The Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, 11.62 this season. And Nia Costley completes the lineup, all smiles, in that famous red and black hooped vest of Herne Hill Harriers. 11.86 this year, her lifetime best. Quite a few athletes in this race have set their lifetime bests this year. In fact, 4 of the 6 athletes out there. It is lane 4 that is empty at the moment. and will remain empty for this race, of course. So away they go. Ashley Nelson, second right, working hard, also looking good at the moment is Lindsay Quo. Lindsay Quo striding through the pair of them, way ahead of the rest. In third place, they're taken by Alana Fashanu, I think, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier in lane 7. So it was Lindsay Quo and Nelson with the empty lane between them. That winning time 11:22 with a 1.5 wind. Well, that's a season's best for Lindsay Quo if it is confirmed. Very encouraging indeed, and I think only the second legal wind we've seen all afternoon, from 9 men's heats and now 4 women's.
Great run off Ashley Nelson as well. One of those athletes that's been around performing at such a high level from such a young age. Ashley Nelson, her brother, was a great competitor as well, but really nice to see Ashley Nelson going toe for toe there with Imani Lansiko through that finish line. Focus on Imani Lansiko here. She's really building up a lovely career, running really consistently year on year, contributing massively to that 4x1 team, as has Ashley Nelson over the years as well. Those two, I think that'd be a lovely throwback for those two. They've been teammates so much on the relay. To cross the line first and second, there's a really nice run, and nice to see that legal wind as well.
Well, let's take a look at the official result of that 4th heat. 1.5 the wind. It was legal. Lindsay Quo ahead of Nelson and Fashanu. Those are the 3 who go through, and that 11:21 is indeed a season's best for Imani Lindsay Quo. Very pleasing indeed. She was 3rd fastest Brit this year, behind Ashton Smith and Nita, albeit a couple of tenths of a second behind them, but she closes up a little bit with that win. And we can go over to Ewan Thomas right now. The field action continues.
Well, it is time for the next event in the men's decathlon. I can tell you, after 3 events, there is no change at the top. The first 2 remain as they were. A great shot put window for Elliot Thompson brings him into 3rd, but in pole position it is still Jack Turner. He's on 2,386 points. Behind him, Caius Joseph, 2,356. And as I said, Elliot, a fantastic win and shot on 2,322. Just 60 points still remain between the first 3 athletes. To put that into perspective, in this next event, that's about 8 centimetres. It is time for event number 4. It is the high jump.
Great breakdown there from Ewan Thomas, helping us figure out what's going on. We didn't see an awful lot of these men during their shot put competition, but we did think Elliot Thompson might squeeze himself up into the medals. He's very good in the shot put. Jack Turner is holding the lead at the moment, and he has got the biggest personal best with that 2 metres and 5 centimetres in this event in the high jump. But Caius Joseph isn't, I don't know, 189. Caius Joseph, he really could give some points away to the likes of Jack Turner, allow Jack Turner to stretch away. Elliot Thompson has got a personal best around about 8 centimetres higher than Caius Joseph. That could be enough to change around that silver and bronze position. They probably spent quite a lot of time together, these men. They'll get themselves ready for this high jump. Just the 5 athletes on your screen there. Can see another couple. Definitely haven't lost. Schultz is down there. He's striding around. Just hope we have got full complement of men starting this high jump event. It would be a shame to miss any.
Well, Jack Turner has got a real opportunity in that men's shot to extend his lead. Hannah with 2:05. He's by some margin the best of those high jumpers, so the pressure on him to perform up to what he's capable of.
Got heat 5 of 6 down there on the track. You can see Dina Asher-Smith with that red bib. So Reece Prescott have to carry that through the men's event, doing that successfully, winning his heat. But Dina Asher-Smith will be in lane 3. We have lost Hannah Williams. She was due to be in lane 7, but they've shifted Lorraine Ugan into that lane instead. Hannah Williams perhaps focusing on the 400 metres later. Let's hope we see her there. This is a good lineup here in heat 5. Dina Asher-Smith in heat 3, in lane 3. We hope that she could navigate a win here in this heat. 3 athletes in this event that have qualified for the Commonwealth Games in a range of events. Joy Easy will be in lane 2. She picked up a bronze medal at the European Under-20 Championships last season. Dina Asher-Smith in lane 3. She's a reigning 100-metre champion in this UK Championships. Took that title last year. Silver medal at the Worlds in Doha over 100 metres. Taking that win in the 200. Rounding into form in this 2022 season. Eve Wright will go in lane 4. Shafty Barnett Harrier has represented Great Britain at an under-20 level already. Lane 5 will be Shani Skirvin. She's been close to her personal best, 12.82 this season, representing Notts AC. Lane 6 will be Holly Mills, much better known for her combined events exploits, 4th place at that World Indoor Championships in Belgrade. She's been selected for the Birmingham Commonwealth Games, as has Lorraine Ugan. She's been selected in the long jump. UK record holder in her favourite event, that long jump, but testing her speed here. She's coached by Dwight Phillips, sort of renowned for having that flat speed and being a really proficient long jumper. So Lorraine Ugan perhaps taking that guidance. Dina Asher-Smith in lane 3. Holly Mills again just testing herself here in an event. This event isn't contested in the heptathlon. Holly Mills testing her flat speed against the best domestic competition. Good clean start. Did look like a good start there from Dina Asher-Smith, not hanging around in the blocks, moving through her gears, moving through her race plan, and Dina Asher-Smith pulling away easily. Lorraine Ugan looking like she could challenge to the top 3, maybe not quite for the long jump specialist. Dina Asher-Smith takes the win. Joy Easy running well there in lane 2. Right, closing out that top 3 automatic, but I might have to have a look at the replay. I was getting excited. Lorraine Ugan was part of the Commonwealth Games gold medal relay squad. It was almost like a National League sort of situation when you've got to draft in someone because everyone else is injured. Lorraine Ugan has competed well over the relay internationally.
Well, we all know that long jumpers can produce very good speed when they need to, but speaking of good speed, look at Dina here. Very, very smooth indeed. Nice and calm, low shoulders, relaxed in the shoulders. I think running with about 85% effort there. Dina, 11.16 is confirmed. The wind plus 2.5, so they had a rather handy wind behind them, but that wasn't racing in anger for Dina. She hasn't raced a great deal this year. She's really kept her powder dry. I think as a World 200-metre champion, we have to give her and her views, or the knowledge of her coach John Blackie, isn't it? The respect they deserve as knowing how to handle a long testing season like this one. And a lot of athletes could probably have done a lot worse than look at the way she's raced so far this year and what she plans to do from here on. We know she's in good form. She ran 10.98 in Eugene. It was back in late May, well, a month ago now, effectively. In fact, almost a month ago to the day. But that's very encouraging for Dina. Clearly things going okay.
Good runs there from Joy Easy and Eve Wright. And they might even still be under-20s, those two. If not, they're only just out of that under-20 rank. So how exciting to line up either side of Dina Asher-Smith. I'm sure they were trying to play it cool and concentrate on their race and not get distracted.
Well, Chaos Joseph going here at 166 and gives it a little clip.
That was a third-time failure for Chaos. Now, I wonder if that's no points. That would be...
The Basingstoke man was in second place overall coming into this, and he takes off too early for that one. He travels an awful long way before he starts crossing the bar, doesn't he? And for Chaos Joseph, that is very disappointing. Yeah.
I've got the marks on my system. I've only got the shot put still being shown there. There's the official result of the women's 100. Dina Asher-Smith winning by not quite as much as we saw Darryl Nita to win her heat by, but still a very comfortable victory over Joy Easy and Eve Wright. Lorraine Ugan with a season's best in that 10.62. Just keep an eye on those non-automatic qualifying spots, but Lorraine Ugan, a bit of a bid. I think she might be in that top 6 of the non-automatic qualifying spots at the moment, which would be pretty impressive. Right, so Caius Joseph still down there, looking like he's going to take a jump. So maybe he does have another attempt at this opening height of 1.69 meters. Okay, I think the scoreboard in the stadium got me worried without cause. I think it's now saying that that was his second attempt. So Caius Joseph.
166 a minute ago.
Oh, I was thinking, how have they done so many jumps already? We've, you know, it's right in front of us, and we hadn't missed any. So I think Caius Joseph, first time failure at 1.69 meters, and that's a second time clearance at 1.69 meters. Phew, panic over. I thought poor Caius Joseph.
Did they say 166? Either that or my eyes are failing me, and they're massive numbers and they're about 25 yards away. Anyway, there it is, 166 second time, 169 second time. And Caius Joseph, who is a 189 jumper, really shouldn't be struggling in the 160s, goodness me. But he's doing okay.
He's still in there. I got more note. Hopefully he knew how many attempts he'd had, and that wouldn't have been a problem for him. Schluter down there looks like the only other athlete that's interested in these opening heights. Everyone else still got their tracksuit on. It's the first attempt at 1.72 meters for Schluter, not to be for the University of Washington student. Schluter just gliding in. He's getting his torso over it. Just couldn't get those hips up and over the bar. Schluter's got a personal best of 193, annotated as an indoor mark.
Well, I think the our computer system is updating it. It's rather an awkward one to decipher.
I think that's Tim Duckworth there. Backs up my theory that University of Washington does an awful lot of multi-events. Perhaps Tim Duckworth, the reigning British champion, just lending a bit of coaching support to some of the younger athletes down there.
There's the lineup for heat 6, the 6th and final heat of the women's 100 metres. Millie King, Hanny Breyer, Hannah Foster, Rachel Largy-Polion, Crystal Awua, Elisa Modeste, and Success Edouin for Sale Harriers. The local crowd was supporting the local lass in lane 8 nearest the stands. There is Millie King. King competing for Ipswich Harriers, hasn't broken 12 seconds. Nervous moments these for her. Hannah Breyer goes in lane 3. Millie King in 2. Breyer of Swansea Harriers, 11.45 this year. Then Hannah Foster in those famous colours of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. She's in 4. 11.99 this year. It's just dipped under 12 seconds. Rachel Largy-Polion and the Croydon Harrier is 11.94 this year. Again, she is an athlete who's in her best form ever for this 6th and final heat. Crystal Awua, far more experienced than the majority of this field, the Herne Hill Harrier. 11.16 her lifetime best, 11.36 this year. Elise Modeste of Enfield and Haringey AC goes in 7, and Success Edouin completes the lineup there in lane 8 in the Sale Harriers colours. 11.86 this year, not too far off her best of 11.72. The first 3, remember, go through by right. This is a revised lineup.
On your mark.
First 3 go through by right, by the way. This is the 6th and final heat. 11.85 is the bubble time at the moment.
Correct.
Away without any trouble. Crystal Awua, third from left. Going really well in 3, though, is Hannah Breyer. Hannah Breyer of Swansea, storming away for this one. About a metre up on Awua, and then there was a big gap back to 3rd place. 1.7, another legal wind. It has eased down. It's what, almost 6:10 local time here in Manchester now. 11.34 confirms the winning time, and that wind was 1.7. Hannah Breyer, that is a big new personal best for Hannah Breyer. Not only a season's best, a personal best. 11.39 was her best coming here, and 11.34, 11.33 in fact, it's been adjusted to. She cannot believe it.
I think I heard Jeff Whiteman's He might have said Welsh record, which Jeff Whiteman's announcing here in the stadium. I'm not sure. 11:33. I don't know, but Hannah Breyer, she was selected for Wales in 2014 to compete at the Commonwealth Games for them as a youngster, and she didn't make the 2018 championships, but she's back on that Welsh team for Birmingham 2022, and that is a brilliant run there. 11:33, knocking 600ths off her personal best. Some quality athletes behind her. Crystal Owuhu coming through really well for that second place, and Success Edwin looking like she might have nipped that third spot.
Well, she is the Welsh champion, is Hannah Breyer. She was 6th in the World Juniors 5 years back. She's a big talent, but she's just taken a big step forward. She's a real little power pack, isn't she? 24 years old now, and has waited a long time for this sort of improvement.
So back to the men's decathlon high jump. Schluter looks like he's gearing up there. This is his third attempt at 1m72. Wonder if he's ready to have a go at that. Schluter just adjusting that knee brace. I'm not entirely sure, but I think 1m72 might have been Schluter's opening height, in which case if he doesn't get over this it might mean no points. I haven't got live eyes on the scorecard for this decathlon high jump.
Well, I'm sure we can pull it up. Let's just try and do that now.
I think there was one on the screen there suggested. I know there'd be someone at home screaming at me saying it was just on the screen, but I was trying to look somewhere else for it. But it doesn't matter. He's gone over 1m75. So, oh, I see. So the bar had gone up to 1m75. I think the live scoreboard we've got in the stadium is differing from what the live action that's actually happening. Bit of a disjoint there. So in the stadium, that's suggesting that's a first-time clearance. Third-time clearance at 1m75. I'm very sorry. There we go. Hopefully Tim Duckworth knows what's going on, and we've got a great graphic there to confirm that was a first-time clearance at 1m75.
Yeah, our computer system is not doing a supreme job at the moment of updating itself to keep up with events over there on the D. In fact, at the moment it's saying best jump by anybody is 169, which clearly it's not. Now, Chandler next to go. Tom Chandler. He's a 188 jumper, and that's a nice clearance, and he likes it. Good stuff from Chandler. Holding his left hamstring there, mind you. Got the 400 and then the hurdles tomorrow to contend with. So 175. Well, that is worth 585 points. Yeah, icing. Is he icing? No, massaging that right hamstring, I think. A little struggle at 172. No wonder he's pleased with that first-time clearance. Maybe a little bit of tightness just creeping into the top of those muscles as the day wears on.
Carrying any tightness in a decathlon, you want some first-time clearances. Caius Joseph, and that's his second attempt at 1m75. We'll get a graphic popping up, but Caius Joseph having to take multiple attempts at most of these heights. He almost getting his high point a little bit ahead of the bar there. Just knocking the bar down as he flew through. So there we see that was his second time failure at 1m75. Took him 3 attempts to get 1m72. So Caius Joseph using a lot of energy here to try and pick up some points. Maybe he knew he was under pressure. His personal best of 1m89 is somewhat off that of Jack Turner at 2m05. You see Jack Turner in the white jumper there, just taking a sip of his drink, just chilling out. So I haven't got to come in yet. Elliot Thompson doing the same. He's saying, I don't need to take my kit off yet, get ready. Charlie Rowe, those orange shoes and his shorts. He doesn't need to come in yet either.
That's always interesting, isn't it, in the vertical jumps, when you see athletes who can sit around in the pole vault watching other people struggling at lower heights. We see it so much with the likes of Mondo Duplantis, for example. As some athletes come in, clear a few heights, go out of the competition. He's just sitting there, twiddling his thumbs, waiting for the bar to move up to something that he thinks is worth attempting. Now, Caius Joseph next to go. There's his card, and he's been living dangerously, hasn't he? Third time clearance in 172. This is third and final attempt at 175, Joseph. He is a 189 jumper. Is well within his compass. 400 to come. Don't let's forget, that's at 8 o'clock. In fact, 8:40 tonight. It's now 6:15. They've got, well over 2 hours after this to prepare for the 400. But this is now or never for Caius Joseph. Nice clearance. Yeah. Must be thinking, what on earth was I doing my first two efforts? He pops over that so comfortably, so casually. Yeah. It looks like a 189 jumper covering that, although it does give it a little tickle. If you joined us in the last half hour or so, you're watching these Müller UK Athletics Championships of 2022. There's Joseph's card, 175 in this fourth discipline in the Decathlon for the multi-eventers. We're at the Manchester Regional Arena on this first of 3 days that will see the British team for the World Championships, which start 3 weeks today in the Pacific Northwest of the USA in Eugene, Oregon. Then we'll see the team selected at the end of this weekend. And then it's a case of just sharpening up, getting the training right, getting out there in plenty of time to get over, what, the 8-hour time difference. Hannah, you've got plenty of experience in that sort of thing. If you were competing in Eugene, would you be heading out there in about a week's time to give yourself a couple of weeks to get into the time zone and get some decent sessions done out there?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to get over there. I mean, some of these athletes might have half an eye on starting to shift their body clocks now. You know, maybe get this UK Championships out of the way, and then you'd start thinking, right, how can I make that entry into Eugene as easy as possible? Jamie Schluter here. Schluter. He's having a first attempt at this next
178.
78.
Scoreboard.
Scoreboard in the stadium's not helping me today. I keep relying on that. First time failure at 178 there for Schluter.
Well, the scoreboard right in front of us by the finish line says 175, but it was 178 is what came up on the screen. And Schluter, who cleared 175 first time, had a little hiccup at 172.
Caius Joseph out there, sitting in the silver medal position at the moment behind Jack Turner. 30 points adrift of Jack Turner. Only a few ahead of Elliot Thompson, and Caius Joseph is under pressure there. He's got to deliver a good performance, else he's going to give up that silver medal position to Elliot Thompson.
Well, the summary of the first round of the women's 100 metres, Darren Neater and Dina Asher-Smith, unsurprisingly the fastest two. They go through okay to the semi-finals tomorrow. Lanziquo, Nelson, Williams, Reese, Breyer, with that personal best 11:33. She goes through okay. So do all of these athletes. Awura, Easy, Ashmead, Wright, Sibbons, Bell, Ugan. Lorraine Ugan goes through with the season's best 11:62. I'm not sure how many hundreds she's run so far this year. Success, Edouan. That will be Lorraine Ugan going through as a non-automatic qualifier. And then Jago and those bottom four, 24 will go through to the semi-finals. So there are your 24. Skirvin, Bandy, Modeste and Turner also going through as non-automatic qualifiers, along with Colchester's Rebecca Jago. And a personal best for Modeste.
So we'll move on to the women's 400 metres. That will be followed by the men's directly afterwards. Got 4 heats. And you can see the athletes down on the track in front of us. But Keely Hodgkinson skipping the event we might have expected to see her in to contend this 400 instead.
Yes, so Holly Gregory goes on the outside, second in the UK Indoor Championships a couple of years back. The Crawley AC athlete, 53.7, her lifetime best, but hasn't broken 55 this year. Indeed, has only just broken 56. Maria Bici, Enfield and the Haringey AC, European Indoor Relay silver medalist back in 2017. And then Caris Macaulay, who's in fine form this year. The Trafford AC athletes run 52.86. She's in 6. In 5 is Sean Harry. Sean Harry of Belgrave Harriers, 6th in the English Championships last year. 54.56 is a lifetime best. And that was earlier on this year. Emma Alderson, the Northern champion last year, Liverpool Harrier. She's run 55.4 this year. There she is, Keely Hodgkinson, the Olympic silver medalist at 800 metres, in wonderful form this year. She is one of the fastest in the world this last couple of years. Hodgkinson goes in lane 3. The Lee Harrier, 52.61, her best. She hasn't run a 400 yet this year. Victoria Ohurugu, the younger sister of the Olympic champion and world champion, Commonwealth champion and European champion, Christina Ohurugu. Of course, retired now a little while. 51.05, though, Victoria Ohurugu has done. She's got the world qualifying time, the new and Essex Beagles athlete. But Keely Hodgkinson in lane 3. And, of course, doesn't need to run the 800 at these championships. Hodgkinson then in the lane 3. How will she go here? Her coach Jenny Meadows and Trevor, her husband, tells me that Keely has much more speed than we've seen yet over the flat. She, of course, has a bye by being Diamond League champion from last year for the World Championships at 800 metres. There she is, second to right, with Ohurugu inside her. Ohurugu has passed Hodgkinson. Look for the 800 metre specialists come strongly in the second half of the race, but certainly Ohurugu in that Newman Essex Beagles vest looking very strong at the moment in lane 2. She's got the beating of this field, that's for sure. Hodgkinson in lane 3 will, I'm sure, be strong down the home straight. The qualifying, by the way, is just the first in each heat and 4 non-automatic qualifiers. So Hodgkinson needs a quick time here if she wants to make the final. This is a very impressive run from Ohurugu. Watch the time, 51.52. Well, I tell you what, it's only half a second outside her personal best. She has blasted that one. Clearly running on adrenaline, looking very, very impressive indeed. Hodgkinson in second place. The time is confirmed at 51.52, at least on the finish line clock. We will confirm that for you as soon as we can. Hodgkinson, though, left wallowing in the wake from that very impressive world-class run, frankly, in these gusting conditions from Victoria Ohurugu.
That's really impressive off Victoria Ohurugu. She's always been there and thereabouts, great relay runner, but you kind of feel like she's always on that cusp of pushing through individually for those really great times, and you'd be forgiven for thinking she was really good at sort of 14, 15, 16, all the, you know, but to come out now at this point in her career and be running personal bests is super. And like you say, Tim, these are not fantastic conditions here, and to run that time that's underneath the European qualifying mark, it's not that far off the World Championship qualifying mark, with all due respect to the rest of the field, without a tremendous amount of competition. Ohurugu had the rest of the field to follow through that first 300. But at this point, she's all alone. She's carrying on pushing. Maybe she's looked at the weather forecast tomorrow and gone, tonight is my best opportunity to run fast, because Victoria Ohurugu ran all the way to the line, as did Keely Hodgkinson behind her. It'll be interesting to see how the other heats unfold. But once we saw that finishing time, it made more sense why Keely Hodgkinson just could not get on terms with Victoria Ohurugu today.
She never got a sniff, did she? She never got a chance, because Victoria Ohurugu came up alongside her, I think, in the first 100 metres and continued to pull away down the back straight and round the final bend. And probably a little bit shell-shocked there, Keely Hodgkinson, but her time 52.90, you know, is still very solid for a 400 metres, an 800 metre specialist. A lifetime best 52.61. I know she wants to go a lot quicker, because I think Mo, the Olympic champion, has a sub 50-second speed.
I think, again, I'm losing faith on the computer systems here, but Caius Joseph attempting 1 metre and 78 there. My computer says that was a second attempt. The infield information suggested it might have been a third. Let's hope it was a second. Might get a chance of a graphic soon for Caius Joseph, but just fighting to collect as many points as he can here in this men's high jump. Damage limitation maybe for Caius Joseph at this stage.
Yeah, I think it was his second attempt, because Rowe is next to go, and it is his second attempt at 178. This is actually his opening height. Ooh, dear, oh dear. Well, you've got to convince yourself you're going to get over it. He's holding that left hamstring, or is he? He knows he's under real pressure now. That's a real shame. He's, what, in 5th place overall. And not so far off Jamie Schluter in 4th, coming into this discipline. But that wasn't very convincing at all. I think a narrow failure in the verticals is always encouraging.
See that second heat up on your screen. We will have 4 heats in the women's 400 metres. Second heat there. Lavia Nielsen, Nicole Jürgen. That's pretty. When he got here this afternoon to the Manchester Regional Arena and saw those two in the same heat, they would have gone, oh, come on, give me an easier day than that. Out there in lane 8 will be Fionn Roberts, Cardiff AC athlete, 54.94, just 200ths outside of her personal best. Maybe she could sneak a bit faster here today. Nicole Jürgen, she has the world qualifying mark with her 51.32 this season, dipped under that 51 seconds last season in the 2021 season. Lavia Nielsen will go in lane 6. She's won this championship twice before. She got the European qualifying mark in the time period, but not the World Championship one, so she'll be seeking that this weekend. Holly Mpasse will go in lane 5, English schools champion. So fantastic up-and-coming teenagers here competing against the senior athletes. Olivia Caesar will go in lane 4, former Bucks champion. British University Championships, but used by so many of our student athletes to get their early season races in. Lane 3 will be Amy Hilliard, Midland champion, Birchfield Harrier. Pretty close to her personal best of 52.68 so far. But completing the lineup in lane 2 will be Amy Hilliard's training partner, Yasmin Liverpool. She's done some relays for Great Britain. She's one of the few that's entered in the 200 metres that's contested on Sunday as well. A few of these women's 400 metre runners on paper look like they might be doubling up, but we'll have to see how their weekend unfolds. So Roberts in 8, Jürgen in 7, Nielsen in 6, Mpasse in 5, Caesar in 4, Hilliard in 3, and Liverpool in 2. Just the first athlete to automatically qualify. That's why we saw Victoria Orohugu run that first heat so hard and so fast. You don't want to leave anything to chance. But when there's only 2 to qualify, 1 to qualify automatically, and you've got 2 athletes of the calibre of Lavia Nielsen and Nicole Jürgen, this could go down to the wire.
Set.
So 7 athletes in this field. See Lavia Nielsen just opening up a small gap over Mpasse on her inside. She's trying to stick to Nicole Jürgen. Nicole Jürgen represents Scotland, so we might see her in the Commonwealth Games. They haven't picked their team quite yet, the Scottish athletics officials. But Nicole Jürgen just easing her way past Fionn Roberts. But Lavia Nielsen tracking Nicole Jürgen as they come up to 150 metres to go. You feel like Lavia Nielsen is just going to glide past Nicole Jürgen. But Nicole Jürgen, has she saved something for the final 100 metres? You really expect these athletes to power through this last 100 metres if they've paced it right. At the moment, Lavia Nielsen looks full of running, but they have got 50 metres to go, and that can be a long way in 400-metre running. Lavia Nielsen holding on really strongly for that first automatic qualifying spot. Nicole Jürgen just behind her. Amy Hilliard coming through for 3rd. But job done for Lavia Nielsen.
Yes, I thought for a minute there she was going to come under pressure down the home straight from Jürgen. But she did have that advantage of being inside Jürgen, engaging her effort with her rival. On paper, Jürgen significantly quicker this year, and their personal best very, very similar. So it was always going to be a tight one, that race. Lavia Nielsen there in the red top, 3rd from left. Lovely, smooth-looking performer. And both of them easing past the Cardiff athlete, Fionn Roberts there, before the 200-metre point. But as they get into this second bend, you can see Nielsen here just ease up. The stagger unwinding in her favour. She cranks it up a notch and begins to move away. And Jürgen fought really hard to go with her here. Indeed, at this point, not really losing any ground on her, despite the stagger unwinding in favour of the Enfield and Haringey athlete Nielsen. Good running in lane 3, by the way, from Amy Hilliard, the Birchfield Harrier. But Nielsen grimacing and working harder, because at this point she doesn't know where Jürgen is. She might have been coming back at her for all she knew. Indeed, there was a hint of a dip there at the line. I tell you what, it's really tough when you have to win your heat to ensure going through. I think the time would probably be sufficient anyway. 52.32 unofficially.
That strong run of Lavia Nielsen, and Nicole Jürgen's got a season's best that's faster, around about 4/10. So Lavia Nielsen, you can see that is an official result now. Turning the tables on Nicole Jürgen in terms of British rankings this season, securing her place into the final. Nicole Jürgen and Amy Hilliard, Yasmin Liverpool have to sit and wait, see if they can get one of those 4 fastest non-automatic qualifying spots. Keely Hodgkinson was quite a clear second in that first heat. I think she'll be in the mix for that, for a spot in the final. 5:30 tomorrow night, that's the final.
Well, 2 heats to come in the women's 400 metres. The multi-fellas are still out there looking upwards occasionally nervously, hoping we don't see a repeat of that rain shower that we had about an hour and a half ago. Now, Thompson. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice clearance from Elliot Thompson. In 3rd place coming into this discipline. Thompson is a 197 jumper. He should be popping over 181 pretty comfortably. Yeah, leans in, really sights the bar nicely. That's a good clearance. That's encouraging.
That was good off Elliot Thompson. Last time we saw, and this is our first look at the event leader, Jack Turner. Ooh, got a personal best of 2:05. You'd think that 181 should have been pretty simple there for Jack Turner, but just clipped. You can always see this almost looks like a warm-up drill, doesn't it? I might have relaxed a bit through my done my warm-up, had to sit down and watch the other chaps have a go. And yeah, for me, Jack Turner, I'm sure he'll get his eye in there with a personal best of 2 meters and 5. I'm sure that will just be a formality. He moves through these heights. First look at newbie. He'll be at 1 meter and 81 as well. Second time clearance for 1 meter and 78. First time failure, 1 meter and 81 for the Edinburgh AC athlete.
Well, 2 more heats to come in the women's 400 metres, and then 2 more, the men's heats rather, straight after that. Then we have the first middle distance action of the day, the men's 1500 heats, 3 of those followed by the women's 1500 heats. The under 23,000s for women and men respectively, and the Decathlon 400 will close the day. There is the lineup for this 3rd heat of the women's 400 metres. Hannah Williams, Hannah Keeley, or Kelly I should say, excuse me, Amma Pippi, who has the qualifying time for the World Championships, Ella Blakey, Susanna Banjo and Bronwyn Reid. Amma Pippi has the qualifying both last year and this year. There is Reid, Bronwyn Reid, 3rd in the Welsh Championships, the Trafford AC athlete this year. Susanna Banjo, the Southern champion last year, Newman Essex Beagles athlete, 54.3 this year, Susanna Banjo. Ella Blakey goes in lane 6, the Yorkshire champion this year, runs for Derby AC, 54.88, her lifetime best. Lovely smile there. Good lane draw too for Ella Blakey. There is Amma Pippi. Classy performer, Pippi, 51.08, very close to being a 50-point athlete. 51.31 this year. World qualifier and an Olympic semi-finalist, Amma Pippi, last year. Hannah Kelly goes in lane 3, the 2nd in the British Universities Championships earlier on this year. The Bolton United Harrier, 52.89, her best. Now would be a good time to take a chunk off that. She goes in 3, and Hannah Williams completes the lineup in lane 2. The Hearts Phoenix athletes run 52.35 this year, but 51.36 in the past. She was 4th in the UK Indoor Championships this winter just gone. So the third of 4 heats in the women's 400 metres then. 6 athletes out there. Hannah Williams goes in 2. Hannah Kelly in 3. Amma Pippi, world qualifier, goes in 4. She's third fastest in Britain this year, the Enfield and Haringey athlete. Ella Blakey in 6. Pippi's in 5. Blakey in 6. Susanna Banjo in 7. And Bronwyn Reid goes in lane 8 on the outside. Well, lane 4 is empty, as you can see. It's a shame the athletes in lanes 2 and 3 weren't moved out, but very quickly into a running, and aggressively so. Susanna Banjo there left her picture. She has blasted off through the first 200 metres out in lane 7. Amma Pippi inside her in 5, couple of lanes inside her in 5, also going smoothly. She's small and compact, a beautifully smooth runner, Pippi, isn't she? Second to left, moving well around the top of that second bend as Banjo begins to maybe suffer a little bit after that really quick start. Good running in lane 2 as well from Hannah Williams. Hannah Williams moving into second place as Pippi comes into the straight, looking quite comfortable, moving well, moving smoothly. Steady running in lane 3 from Hannah Kelly as well. As Amma Pippi comes towards the line, watch the clock, wins it by 3 or 4 metres, 52.48. Well, Amma Pippi doing just enough and no more there to go through. It is only the winner, remember, from each of these heats who goes through. 1 to come. Amma Pippi ensures herself of a place in the final. She worked a little bit for that, didn't she? Wow, Hannah.
Well, it is still 400 metres and it is still incredibly fast. Amma Pippi, I'm sure she just thought, I'll get through this first 100, this first 150, into quite a stiff headwind there. And maybe when she looked up and saw Susanna Banjo already flying down this back straight. Banjo, that's into a headwind. Susanna Banjo, Newham Essex Beagle, just looking so strong down this back straight. You can just see Amma Pippi go, OK, all right, I need to lift my pace here a little bit, need to get myself involved. At this point, Amma Pippi just eases herself alongside Susanna Banjo. Felt for Hannah Williams in lane 2. Who's kind of had some athletes to shoot at, but she was really quite far away from Amma Pippi as that stagger was in place, and with the empty lane there in lane 4. At this point, Hannah Williams did look like she was moving well, but Amma Pippi had saved just a tiny bit for that last 50 metres and sort of reopened that gap over Hannah Williams, the Hearts Phoenix AC athlete, having to settle for second place. And we'll have to wait for these non-automatic qualifying spots. Got just 1 heat left to go in this women's 400 metres. Amma Pippi, comfortable winner here in heat 3.
Yeah, there it is. It's official, 52.46 for Pippi. And Hannah Williams, 53.03. That makes her the third quickest. So at the moment, Hannah Williams has comfortably a bubble spot, as we are told to call it these days, 53.03. And Hannah Kelly, 53.74. And let's just take a look at the summary of the situation. And with, what, 4 non-automatic qualifier spots to come.
Looks like they're changing the bar in this men's decathlon high jump. Important, they've got everything in place here. You can see them using that instrument there to measure the middle of the bar. They need to make sure that the height of the bar across the whole length of it is correct.
Well, you'd hope it doesn't droop. I mean, that kind of defeats the object of the bar design, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Using all their expertise down there to figure out whether this bar's appropriate to continue this men's decathlon high jump. He's saying when they go over it, it must be the right height.
The officials being very, very sure that things are correctly carried on here. And in fact, look at that, are they taping the bar to strengthen it? Is that what they're doing? To stiffen it? I've never seen that before.
Never seen anything like this before.
Well, meanwhile, there's action to continue on the track. The 4th heat of the women's 400.
See the athletes there just making their final preparations out there on the track. 6 athletes will contend Heat 4. Fastest of these entrants down there. Zoe Clark ranked number 2 in the UK this year. We saw Victoria Orahugu run really fast in her heat, 51.3. Emma Pippi took that previous heat, but full lineup. Poppy Malek out there in lane 7. She's done a personal best this year, 54.47. Not Stacey, not too far away from Manchester here. A lot of athletes might have to travel quite far to contend this national championships. Lily Beckford of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers will go in lane 6. She won the Loughborough International back on the 22nd of May. Good performance from her. Lane 5 will be the Bucks champion, the British University champions from this year, Natasha Harrison. Could be an athlete to have half an eye on, trying to get onto one of those relay squads, maybe European Championships, maybe the World Championships. Lane 4 will be Lauren Rule from Hearts Phoenix. We've just seen her teammate Hannah Williams come 2nd place in that previous heat. Oh, and Zoe Clark, she'll be Thames. Apologies, I thought I'd lost someone, but I haven't. Zoe Clark is there. She's got that qualifying time for the World Championships. Great personal best recently, 51.22. Lane 2, completing the lineup, will be Amy Odinaya, Wrexham AC. She's made the semi-final indoors. She's not made it out of the heats yet at a senior outdoor championships. Pretty tough qualifying here with no semi-finals in the women's 400 metres. First athlete will automatically qualify for tomorrow's final. We're looking at 53.74 at the moment as the last of the non-automatic qualifying times. So if anyone wants to make this final, they're going to have to beat the 53.74. Hannah Kelly at the moment occupying that spot. All away, no problems. See Zoe Clark just slightly closing up on Lauren Rule outside of her. Zoe Clark has got a great number of athletes there to pull her through this field. Natasha Harrison working hard, but she could be the next person to see Zoe Clark just glide past her on the inside. Zoe Clark looking full of running, like we've talked about this wind at the track. They're into a headwind right now, but you wouldn't know it by looking at Zoe Clark and at Lily Beckford there, out there in lane 6. She's already overtaken Poppy Malek. So Lily Beckford having to run out on her own there in lane 6, but if she looks over her right hand, she will see Zoe Clark. The Scotswoman is flying down this last 100 metres. Zoe Clark looking full of running, but is she going to come under pressure from Lily Beckford? Zoe Clark has got to finish strongly here. She looks like she can. Zoe Clark running the whole way through the line, just a shade under 53 seconds. 52.98 being shown on the infield clock. I think Zoe Clark might have thought around that top bend she had the better of Lily Beckford. And I wonder if she was aware of Lily Beckford just fighting out all the way to the line down there in the last 50 metres. But that could be a non-automatic qualifying time for Lily Beckford.
I think so. I think 53.74. She ran really strongly. She tried desperately to close down on Clark. So experienced is Clark in that race. And Zoe Clark in lane 3 had the field in her sights. Very strong down the back straight, isn't she? Zoe Clark, really powerful looking runner. But I tell you what, all credit to Lily Beckford, because she's out there in lane 6, Hannah, running relatively blind compared to what's going on inside her. And she works hard here, going into the second bend. There's definitely an upping of the effort from Lily Beckford. The Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier holds that form pretty well around that bend. The rest of them trying desperately to get back on terms with this leading pair. And then down the home straight, in lane 3, Zoe Clark maintains her form. Lily Beckford driving really hard here. And there it is, about 60 metres to go. It looked like she was closing. That's the way you called it. And then as they came alongside us, it became apparent that Zoe Clark had held the form pretty well. Wins by 2.5, 3 metres, really. And Lily Beckford surely there has run faster than 53.74. Let's wait for that result to be confirmed. Yeah, in fact, looks like 53.44 for Lily Beckford. And that would give her the last qualifying spot, I think.
Down to the wire here in these women's 400-metre heats. That's unofficial for the moment. That was the order across the line, so we can be sure that Zoe Clark got the win. She did officially that time, 52.97, so reduced ever so slightly. Lily Beckford, second place, 53.44. We do think that's fast enough to be a non-automatic qualifier. We'll try and bring you up to speed with all 8 athletes that will contend that final at 5:35 tomorrow. But make sure these male decathletes get a look in on their high jump as well. The bar at the moment at 187. It's Charlie Rowe.
First attempt for Charlie Rowe. He came into this 4th discipline in 5th place. Not too far off Schluter in 4th. Oh no, gives that a little clip, doesn't he? That's a shame. To be fair to the officials, they have to go through the routines of raising that red flag, but it's probably one of the least necessary gestures amongst the entire repertoire of gestures that get made by officials out there for the field eventers. The bars come off and the red flag is raised just to make sure we understand the rules.
I think it's being replaced by LED lights. We've seen that in some of the horizontal jumps internationally, but I think the uprights are going to have some nice jazzy LEDs in there to flash red or green, depending on whether the bars come off. And that would have been red for Callum Newby. That's his 2nd attempt at 1m87. So Newby's done a whole lot of jumps down there. Took him 3 attempts to get over 1m84, 2 for his other heights, and it might have to be 3rd time lucky for 1m87 if he wants any more points.
And only Elliot Thompson clear at this height so far. He's had 3 jumps, and all 3 have been first-time clearances at 181, 184, and 187. He can now watch Charlie Rowe take his 2nd attempt. He's had a busy time of it, Callum Newby. He's got 1 attempt left. Can Rowe go clear? Yes, he can, and how. Very impressive. Plenty of daylight between the Coventry Godiva Harrier and the bar. Plenty of bounce and power. Oh, yeah. Got that absolutely right. Plenty more to come, actually. That would be, if he could see a replay of that. This arena, sadly, doesn't have a big screen where athletes can take the advantage of being able to watch a replay. But Charlie Rowe there was way over that 187 bar.
It's when you've got a small high jump field and other people are clearing, you've got to take your attempts pretty quickly. Oh, Newby must have had at the most maybe 45, 50 seconds to go and gather his thoughts before having a 3rd and final attempt at 1m87. And he couldn't quite turn the tables there. Charlie Rowe managing to go away and make some adjustments to get his clearance at 1m87, but unfortunately Callum Newby will exit there with his best mark being 1m84.
Well, that's frustrating. That's a busy card.
190.
10 attempts. And you can now start thinking about that 400 meters at 8:40 in just under 2 hours time. And Elliot Thompson stripping down for his next height. The bar moves up to 190 now. 190, well, that's about 6'3". 3 men left in the competition. Jamie Schluter had 1 attempt at 181 and then past any further attempts, I think, is out of the competition. Well, no, that's the first failure for Elliot Thompson.
Going to double check the height.
We'll turn our attention to the men's 400 meters. Just one super quick lactic-filled lap of the track. Going to have 4 heats as we did with the men's. So last thing I've got written down, let me check that again. First 1 and 4 non-automatic qualifiers. Just 6 athletes in this heat. Ellis Gretto, 2nd at the Bucks Championships, competing for Woodford Green and Essex Ladies. 47.09 this season. Judging by some of those times in the women's races, people could be up for a PB if they get after it in these heats. Michael Oizi was part of the 4x4 relay squad out in Tokyo. So back here representing his home club. Lane 5, the brand new British record holder, Matthew Hudson-Smith, having a great season. Won the Diamond League in Birmingham, 3rd in Prefontaine Diamond League in that new British record. Here to try and get himself another British title. Lane 4 will be Lewis Davey. He set a new personal best in Bern this season, 46.55. Lane 3, just to his side, will be Mark Cotton. He's made the semi-final indoors. I think he's been out of the rounds outdoors at the British Championships, but always here, performing super well. Managed to get himself a new personal best this year, 47.76. Completing the lineup in lane 2 will be Daniel Putman. He was 4th indoors a few years ago, so no stranger to this level of competition on the domestic circuit. New personal best this season as well for Daniel Putman, 47.08. I think pretty much everyone in this field is on personal best form this year, but obviously Matt Hudson-Smith, head and shoulders ahead of this field, leads the UK rankings by 1.2 seconds. An even larger gap over these athletes. So should be somewhat a formality for the Birchfield Harrier, Matt Hudson-Smith in lane 5. Slight movement or wobble there for Matt Hudson-Smith in the blocks, but he was fine, he got away. See that graphic down in the right-hand corner? National record, 44.35. That is Matt Hudson-Smith's mark from this year. The championship record, 100th slower. That will be Ewan Thomas's old British record. So could Matthew Hudson-Smith put on a show here in Manchester, lower his British record and maybe get a championship record? But we saw the conditions aren't fantastic here, but Matt Hudson-Smith going hard in this heat. He's going way faster than he has to. Daniel Putman being the best of the rest at the moment. At this point now, it looks like Matt Hudson-Smith has shut it down a tiny bit. You'd think he's got enough in the tank to gauge this well. He ran 300 metres hard, and now he's shutting it down. Daniel Putman fighting for second place, but 46.44 at a canter for Matthew Hudson-Smith. We were concerned, and he didn't make that start line. Well, he did make the start line at the Paris Diamond League. He got out there, he did a stride, and went, I don't feel quite right, I'm not going to risk it. And brilliant to see Matt Hudson-Smith here this weekend. We were concerned he might not be able to, but what a great 300. Love to know what the splits through 200 and 300 were, because he just started jogging the last 100 metres.
That is a good shout. That's a good point. He didn't hold back, did he? He really he was pushing for it. Probably up to about 270, 280. Hudson-Smith there, third from left, blasting past the man outside him, Michael Ohoyotsi of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Quite intimidating for him and the Woodford Green athlete in lane 7. As Hudson-Smith here with that strange head-bobbing style of his eases into the second bend. Here he starts, you really appreciate how well he's moving here as you get that side-on view of him and the rest struggling. The pack, what, 12 metres down on him here, comes into the home straight, little glance over his left shoulder, and that's it, shut down. And in lane 2, Putnam working hard there in the Blackheath and Bromley colours, in the yellow for Bristol West, or no, in fact, it's Davy Lewis for Newham Essex Beagles working hard. Does he get second place? Hudson-Smith eases across the line, and he shut down 70 metres out. I was a bit worried at one point that there might be somebody coming at him quicker than he knew, but he's, I guess, within his field of vision, he knew he was pretty safe.
So Matt Hudson-Smith is talking about the way his coach approaches coaching him, and they talk about a jigsaw puzzle and having different parts of the race, and that seemed a very deliberate race plan. I wonder if the plan was execute the first couple of 100, 300 as you would if it was a final, and then relax. But Matt Hudson-Smith had come to a victory, and he's down with you and Thomas.
This chat had to come. Matt, I know I messaged you after that run, but genuinely, I'm so delighted for you. You know, the pressure's off you now. I was just saying, you can run relaxed, you can go and get medals. It's off your back, mate. You've done it. The new British record holder. You must be chuffed.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, and I'm just happy that I've got the record now and can just push on, go for medals.
Well, we know how quick you can run, but how fast do you think you can run? You're training with the best in the world. You're in a great training group. You're going to lower that record, surely.
Well, that's the plan, but the plan is just to get on the podium, and when you're on the podium, 9 times out of 10, they're running quick time, so yeah, first podium, time second, and go from there.
Well, Matt, everyone's so proud of you, as I am as well. Stay fit, stay healthy, do what you are doing. You're looking great. Ladies and gents, the new British record holder, Matt Hudson-Smith.
What a treat for this Friday night crowd to get a look at Matt Hudson-Smith, and he treated them to a really fantastic 300 Ewan Thomas alluding to Stephen Gardner, the reigning world and Olympic champion. That's the stable that Matt Hudson-Smith has gone to join. And you can see what that's done for his running and his demeanour. A great personal best there for Daniel Putman. He almost celebrated like he'd won the race. I think he saw the time come up. He was delighted with his 46.75 and second place in that heat.
Well, I think we can take a look at the qualifiers for the women's 400 metres final. Victoria Horugu, the quickest of them all, 51.53. Lavia Nielsen, 52.32. Amma Pippi impressive too with 52.46. And then Jürgen Hodgkinson as non-winners go through as non-automatic qualifiers under 53 seconds, as was Zoe Clark. Then Hal Williams and Lily Beckford also getting through as non-automatic qualifiers. Zoe Clark there, 52.97, nice and relaxed with that heat win. Those the 8 finalists for the women's 400 metres. How will the lane draw have them pulled together for tomorrow? Let's have a look at the lineup for the next men's 400 metre heat. Heat 2 of 4. There it is. In lane 2, Samuel Reardon. Joseph Breyer goes in lane 3. Watch him. He's a real talent, the 23-year-old from Swansea. Thomas Summers in 4. Emmanuel Aguirre in 5. Columba Blanco in 6. In 7, City of Sheffield's Ben Higgins. And Elliot Powell completes the field in lane 8 there for Leicester Corritanian. There he is, semi-finalist in the UK Indoor Championships this year, 47.03, the best for Elliot Powell, and that is this year. You have to run 46.5 to get into the UK top 10 this year. It's an increasingly strong event. Ben Higgins goes in lane 7, the Sheffield athlete, UK Indoor Champion this year, 46.57, his lifetime best this season. Columba Blanco goes in lane 6. Third in the Paralympics, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, 48.5 his best this year. Emmanuel Aguirre, third in the British Universities Championships this year, goes in lane 5. Good lane draw for him, the Enfield man. 47.63 is his lifetime best. And Tom Summers, UK International for Newman Essex Beagles. Hasn't broken 47 seconds this year, but he is a 46.7 performer at his best. There is his Joseph Breyer, European qualifier. He's an Olympian from last year, bronze medalist at the European Indoors 4x400 last year. He's the UK number 2 this season with 45.5. And in lane 2, Samuel Reardon, third in UK Indoors this year, the Blackheath man, Blackheath and Bromley, 46.69. Tough lane draw for Reardon, that lane 2. Let's see how he copes with those tight bends. He'll be chasing Joseph Bryers, who's probably the favourite here. In fact, Bryers the quickest in the field this year by over a second. There he is. Bryers, who has so much experience at international level. Has run for Britain on many, many occasions. He goes in lane 3, the second heat of the men's 400. So away they go. Only the winner goes through with the 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. Breyer in the red to right of picture. Down the back straight and surely running scared is Elliot Powell to the left there out in lane 8. Inside him is Ben Higgins moving well. Ben Higgins closing up on Elliot Powell. Right in the middle of the screen though, the Enfield and Haringey man. Aguirre in 5 has got some work to do at the moment as Breyer almost runs a race of 2 halves. Looks like he kicked in pretty hard there with 200 metres to run. Breyer coming off the final bend and into the straight. To his right in lane 4. In lane 5 is Aguirre. But Somerset is rather in yellow, who's going well. Breyer looking very strong, glancing around him on the near side. It's Ben Higgins who comes through in lane 7 for second spot. 46.50, that winning time for Joe Breyer. And looking around him, checking the Welshman, the Swansea Harrier, that nobody was threatening that lead. And there wasn't much need to. He won by quite a few metres and looked very, very smooth and fluid there, didn't he? I thought he ran a very, very cautious first half, Hannah. And then there was a distinct acceleration going into the second bend. I think using as little energy as possible and easing off well before the finish line.
It's So it's total opposite from Matt Hudson-Smith. Joe Breyer there just feeling his way into the race. We've talked about the wind tonight. There's a lot of wind here in their faces down the back straight here, and Joseph Breyer just relaxing and then getting into his running in the second half. Ben Higgins, for me, he was the athlete that really went out after it. City of Sheffield and Dern athlete there at this point. Just you can see him lifting that cadence, lifting those knees, doing everything he can to stay ahead of this field. He knew the likes of Joseph Breyer would put him under pressure as the stagger unwound. Ben Higgins, the UK indoor champion after the disqualification of Alex Haydock-Wilson. But Ben Higgins lifting well in the last 50 metres, but he could not get back on terms with the Welshman Joseph Breyer. He will look forward to representing Wales in that Commonwealth Games in a few weeks' time. But this might be helping him get one foot on that 4x4 team for Great Britain. Bit of a tricky year for our 4x4 athletes. They've been funded for many years as a squad, and they're not this year. It's a decision made by British Athletics that the individual performances of the athletes didn't merit funding as a unit, and that might change. The likes of Matt Hudson-Smith running super fast this year, kind of catapulting that squad back into the medal zone. But Joseph Breyer being given that win, we'll wait for an official time there, but that gives you a pretty good inkling of what went on in that race. Joseph Breyer taking the win ahead of Ben Higgins.
So Elliot Thompson then. That's at 193. Ooh, that was close. And Thompson there, his third and final attempt at that height. He actually cleared 190 at the second time of asking. We didn't see that. We saw his first time failure. 3 attempts at 193, and that was so close. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Charlie Rowe, by the way, cleared 190 at the third attempt and has cleared 193 at the second attempt. He's having a fabulous competition as Charlie Rowe. A lot of jumps, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 jumps so far. That was only Elliot Thompson's 8th jump. But it is Charlie Rowe with the scene all to himself now in this 4th discipline of the decathlon.
And someone that hasn't had a great high jump would be Jack Turner. 2nd time clearance at 1m84, and then 3 failures at 1m90. So he was the event leader coming into this. Jack Turner, it's Charlie Rowe on your screens at the moment, but Jack Turner has given away a lot of points here to Elliot Thompson and to Charlie Rowe. Jack Turner passing at 1m87, so he'll only get points for 1m84. What change that will make on the overall standings, I'm not sure. Multi-events maths is pretty hard. And Charlie Rowe down there having a good time. This will be 1m96, first attempt. Not to be the first time with Charlie Rowe, but think back to that 3rd time clearance at 1m90. That was huge.
That was a good attempt, though, wasn't it? Look at it. He's really going for it here. Really attacks it. And I think it's there. He's, oh, just clips it with his heels. Just maybe so much acceleration. He came up under the bar, took off a little bit too close to the bar. 2 more attempts to come. That's quite a busy card, but he's going all right. He's clearing the heights. And he knows that.
You said it, Tim, if they could just have a replay. I think if Charlie Rowe could have seen his 1m90 and realised quite how high over it was, he might have, but I'm sure he's all right down there. He's a 2-metre jumper indoors. I'm sure he knows he can achieve this. And it's the 3rd heat of the men's 400. Let's see, Kevin Metzger down there. He'll be one of the fastest athletes on season's best, but we'll go through the full lineup. Hakan Dalbal, Bucks medalist from this season, and he's got a new personal best of 47.52. Few Sheffield and Dern athletes. Ben Higgins doing well to come 2nd in the previous heat. Rio Mitchum from Birchfield Harriers. He will have seen his teammate Matthew Hudson-Smith take a great victory in that 1st heat. Ethan Brown, who's 5th at the European Championships in 2019, so really comfortable at that level. But he's done a personal best this season of 46.16. Maybe an athlete to look at that European Under-23 champs. That will be available next year. Ben Hawkins will go in lane 4. He was 4th at the recent British University Championships. He's got a brand new personal best this season of 47.36. So Kevin Metzger, he's got a personal best under 46. His season's best is 46.16. Made that move from triple jump the only athlete in this field that's gone sub 46. And he's got an equal season's best with Ethan Brown, so they could have a big battle. And completing the lineup, nope, we've lost Jamal Roden-Stevens in lane 2. So Kevin Metzger is our athlete on the inside. Just 5 competitors in this third heat of the men's 400 metres. Winner automatically progressing to tomorrow's final. And away, no problems. Metzger there on the inside. Hawks to his outside. Ethan Brown, another athlete close to 46 seconds. But looks like Rio Mitchum has got the fastest start at the moment. Hakan Dalbal just almost reacting to Mitchum coming up on his shoulder, thinking maybe I didn't go off fast enough. But you've got to run your own race in these 400 metres. You've got to pace yourself well. Kevin Metzger in the Trafford AC vest. This is a Sale Harriers Manchester home. But he's bringing that Trafford AC vest here and trying to take a victory. But Rio Mitchum and Hakan Dalbal have got the advantage of working together in those outer lanes. But it's Riam Mitchell at the moment, the youngster in lane 6. Can he live with Kevin Metzger in the final stages? 50 metres to go in this third heat, and it looks like Rio Mitchell is going to hold on for the win. He's tying up, he's sinking, but he is going to take the win. 46.76 for Rio Mitchell. He looks a little bit shocked, a little bit surprised, but Matthew Hudson-Smith for Birchfield Harriers in the first heat. Rio Mitchum for Birchfield Harriers in the second heat. Third heat. I'm getting too many heats. We had Joseph Breyer in between, taking a great victory in that second heat. It was a really fast start from Rio Mitchum. Look at this reaction from Hakan Dalbal, 100 metres in. He's, oh, got to get going. I didn't get as good a start as I thought I got. Hakan Dalbal perhaps doing Rio Mitchum a favour there, just pulling him away from the rest of the field. Kevin Metzger had overtaken the other 2 competitors on his inside by this point, and he didn't really have anyone else to aim at. It was a long way down the track before you got Rio Mitchum. Kevin Metzger did really well to get himself back on terms with the Birchfield Harrier. Just round about now, as he worked into this final 100 metres, Kevin Metzger was level with Rio Mitchum. All about this last 50 metres here in the 400 metres, in Rio Mitchum. You can see he was faltering there. He was tying up, but he was tying up less than the competitors around him, and that's what counts.
That's a big run from Mitchum, isn't it? Personal best. Wow, 46.75. He's a big lad too. Relatively new name to me, Hannah, but there it is, 46.75 from Metzger, 47.03. And that makes Metzger the second fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers, by my count. Higgins, who was second in Heat 2, ran 47.04. Putnam, who was second in Heat 1, ran 46.75.
So Charlie Rowe still out there all on his own. The bar's at 2 metres and 2 centimetres now. He just knocked back down on his way through. We'll have another attempt. He did a first-time clearance at 1 metre and 99 that we missed during that third heat of the men's 400 metres. Just at 2 attempts to get over 1 metre and 96, straight over 1 metre and 99. This 2 metres and 2 would be a personal best for the Coventry Godiva athlete. Charlie Rowe just picking up points for fun. The rest of the men gallantly waiting out there with him. I wonder if that's sort of combined events etiquette. It's kind of always cheating to go off and get extra recovery if one of your competitors is still out there. I'm sure Charlie Rowe will try and take these attempts as quickly as possible. You can see Turner and Elliott there, just Elliott Thompson kind of hanging out, keeping Charlie Rowe company. It's the official result of that third heat of the men's 400. Personal best for Rio Mitchum, just managing to hold off Kevin Metzger. So Rio Mitchum will join his teammate Matthew Hudson-Smith in the final tomorrow afternoon.
So, Charlie Rowe then. 2:02. He's not had a lot of time between these jumps. You know, jumpers normally, when they're reaching their big heights, like to have plenty of time to reset themselves, refresh themselves. A lot of energy is used in this really explosive event. But he's taken a lot of jumps in a relatively short period of time. There you go, second attempt. No. Just got the impression he rushed that a little bit, but he's had a great competition so far. And he's, able to smile, even though the Coventry man almost sort of ran through that one just because No. Oh. But he's going for it. One attempt, one race left in the men's 400 metres, rather. One heat, I should say, the fourth and final heat. There's his card. As I said earlier, that's a really busy card. 3 attempts at 190 and then clears 3 heights later, clears 199 first time. You don't see that too often.
It's a balancing act of all the different events these guys have got to try and tinker with. I was talking to Neve Emerson's coach, Ash Bryant, and he was trying to explain just the complexity. Training is all about load and recovery. And that's hard enough in any discipline in athletics, but never mind in a combined event. Oh, and as if on cue, there's Ash Bryant in the background. But yeah, you're trying to balance the technique and the speed and the endurance and everything you need in these multi-events. I think that's why sometimes we see, yeah, that busy scorecard, erratic clearances almost. Ooh. That was close for Charlie Rowe, but it won't be a new personal best. He's having a good day, though. 1 event left in the men's decathlon today. They can go away, put their feet up for an hour and a half or so before coming back and doing the 400.
That was close. That was very close, and he knows it. And what's encouraging for him is, I think he was up there, frankly. He maybe took off a little too far from the bar. He gave himself a bit of extra space for a lot of speed and aggression on the run-up, but took off a long way from the bar and sort of travelled along the bar. But I think the height was there. Now, here is the lineup for this 4th and final heat of the men's 400 metres. Rabah Youssef, very experienced Olympic semi-finalist way back in 2012. Can you believe that was 10 years ago now? He goes in lane 2, the Newman Essex Beagles athlete. Kyle Alexander, Haydock Wilson, Thompson, McGregor and Biddle in this race. There is Ollie Biddle, Bristol and West athlete, 46.56 this year. He's the 10th ranked athlete in Britain, 3rd in the England Championships last year. Cam McGregor goes in lane 6, rugby and Northampton AC athlete, 47.25. Again, he too has run at a personal best this year. Lee Thompson goes in 5, an Olympian in the relay last year in Tokyo, the Sheffield athlete, 46.45 this season. He ran 46.2 last year. Good athlete. Nice lane draw too for him. In 4 is Alex Haydock Wilson, European Championship qualified athlete. Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow vest being sported there by him. And again, a nice lane draw for the 45.6 athlete. Kyle Alexander goes in lane 3, Scottish indoor champion this year from Giffnock North AC. 47.62 this year is his lifetime best. And Rabah Youssef, as I said, so experienced Youssef. He goes in lane 2. He's a fun character, is Rabah. World and European relay medalist. The bubble, so to speak, 47.04 by Ben Higgins. Higgins, remember, came 2nd in Heat 2. At the moment, Putnam has a qualifying spot. He was 2nd in the first heat behind Mats Hudson-Smith in 46.75. Metzger has a qualifying spot with 47.03. He was 2nd in Heat 3. So away they go then, this 4th and final heat of the men's 400 metres. And good aggressive running going on there from Haydock Wilson in the colours of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. He's already up past Lee Thompson. And Thompson was Olympian last year, so that is really aggressive race running from Haydock Wilson. He's taken this race to the rest of them. He's left Youssef and Alexander in lanes 1, 2 and 3 respectively in his wake at the moment, but he is pouring it on here. Haydock Wilson way out in front. Are they going to come back at him? Youssef using all that experience and the stagger of that second bend to ease in 2nd place with about 80 to go. It's still Haydock Wilson pouring it on in lane 4. He's going to win this one comfortably. Thompson outside him is struggling, and he crossed the line 46.47 and really tight for last place, for 2nd place. I think it might have been Ollie Biddle, but the bubble time 47.04. I'm not sure anybody was near that. There was quite a big gap behind Haydock Wilson. He's run this year 45.69, so he was within himself there, but he set it up well, didn't he, Hannah? A really aggressive first 250, and then I think pretty much just cruised home. Was still working, but I think there's more in the tank.
That was pretty impressive of Alex Haydock-Wilson to be on terms with Lee Thompson that quickly. Alex Haydock-Wilson kind of on a redemption. He crossed the line first at the UK Indoor Championships in a World Indoor qualifying mark. That was the only time he'd run under that entry standard. So he crossed the line thinking, I've done it. I've automatically qualified for Belgrade. An agonising disqualification for him. Ben Higgins ended up being awarded the gold medal. But Alex Haydock-Wilson, when you talk about people's attitude when they've had success or they've had failure, Alex Haydock-Wilson has gone away, got his head down and really applied himself to this 2022 season. Going under 46 seconds for the first time and taking a commanding victory here in this heat. And he will be really at home in that final tomorrow. And I look forward to watching those athletes battle it out. You've got to say, you know, Matt Hudson-Smith just looked obscenely easy in his heat. The manner he did it, you know, smashing that first 300 and then relaxing. But, you know, it'd be interesting to see what happens behind that. And maybe having an athlete of that calibre, it might pull the likes of Alex Haydock-Wilson and Joseph Breyer and Dan Putman, might pull them close to that European or maybe even world qualifying mark.
Well, there's the official result. Haydock-Wilson, 46.47 for Windsor. Ollie Biddle, 47.26. Just misses out, I'm afraid, the Bristol and West man. Ravi Yusuf battled for third place. It was a close third, 47.31, but he goes out as well. So only Haydock-Wilson from that fourth heat goes through. And, of course, as quickly as we can, we'll bring you the qualifiers for tomorrow's final. There was, in all fairness, quite a gap between Haydock-Wilson and the rest of them in that fourth and final heat. The next action on the track is the men's 1,500 metres first round and then the women's 1,500 first round. If you like your middle distances, you've had a long wait, but there's been some brilliant action in these sprints and over the 400-metre hurdles earlier on today and in the field too. And of course, this is, well, it's a day of so many qualifying races. Once we get into tomorrow and Sunday, we'll be looking at an awful lot of finals, looking at championship places, world championship places, and we'll see joy and disappointment, and I'm sure a few tears over these next 2 days. Hopefully whisper it a little bit of sun. What do you reckon, Hannah?
Well, I'm pleasantly surprised this evening. This was not what I thought we'd have. When you're looking at that sort of longer range forecast, it was so warm in the week, and I know it was so British, aren't we? It would have been too hot if it had been yesterday. You know, it was 28, and then today you're saying it's too cold. But it is a shame with the wind. When you look at the 100 and the 200 and the long and the triple jump, you kind of go, oh, I'd love it if there wasn't a wind. You know, if someone runs a qualifying mark and it's 2.1, you know, it's agonising. It's so close to it being legal. You can understand if it's 4 metres per second, then you kind of go, okay, that's not. We can't concretely say that they're capable of running that qualifying mark, but to have it almost sort of whipped away by a bit of a strong gust, that's agonising for me. We don't necessarily always have the luxury of athletes having loads of qualification opportunities. It's tough to find the races, it's tough to find the good conditions, and I think our sprinters in particular, they've had some really massive wins that have ruined some of their results, but we can just bring you up to date with the official result of the men's decathlon.
Charlie Rowe winning that high jump with 1.99 m, Elliot Thompson 1.90, and Jack Turner 1.84. They're great jumping from Charlie Rowe. Coventry could either harry. I think he was actually rushing his jumps a little bit at beyond 2 metres there, and maybe could have cleared it with a little bit more time. But it's actually quite chilly here. It's probably, I don't know, I'd guess I'd say 17 degrees, something like that. It's much cooler than it was a couple of hours ago. It was quite a nice, warm, balmy morning, but it really has changed through this evening.
So you can see Jack Turner did have slightly under par high jump there, and he's opened the door. Look at that. Charlie Rowe just 2 points behind the event leader, Jack Turner, at the moment. Elliot Thompson kind of solidifying his hold on that bronze medal with a decent high jump, 30.36, opening up a little bit ahead of Caius Joseph there. His high jump didn't go so well, so he's given away nearly 100 points to Elliot Thompson in third place. So could Elliot Thompson finally get a senior medal? He's been in and around it the last couple of years. And Charlie Rowe versus Jack Turner, that's going to be pretty tasty as we move towards that last event. That will be at 8:40 this evening.
Well, the men's 1500 metres, first of 3 heats coming at us, and this is a packed heat. This would do a lot of finals justice. Jake Hayward is the UK number 3 this year with 3:33. Josh Kerr goes in this one as well, the Olympic bronze medalist from last year. Kerr from Edinburgh AC, just part of that astonishingly strong Scottish group of great middle distance racers that fill UK vest on a regular basis these days. Philip Kraut goes on the outside there. Jamie Damoni. Kraut for Shaftesbury, Barnet Harriers. Salisbury for Damoni. Duffy there. Luke Duffy, Mansfield Harriers. Wharton. Max Wharton. James Young is there too for Morpeth Harriers. Josh Kerr, that's left a picture, has had very few races this year. 3:35 his season's best. Remember, 3:29 for that bronze in the Olympic final. Tom Dodd is there for Birchfield Harriers. Kieran Riley as well for Tunbridge AC. Daniel Bebbington for Blackburn Harriers. Only a 3:41 man. Jake Hayward there to the left in his Welsh vest is a Cardiff AC athlete. He was 9th in the Olympic Games last year. Probably didn't get the recognition he deserved for that, making that Olympic final in the top 10. 3:32 is lifetime best, and he has run 3:33 this year. That was in Rabat about 3 weeks ago, where he ran really well, Jake Hayward. And Ricky Harvey's in there as well for Aldershot, Farnham and District. Well, away they go. Now the qualifying from these 3 heats, just the first 3 in each heat go through by right, and 3 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. So it's very, very tight indeed. Effectively, you've got to be in the first 3. Josh Kerr, big, imposing character in the white vest in 4th place now, with that beard, stubbly beard. Very, very consistent racer. Doesn't race a great deal. Had a good winter, has taken things very steadily through the opening weeks of this summer. And this is slow. They've slowed it right down. Kieran Riley of Tunbridge AC is only a 3:42 performer, so he'll be quite pleased with this being slow. I'm not sure there's any natural leader in this field as they go through 300 metres, but outside 60-second pace.
And Damoni is deciding that enough was enough. He didn't want to let it be this slow. The City of Salisbury athlete kicking them through the bell there. The clock in the stadium has stopped at 61:38, so that's what around about 3:48, 3:49 pace. So pretty slow for these guys. You can see Luke Duffy easing his way around the outside. Max Wharton there, he's a canny racer. We see him a lot on the BMCs. Max Wharton often makes good tactical moves, but Luke Duffy just moving himself up the field. Like number 7 there, James Young, Morpeth Harrier, wearing that well-known vest, just gliding himself into 3rd place. But Josh Kerr at the moment just drifting back through the field. He's got Tom Dodd there, Birchfield Harriers just blocking here, and there goes Jake Hayward. Jake Hayward and Josh Kerr have got to get themselves further up the field.
Damoni then hasn't really injected any pace. Riley on his shoulder. Kerr back in about 7th or 8th place, just covering everything. They've gone through there in about 1:48. I mean, if anything, this lap is going to be as slow, if not slower, than the opening 400 metres. 61:38, you said rightly, Hannah, for the first lap. What are they going to get to 800 in? Surely it's going to be around 2:03, 2:04. It hasn't picked up yet. 650 metres go 2:02.97, so 2:03, 61.6 there.
It's pretty sedate for these men. A lot of them will be able to do it. And you can see Josh Kerr just moving his way around the outside. Sometimes you get clipped in these heats and you lose your patience. But Josh Kerr and Jake Hayward just gliding themselves to the front 4. Tom Dodd, he's at the University of Michigan this year. He spent some time learning his racecraft out there, as did Josh Kerr. That NCAA system really moulded Josh Kerr as an athlete. At the moment, Josh Kerr and Jake Hayward just easing themselves into the top 2 positions. 4 will automatically qualify for the final.
3 qualified for the finals. They come through the bell in 2:46.51. Kerr it is who leads. He's controlling things nicely here. Very smart from him. Didn't leave it too late. You don't want to be battling for position around the bell and around that penultimate bend. He moved to the 4 with 600 to run. Just winding it up nicely down the back straight there is Josh Kerr. Looks very, very within himself, doesn't he? Not taking any chances here. Hayward in his wake. Others begin to struggle behind them. Riley in 3rd place as they get through 200 to run. Josh Kerr and Jake Hayward, the big pairing here. Who's going to take that precious third spot? That's the question. Josh Kerr looking very strong indeed. And Young looking good at the moment. Jamie Young from Morpeth Harris is only at 3:41 man this year. He has run 3:37 and he's looking strong, and there's a big gap behind him. Back to Tom Dodd. And it looks like this is a big pairing of Kerr and Hayward striding home very comfortably. Young is way out in third place with a big gap behind him. Those are the three automatic qualifiers, and that is not quick. 3:43.41. That's only a click inside 60 seconds per lap for athletes of the caliber of Josh Kerr. That's almost, well, jogging, frankly. And he and Hayward were jogging down the last 50 meters or so. And that means the pressure is on for the right athletes in the second and third heat. It's always an advantage to be in a latter heat, because you can see what's happened in the earlier heats. You know what you've got to do, and the opportunity is there after a slow first heat. Look at Josh Kerr there. He almost turns around and runs backwards. He has such a long look around his shoulder. He's just double checking, doing the smart thing. He's chatting to Jake Hayward down the home straight there, Hannah.
He's doing all Jake Hayward's work for him. He's the one looking around, letting Jake know. Jake's taking a little look just to make sure Josh Kerr wasn't playing a cruel joke, but he wasn't. And James Young, that was a great run. Really committed in that last lap to try and get onto the coattails of Josh Kerr and Jake Hayward. Tom Dodd finishing hard for fourth place, but he will have to wait. You corrected me, Tim. It is just 3 automatically. It's a good run from Josh Kerr.
Well, there's the qualifiers from the men's 400 metres. Hudson Smith and Haydock Wilson, the quickest. Joseph Breyer, Putnam, Mitchum, Davey, all those 6 under 47 seconds. The time is very, very similar, and plenty of those athletes, to be fair, running well within themselves. Kevin Metzger goes through as a non-automatic qualifier along with Ben Higgins, as did Lewis Davey and Daniel Putnam. Just those 8 through to the 400-metre final. It was a pretty harsh qualifying circumstances. Conditions, I should say. But Matt Hudson-Smith, after that slight hiccup last week in Paris, and we were all a bit worried about why he pulled out, looking absolutely fine.
He looked totally fine. I love the... Stephen Gardner said exactly the same words. So our coach likes to build a jigsaw. I think that Gary's their coach, and he loves to build a jigsaw and then put the parts together, and they very much segment the race. So I hope that first 300 was a precursor to what we might see in that final if we get Matt Hudson-Smith going flat out. It's just 200ths away from that European record. If the weather gods are fine, maybe we'd see that tomorrow.
There is that unofficial result. Kerr, Hayward and Young, the automatic qualifiers, 3:43.99. Tom Dodd, 3:44.67 for the Birchfield Harrier. I'm not sure that will be enough, and we can update that result to official as quickly as we can, and that's how quick we can. Tom Dodd not yet qualified for the final, and it's not looking good for the Birchfield Harrier. Daniel Bebbington as well. Maybe they will regret not having pushed it hard. If you're going to come outside an automatic qualifying spot, you've got to have a decent time beside your name.
But how many times, not just at a British level, European level, at a world level, do we see people, they've got all the evidence there for them to say, just run some 60-second laps and you'll get non-automatic qualifiers. But it takes sort of guts for someone to put themselves on the line and pull the rest of the field through on that time. And we haven't got many kind of 5K runners in this 1500-metre field that would do that.
I don't know if it takes guts so much as common sense. I don't know. I mean, I think I did it a couple of times about 100 years ago, and I was up against Crammy and Ovett and
But
John
if you're
Walker,
coming at it from a 5,000-metre background...
No, sure, but I knew I couldn't kick with those fellas. I wouldn't be able to kick against Kerr and Hayward. You have to look at where's the best chance of qualifying, and that is just to bang out a half-decent time.
Well, I don't think Neil Gawley needs to do that, not with his 1:44.82 800-metre personal best recently. He can probably sit there and relax. But another guy with a really good kick, Matt Stonia. A great cross-country season, and then just transitioned really well into this track season. John Howarth picked up a Bucks bronze medal this season. That was a great run. James West, 3:34 personal best. He's only done 3:38 this season. Tom Keane picked up a silver at the 2020 Indoor British Championships. The likes of Mike Wilson or Tom Keane, they might be the kind of athlete that would get this race moving. Mike Wilson has been around a good few years. See, okay, all right, James West has third. Thought it's only going to take 59.60s to get this moving in the right sort of territory. But you'd like to think James West would fancy his chances of finishing the top 3 automatically. Neil Gorley, that yellow vest, keep your eye on that, and Matt Stonia in his red vest as well, just slotting into second and third. James West at the moment happy to lead. I wonder if that's reluctant or whether he thought, I'm just going to get myself out there and get after this. 30 seconds through the first 200, so round about that 3:45 pace. Everyone else happy just to sit on James West.
Well, it's not super fast. West going through there in almost exactly 45 seconds. Neil Gurley well positioned. You know, if it's I mean, you know this, Hannah, better than anybody. If it's going to be a slow tactical race, you can't really afford to be at the back, because when somebody accelerates hard, all of a sudden they're going to grab 10 meters out of you. You won't even be aware of it because there's 8 or 10 bodies between you and them. So if it's going to be a slow tactical race, you've got to be up there in the top 3 or 4 bodies. That was always my view on it. And West, yeah, doing the right thing here. Although it's not super fast, Gurley, you're dead right. I mean, that fabulous 800 metres personal best just a few days ago, just last weekend. I think he has got the confidence of the rest of the field put together coming into this.
He certainly should do. It was a good 4th place in Oslo for Neil Gorley. He didn't go with Jake Whiteman. Jake Whiteman really committed to the front of that field and almost hung on and got super tired. As Neil Gorley on social media was almost berating himself, saying, I wasted that. I just sat with the second group and beat the second field, if you like. And then turning that round and running that 1:44 midweek was super impressive. And you see Neil Gorley for the first time gliding past James West, and the rest of the field just taking attention. Matt Stonia in his Invicta East Kent AC red vest there. He's a really good tactician. He will time his kick exactly right, and they've slowed slightly in this second lap. 2-2. They were a little bit faster than the first heat, and now they're back on par with that first heat. John Howarth just moving himself around the outside. He'll be conscious that this race is a tiny bit slow. James West just pinned on the inside here, all to fight for with 600 metres to go.
Absolutely right. Gurley, though, superbly positioned. How is it that the big names, even at a slow pace, end up being at the front and playing Pied Piper like this? You know, it's clever running from Gurley. It's just smart, simple running as far as he's concerned. But nobody else has come around him to try and take the initiative, to try and get themselves in a good attacking position. Look, it's almost as if there's an force field on his shoulder. Nobody wants to come past him as they come towards the bell.
We see that time and time again with athletes in form. I think force field is a great kind of description of what's going on here. We know Matt Stonia's got speed, yet he's just not letting himself get past the shoulder of Neil Gorley. Matt Stonia's not afraid of anybody, though. He will attack in this last 300 metres. James West has stuck to his task really well. He's protected that second or third spot there on the inside, and he'll continue to do so in these latter stages. John Howarth, if he's going to move, he's got to do it pretty soon. He's not going to have the top end speed of Stonia and Gorley, and Tom Keane has suddenly managed to weave his way through this group, just clashing shoulders there with James West. That might take momentum out of both of them, but here comes Matt Stonia. Is he going to use that trademark sprint finish that bought him the British University's title, that gave him a win at the mile at the Highgate 10,000 metre event? But Neil Gorley, as expected, he's got a faster personal best. He's got that brilliant 800 metre speed. Neil Gorley does ease ahead. Matt Stonia and Tom Keane have got time to look over their shoulder. They will be our automatic qualifiers. It is faster than the first heat, so we might see a few more get through. The likes of John Howarth, James West, Mike Wilson, they were still in contention in those final few hundred metres.
Well, 4th place in the first heat was 3:44.67. I think there's a whole bunch of bodies have gone a lot quicker there. So pretty much I think we can say with 99% certainty that only the first 3 from the first heat will go through. Josh Kerr, Jake Hayward and James Young. So Tom Dodd, I fear, will miss out. It's a good run this from Estonia. You're right, Hannah, he has plenty of confidence. We know he's been in great form. That 3:54 mile at night of the 10,000s when he won the Emsley Car Mile, and he's glancing around there, running with himself. Good running from Keane here, Tom Keane, the Cambridge and Coleridge man, for 3rd spot. Those 3 go through, and I think 4th and 5th there at the moment hold qualifying spots. But of course there's the 3rd heat to come, and those guys have been handed a little bit of an ace card in a way, because you know, I mean, I can remember running, it was the 5,000 actually at the championships many years ago, but chatting to one or two guys and saying, look, do you just want to keep this pace healthy? Do you want to share a few laps? I think it was John Tracy. We agreed to actually take a lap each and make the first 6 or 8 laps more honest and make it a proper 5,000 race, not a 3,500 with just a burn-up over the last 2 or 3 laps. You'd have hated that because you'd had a big kick, didn't you?
Yeah, it was all about a sit and a kick. I won the British title in 2000.
With a 57 last lap.
It was 4:31, and then I went and did some races in the States, and everywhere they quoted it as a British mile champion, because I couldn't possibly believe you could win a national senior title over 1,500 in 4:31, but I did.
Well, they better believe it. I
56
mean, Matt Century won the
year.
Olympics in 3:50 or something, or something ridiculously so, with about a 50.8 last lap, so they should know about
I think
races.
Tactical. I mean, it's hard when you've got heats. You want your best athletes to get through to a final, but then hey, if you can't deal. I love the tactical races. I think they're incredibly entertaining.
Absolutely, but championship racing is tactical. There's no pacemakers. There's nobody out there going to sort of sacrifice themselves. There's that confirmation of Neil Gurley's win, 3:42.54, and actually, let me see, Howard, 3:44.36. Even that is quicker than 4th place in the first heat, Hannah. So, yeah, plenty of guys at the moment from this second heat sitting in bubble positions. But only 3 non-automatic qualifiers, and they all come from that second heat. James West, Michael Wilson and John Howarth are the guys at the moment with spots in the final. There's the lineup for the 3rd and final heat. And, well, this one, of course, will have plenty of quality in it as well. George Mills, the Brighton Phoenix man. Mills, well, he is a world-class 800-metre performer as well. Jake Whiteman's been in great form, we know that. He's won the Diamond League in Morocco, in Rabat, just 3 weeks or so back. Adam Fogg goes in on the outside there, 4th in the English under-23 a couple of years back. There is Jake Whiteman. He's a 3:29 performer. Whiteman, he's in good form too, as Jake. Ben McMillan for Central AC. Ethan Hussey is there too. He's a 3:42 performer. George Mills, well, Mills has run 3:36 and very close to his lifetime best this year. Rob Howarth from Team Bath, 3:45. He might struggle in this sort of company. Callum Elson of Roundhay Runners, 3:41 this year. Sean Malloy of Tunbridge AC is in this field. Tunbridge, good representation in the middle distances. Arlo Ludwig, 3:43 this year, his lifetime best. We saw Jack Meyer there as well from Marshall Milton Keynes, 3:43 this year, and Ben Potricus as well. So the 3rd and final heat of the men's 1,500 metres, and these fellas really do have a huge opportunity, because spots in the final are not particularly tough to come by as long as you move around at a decent tempo. They've got to move around at about 60 seconds per lap and then have a little kick over the last 300 metres, and you can be finishing 6th place in this race and get into the final. And as I say that, they clearly think you're talking absolute rubbish. We're going to have a little jog around here. And Hussey, the one man that says, well, look, this is just embarrassing. Ethan Hussey of Leeds City. He's a 3:42 performer. I'll tell you what, Ethan, if I was you, just get your head down and go for it, son. Build up a gap, let them race amongst themselves. Just go for it. On paper, he shouldn't make the top 3, but he's got an opportunity now. It's a shame, Hannah. I think they've already blown it in terms of the clock, don't you?
I do think when you see them almost grinding to a halt in that second 100 metres, you think it's a way and done. Well, have a look at the clock. Ethan Hussey taking up the run in there, 65, 4:03 pace. So there you go. All that information was available to these men. We saw them off in sort of the slipstream. You can see down the side of one of the tracks. The next heat gets to sit there and wait. They knew that it was a 3:43, 3:44 to get a non-automatic qualifying spot, and they couldn't make it happen. And Ethan Hussey, he's gone out in the lead, but he's not really going to do any damage. He's just there to be shot at. He's almost waiting for the likes of George Mills or Jake Whiteman to swing around the outside of him and make a move.
They get 600 metres in about 1:36, 1:37. 65.06 at 400 metres. It's 4 abreast coming down the home straight with 2 laps to run. Jake Whiteman has absolutely no need to worry about this, frankly. We know he's got plenty of speed. He's in good form as they come through with 800 to run. Every single one of these fellas knows now they're going to have to finish in the top 3, because I think this will be the slowest of the 3 heats, and it's top 3 or go home. Whiteman on the inside there, just a little bit boxed, a bit more boxed than I would like, but he's got 700 to run as they go through 800 metres. 400 with 65 or 6, 800, Hannah, nearly 209.
Well, that is, yeah, back they got themselves on 4-minute pace. They've gone 4-3 place to a 4-minute pace, and you can see the way they're spread out on the track here. This is such an inefficient way to run, and it really just throws the form book out of the window. George Mills doing well just to get it moving ever so slightly. Jake Whiteman, he is pretty boxed there. You don't want to get clipped, you don't want to get spiked, but you'd like to think George Mills and Jake Whiteman should be able to turn on the afterburners here, but for everybody else, this could be anybody's. They've got 500 metres to go, and it's who can hold their nerve. Ethan Hussey doing well to fight himself back into the middle of the pack there with his Leeds AC vest. Sean Malloy moving up as they take the bell.
Well, 1 lap to go. There's time yet for Jake Whiteman to get out of that box. 2:54 at the bell. It's desperately slow. Whiteman, though, may want to see an acceleration here, open up 1 or 2 gaps. He's in 3rd place at the moment as Mills controls things with 300 to run through 1,200 metres. And the time at 1,200 after a 59 lap is 3:08. Most of that hard running coming in the last couple 100 metres as Mills begins to stretch away. Whiteman is off the curb at last. Onto the shoulder of Mills, and these two controlling things. Mills even has a little glance around his shoulder there, and Jake Whiteman, remember, with that 3:29 speed, 3:32 recently, and a 3:50 mile for a new Scottish record in Oslo. Looks very comfortable. He and Mills both glancing over their shoulders, the rest of them battling away for the 3rd spot, the precious 3rd spot. It's Elson in 3rd place at the moment. Callum Elson of Roundhay Runners battling away. McMillan coming through as well for that 3rd spot. Ben Millen from Central AC. Who's going to get there? Elson's going to get it. It's going to be Whiteman, Mills and Elson. 1, 2, 3, and the rest of them, well, not a lot to show for their championships. You take your chances and you learn from races like that, and that's what you have to take away as a positive, is whether or not you made the right moves, look at your positioning during the race, but ultimately you come away with a time outside 3:50 and not a qualifying spot. A lot of disappointed fellas out there, I suspect, but the good news is no major mishaps, Hannah. We will send our best 3, most deserving 3, after the final tomorrow to the World Championships.
I like the idea of practicing kind of your biggest race tactic in the heats. We saw Matt Hudson-Smith move through some gears, and Jake Whiteman, for me, if you look back to the way he won Rabat, it was a really big kick at 200 to go, and I feel like that's exactly what Jake did here tonight. I feel like George Mills was kind of ready for that, but at this point I was thinking, fine, George and Jake sorted, and I got very, very nervous. And around about another 10 or 15 metres, if Jake Whiteman hadn't looked over his shoulder, he could have been swallowed up there on the inside. And when we've got Josh Kerr, Jake Whiteman, Jake Hayward, Neil Gawley, all with really fantastic times, if anyone put a foot wrong here this evening, that would have been, you know, if you got tripped over, if you were ill, if you couldn't make this race, then you've got something to ask the selector to consider. But if Jake Whiteman hadn't looked over, that made me incredibly nervous, as you're used to having a big screen maybe at British Championships and that sort of thing, but luckily Jake Whiteman did have that turn of pace in the last 30 metres.
Well, Adam Fogg is a 3:38 performer this year, but he never got a sniff at a place in the first 3 there, did he? And I'm afraid he is gone. The rest of them too. Some good athletes in there, and they have little to show for their championships. But that is championship qualifying, it's championship racing, and it's to be expected. There is the official result. Jake Whiteman from George Mills and Callum Elson. Those are the 3 qualifiers. Ben McMillan just missing out with that 3:49 time. Patricus Fogg there down in 6th place, and the rest of them pretty close together. But it does set things up wonderfully, doesn't it? And when you think about the qualifiers, Hannah, you know, Josh Kerr, Jake Whiteman, Jake Hayward, I mean, wow. Never mind about Neil Gurley, George Mills. Place your bets.
Macedonia if it's slow.
Oh, why? It doesn't have to be that slow, but it will be slow, won't it? Who on earth is going to go out and make it a 3:35 race? I don't think anybody in that field.
There's no need. No one needs to bother Big guns have got their time. Maybe James West, but hey, that's for tomorrow. That final will go off tomorrow afternoon, as will the women's 1500-metre final. We've got 3 heats, got a few withdrawals. Jodie Judd hasn't made the start line. Neither has Tilly Simpson. We think Rebecca Johnson maybe didn't as well, but we'll see as we look down the start line. Gemma Kersey, good couple of years at steeplechase, choosing to do the 1500 today. She's got a great personal best of 4:13. A bit of a relief for her to go back to an event she's more comfortable with. I hope we do see her in the steeple over the next few seasons, though. Sophie Tarver will be next, coming off a brilliant cross-country season. Kai Malanga, European under-18 champion. She will be with leg number 4. Sabrina Sinner took a great bronze medal at the Bucks Championships. Alexandra Millard is having a brilliant season. Great 5,000-metre debut not that long ago in BMC events, and a 4-second personal best at the Watford BMC. And I'm sure they're all super excited to be on the same start line as Laura Muir, picking up that brilliant silver medal out in Tokyo. But this field down just to 6 competitors. The first 3 and then 3 non-automatic qualifiers. So that's pretty intense down there if you've only got 6 starters. So you need to beat half the field to make it into the British final. Sometimes we've had 2 heats in the British Championships, but there are 3 today. There's not much the organisers can do. They can only go off the who's accepted their entry and confirmed last Tuesday. That was the cut-off date. Then they draw the heats, and then there's a certain amount of reshuffling they can do on the day, but not much. They generally tend to leave the athletes in the heat they were. In the sprint events, they might move them around lanes. But that has, the roll of the dice has ended up with just 6 athletes in this first heat of the women's 800 metres. Sophie Tarver happy to take up the running at the early stages. Like I say, had a really good cross-country season. She was 7th at the English National Cross Country. That's really good when you're a track specialist. Alexandra Millard, 5,000 metre strength, that's got to be pretty good for her, so she might be the one to push it on kind of in the middle of this race. Gemma Kersey, super experienced in making UK finals, so those athletes in 3rd or 4th, they'll let Sophie Tarver kind of feel out the start of this race, and then if they feel like it's necessary, I'd expect Alexandra Millard or Gemma Kersey to push the pace on in the middle.
Don't think I've ever seen a 1,500 metre qualifying race with just 6 athletes in it. It's utterly bizarre. There's 10 in heat 3. Really strange. I can only think there were a lot of late withdrawals that have reduced this field to just 6 athletes. We have been given updates constantly throughout our commentary, and in fact, I think on the men's 1500 I had 4 different versions handed to me because of the start lists that were on the website last night. I printed them all out thinking, yeah, it's a start list. But, oh, no. You were 2 or 3 versions away from what you wanted. Laura moving to the front there. And this really is almost like an extended warm-up for her, isn't it? Hannah, she, can lope round here very, very comfortably indeed. And if she wants, I suppose she can experiment with little accelerations. That's what she's just done. She has really put her foot down there. That was a slight move as she came into, but she's going for it. This is going to be a fast last 800 from Laura Muir. 1:59 through the bell, and she has left the rest of the field behind. This is a training exercise for Laura Muir. I did wonder why we'd see her in this 1500, not in the 800, because she's head and shoulders above the rest of the field, particularly with the withdrawal of Katie Snowden. Just a last-minute withdrawal, but here goes Laura Muir. That was a 62. How fast can she run here in this heat? See, Dean Miller coached some of these athletes, just checking his watch, saying, what does she just do? But the rest of the field just left to fight for 2 spots in tomorrow's final. Sabrina Sinner and Alex Millard at the moment leading the rest of this pack. But they've got to totally recalibrate their race plan now, because Laura Muir's change of pace and what she is putting on at the front of this race is just totally a different race. She's using this to test herself ahead of the rest of the competitive season. What she's done is run 400 metres really hard, but it's this next lap that is the one that will tell, because we know she's in great form. A couple of fabulous world-class 800s recently, but as she hits the bell this time, Hannah, in about 2:59, this is the telling lap. This is where the athletes who are quicker than her, the Kipyegons and the Segais, will really be strong. This is where Laura needs to test. It's easy to put in a hard lap with a lap to go. This is the critical 300. Ooh, she obviously doesn't agree. Settles right back. She's run, what, an 800 there in about 2:03 mid-race. So it's an interesting exercise. I suppose I would say that in a championship race, this would be the critical 300 metres, because this is where the Kipyegons and people find the extra gear, that extra ability to sustain a long drive from a long way out.
I mean, yeah, who knows? Maybe that's a precursor to what maybe tomorrow she's going to finish off that last 300. She looks relaxed. That looks like a decision to slow down, not a sort of rigging that she's overdone it and she hasn't paced herself correctly. But to drop through a 2:02, 2:03, 800 in the middle of a 1500 was super impressive. Alex Millard and Sabrina Singer had split themselves clear of the group, but Kai Malunga had just tracked them, and she is using all of her speed in the last 50 metres to get herself an automatic qualifying spot. Laura Muir's home and dry. Kai Malunga kicking hard for second place. And Sabrina Sinner and Alexandra Millard just crossing the line together. I think that third automatic spot will go to Sabrina Sinner.
Yes, and they both crossed the line in around 4:20, something like that. So I'm not sure, depending again on how the second and third heats unfold, we'll see any more than 3 go through from that race. Impressive from Laura, wasn't it? I mean, she put in a very, very hard, 500, 600, I suppose you could say. She started about 70 metres before 800 to go, and then shut down with about 600 metres later, nearly 700 metres later. So it was impressive.
Oh, we look at that championship record. Dame Kelly Holmes, 4:01.41. I don't know, I like to see championship records go, and I remember seeing that when I was competing. I remember thinking, oh, I wonder what the championship record, I like to win in 4:31, so I don't know why I was looking at a championship record. But I remember catching that and thinking, that's really some going. That stood since 1997. It'd be brilliant. That was super impressive off Laura there, and it'd be interesting to see what she does tomorrow.
Stadium record 4:07, that might go come the final, but again, same old story. Championship races tend not necessarily to be that quick. You get an impressive last 600-700, but you don't get an impressive first 600-700. And 4:07 is not a rubbish time by Hayley Tullett back in 2004, 18 years ago now in this arena. Hayley, a lot of people forget she was a World Championship bronze medalist. And then I think one of the athletes ahead of her got busted.
I think they all did.
They nearly all did in those days. Yeah.
I think, yeah, you look at that era of Hayley Tullett, Jo Peely, Helen Clitheroe running 1500s. It's not great reading.
There's the qualifiers for that men's 1500 final. Neil Gurley, no major surprises. Estonia, Keane did well to go through, and James West as well. Michael Wilson, Josh Kerr, Jake Hayward, James Young. I mean, it is a mouth-wateringly strong men's 1500 metres final. Look out too for John Howarth. Was Whiteman there? I didn't see Whiteman. It's the eyes. It's the eyes.
We have got the small cues there, so perhaps we're going to jump. With Thomas Dodd,
of course,
he was a non-automatic.
Jake ran 3:49, didn't he? Excuse me.
John Howarth just nudging out fellow University of Birmingham student Tom Dodd, just pushing him down out of that automatic qualifying, and of course Jake Whiteman, so slow in his heat. So
do you know what? In a caption like this, you almost need a big DNQ beside other names, because you have to get down to the third page and stuff to see the Jake Whitemans of this world and their time. They win their heat, but in a desperately slow time.
So the automatic cues that were off the bottom of that were Jake Whiteman, Finn George Mills, and then Callum Elson.
But we never saw a third page.
Yeah, doing well to...
Hooray! It's all on board now. Yeah, Whiteman, Mills and Elson. They were 1, 2, 3 in their heat, weren't they? That third heat, ironically, the slowest of the 3. Yeah, like I say, mouth-watering stuff. So 12 men in the 1500 metre final. Josh Kerr, Jake Whiteman, Jake Hayward, Neil Gurley. That would make a nice race on the international circuit, just with Brits. We are lucky. We're going through a really good period of middle distance running in the men's and women's side here in the UK at the moment. Well, there's the lineup for the second heat of the women's 1500 metres. Again, a small field, just 7 athletes going in this one. Leatherchurch, Stone, Cotham, Hodder, Clark and Davies. Megan Davies, personal best this year of 4:15 for the Sale Harrier. Anna Clark, second in the Welsh indoors, 4:22 this year for the Woodford Green and Essex Ladies athlete. Then the Wirral AC athlete Juliet Hodder goes in, is out there as well. English under-23 finalist. Hodder, best of 4:20, but 4:32 this year. Cotham, Isabel Cotham, twice a UK finalist, the Wolverhampton Biddleston athlete, best of 4:20 this year for Middlesbrough and Mandale Club. 5th in the English Championships last year, Philippa Stone. Lauren Church, Reading AC, 4:20 this year. And then a finalist last year, Ellie Leather, Westbury Harriers athlete, 4:11 this season is a lifetime best for her. So the fastest in the field is Ellie Leather with 4:11.33. Nobody in this field with really huge international experience. First 3 go through by right. Well, and of course, women's middle distance running at 800 metres, for example, very, very strong at the moment. Less so the case, I suppose you could say, Hannah, at 1,500 metres. But Katie Snowden, Courtney Bryant, and, you know, there are significant athletes who could have been in these 1,500 heats.
Yeah, and it's a shame to see Katie Snowden saying on social media just today she wasn't able to make the start line with illness and disruptions. So she was due to be in this heat here. See Ellie Leather taking up the running instead, and it's pretty slow so far. You might see Megan Davis just take it on. She's been working at her 3,000s, at her 5,000s, and that's really paid off over 1,500, taking her down to that great personal best of 4:15. She did that at one of the BMC events just a few weeks ago. Might have been here, actually. Might have been Sports City here, Megan Davis running that 4:15. But this is pretty slow at the moment. Ellie Leather came 11th at the NCAA Championships with that 4:11 clocking, so that's pretty impressive. So she does know what she's doing in these tactical championship style races. But 73 through the first 400. They were 72 in the first heat, so that's not really going to trouble anybody. They're going to have to work pretty hard if they want to get back on terms with, wow, maybe a non-automatic qualifying marker, Alexandra Millard.
Millie Courtney Bryant, by the way, of course, in the third heat. Bizarrely, 6 athletes in the first heat, 7 in this second heat, 10 in the third heat. Good job there's not a fourth heat. There'll be 20 of them. But anyway, Leather it is who leads, the fastest in the field. And actually, on paper, she's many seconds quicker than anybody else here. It's not exactly handed to her on a silk cushion, but she just needs to run a good, steady race here to get into the first 3. And yeah, it is slow. Nobody really prepared to push it on. And why would Ellie Leather do that? I'm sure over the last couple of laps, they come through with two laps to go. She will have the legs. Davies there on the outside. Megan Davies, who's a 4:15 personal best this year, makes her the second quickest in the field. Clark tucked in there behind Leather. Clark's best is 4:22, and Hannah another desperately slow lap.
So 73, then 72, and you can see the athletes just tripping over each other. Lauren Church trying to get herself off the rail. You see Cotham's done well to get herself up into 3rd place at the moment, just trying to get onto the back of Megan Davis and Ellie Leather. 600 metres to go. You think this is going to start winding up a little bit. Lauren Church, she's got that 4:20 personal best this season. And at this point, you're coming through to 500 metres to go. You've really got to get moving if you are concerned at all about your kick. I'd expect Megan Davis to have a go. She did run a good 2:08 or so at the Watford BMC, but she might not fancy her chances against Izzy Cottam. She's a good 800-metre runner. Ellie Leather with that 4:11, you'd say her top-end speed should come to the fore in this last 400.
They approach the bell then. Leather leading from Davies. These 4 beginning to get away. The pace has picked up, certainly 3:18 at the bell. It is very slow. This is typical championship racing. Leather from Davies, from Cotham, from Church. Church there. These 4 getting away, and 3 will go through. I don't think any more from this second heat. Still looking strong is Ellie Leather. Has she got another gear just to ensure she can get a bit of daylight between herself and the rest here? Megan Davies in 2nd place. Looking very calm, I have to say. Nobody's really kicked in hard yet. Working hard is Lauren Church there in 3rd place. as Isabel Cotham from Wolverhampton Bills in 4th place, needs to hang on to these vests in front of her, try and get in the first 3. Leather begins to wind it up, lengthens her stride impressively, almost imperceptibly there around that bench. She's opened up her 3 or 4 metres on Davies. Megan Davies in 2nd place, under a little bit of pressure from Church and Cotham behind her, but Leather has a little check round Ellie Leather. Yeah, ease right back. Save your running and your energy for tomorrow. 1, 2, oh, and look at the dive for 3rd place. I'm not sure if Church got there or not. It was incredibly tight. They knew it had to be top 3 or nothing.
Good run there from Ellie Leather. Megan Davies, for me, she just looked relaxed with 1:20 to go. I thought maybe a bit too relaxed because she was slowing. I couldn't tell whether it was fatigue or just waiting. She saved a little bit for that last 100. Megan's done so many of these UK Championships heats. She knows what it takes to make a final. Ellie Leather just high stepping away from the rest of this field, but what a battle between Cotham and Church in the closing stages. It was too close to call. It's not up on our system yet. Just a word for Izzy Cotham, though. She is coming back from COVID. She's just a week and a half, 2 weeks clear of that. And she was so nervous about even running this race, so she's done fantastically well to put herself in that 3rd/4th. We'll have to wait for the officials to try and separate Church and Isabel Cotham.
4:23, the winning time. Everybody in this field has run considerably quicker than that, but championship racing is a very, very different affair to flat-out racing that we're used to seeing on the Diamond League circuit and other international meetings where there are pacemakers and long discussions about what pace will be laid down to try and get a fast result. And there will be championships all over Europe, all over the world taking place this weekend with very similar sort of middle distance races going on. It's not just here in the UK that people jog around for a few laps and then kick away to try and get a qualifying spot. It's the nature of the beast. Championship racing is always like this. So whether you're talking about, and I think just about every European nation has got their championships this weekend, apart from Norway and I think it's Denmark. Because they don't believe in having it on midsummer weekend. But there it is. Ellie Leather, Megan Davies and Isabel Cotham guaranteed spots in the 1500 final. Lauren Church missing out by 6/100ths of a second. And she had to dive and crash to the track. Ouch.
That's what happens here at these championships. Just such small margins making it through to the final.
But what I was trying to say, Hannah, and I probably didn't say it very articulately, is that championship races are the same wherever that championship race is taking place. Doesn't matter if it's Australia or New Zealand or up here in the top half of the earth. Championship races are slow, as you know full well, and you have to learn to handle those. And there's the lineup for Heat 3.
Absolutely. So I think we are looking at a non-automatic qualifying spot at the moment. Might be Lauren Church there with her dip for the line with 4:25. So we'll keep an eye on the exact splits for that as we look at this final race. We've got Melissa Courtney-Bryant in there. She's sort of athlete in form with the fastest personal best. But going from the outside, we'll have Ellie Wallace there, Anna Tate, Scottish athlete, picking up a silver medal at those Scottish Championships. She'll go in lane 9. Hannah Nuttall, new personal best, 4:11 this season. She'll go with hit number 8. Bethan Morley is having a really good 800-metre season, picked up a silver at the British University Championships here over 1500. Neve Bridson Hubbard made the final last year. Maddie Dedman is a Southern champion. She's 4:21.45 personal best this year. Kasana Weir will go next. She's got a brand new personal best, as has Ellie Simpson. A lot of these athletes around about that 4:20 mark in this 2022 season. And the final athlete will be Melissa Courtney-Bryant. Really great comeback from injury for Millie this season. Tore her plantar fascia and battled back, ran that 15:25 in Stanford. That was enough to get her on the Welsh team. And since then, she's run a couple of world qualifying marks. That 4:04 mark. Ran that in Rabat. Ran it again in Hengelo, maybe, I think. But Millie there on the inside with hit number 2. Considerably faster than the rest of the athletes in this field, but they will know that anything around 70-second lapping would be enough for a non-automatic spot if they do that evenly. Bethan Morley, like I said, she's having a great 800-metre season, so I maybe wouldn't have expected her to get up in the front, but Bethan Morley keen to keep it moving, as is Ellie Wallace there. She's come all the way from Cornwall, I think. It's where Ellie Wallace comes from, a big travel to come here and compete. North Somerset, I'm hearing in the background, so not quite as far as Cornwall, but Ellie Wallace taking up the running here.
Well, the bubble time that the fourth place in this race has got to better is 4:22.67. Unbelievably slow. I mean, very slow, but it is championship condition racing. So that's all that's needed, Hannah. And actually, all credit to the athlete going out in front there, Wallace, for making this a little bit quicker. Ellie Wallace, the Midlands champion. She's only a 4:20 athlete, but she's obviously thinking, I haven't put in these months of training, years of training, a winter of hard training in the rain and the frost and the cold and the wind to lope round here in 4:25 or something like that and go home. And I admire that. She's giving it a good go.
She really is. 4:15, 4:16 pace through the first 300, maybe slowed ever so slightly as she came through the 400-metre mark. And you can see the athletes behind her have started going, all right, we've got to take this seriously. And Melissa Courtney-Bryant should be well within her comfort zone at this pace, but she's kind of gone, all right, come on then. Ellie Wallace could be disappearing off down the track. Why turn 3 automatic spots into 2 automatic spots and kind of roll the dice, so to speak? Niamh Bridson-Hubbard made a great move around about a lap ago to get herself into contention. Hannah Nuttall just content to sit a little bit off the pace at the moment. Ellie Wallace, this will be a long way to lead Gunter Tate, but she's looking full of running at the moment.
Well, she is, but unfortunately for her, Millie Courtney-Bryant recognised the danger and accelerated to close the gap and has dragged the rest of the field up to her. Wallace was probably hoping she could get a bit of a gap on the field. She comes through 800 now, and let's have a look at the time here, because I'm sure it'll be a lot quicker. 2:20.2, no lap time for Wallace there, but at least she's brought some respectability into this. And remember, that time she's got to try and break. Supposing she finished in 4th place, 4:22.67. It gives her a little glimpse of a chance, doesn't it?
You've absolutely got a chance of this, but this is women's 1500-metre running for you. Everybody can stay in it for a kilometre. For the first time, that's Hannah Nuttall getting involved. She might have a race plan here to lift the pace in the final few stages. Niamh Bridson-Hubbard doing a really good job at getting herself into a good position and then protecting that position. Hannah Nuttall getting pushed wide by Bethan Morley. She was pushed wide by Niamh Bridson-Hubbard a few laps ago. Millie Courtney now at the lead. She will stretch away here from this field, hopefully leave nothing to chance. I'd love to see Ellie Wallace hold on. She's on the inside at the moment, just slipping into 4th place. Niamh Bridson-Hubbard in 2nd. Hannah Nuttall in 3rd. Bethan Morley, the 800-metre specialist, swinging wide. Simpson has got so many personal bests this year. Can she make it a UK Championship final as well? There's a lot of girls there just for 3 spots into the final.
Well, Millie Courtney-Bryant is world-class at 1,500 metres and 5,000 metres. 3:31 there with 300 to run. She looks very in control. Morley moving up onto her shoulder, but Courtney-Bryant surely has got another gear if she needs to. She's been through her own doldrums, hasn't she, in the last couple of years? Terrible injury she had a couple of years back. Took a long time to get over, but now she looks strong and getting fitter with every race.
They move through this last 150. So Bethan Morley, silver medal at the Bucks 800-metre championships behind Izzy Boffey. That was a quality field that day, but Bethan Morley knows she's got that closing speed. Melissa Courtney has got to have a little bit of something extra up her sleeve. She's a great runner over 1,500 and 5K, and you can see her finding it there, just taking a look around and squeezing that pace just a tiny bit. And it will be Emily Simpson coming through for the 3rd automatic qualifying spot, but that time's quick. I think Alexandra Millard from the first heat, she might be all right, but after that we might be looking at non-automatic qualifying from here. Maybe Gemma Kersey with her 4:21. But hats off to Ellie Wallace for trying to turn that into a slightly faster race.
Yeah, although unfortunately Ellie Wallace was some way down come the end of the race, so won't qualify there. She is right of picture with 10 on her shorts, her hip number, and she sees these 5 easing away from her over the last 250. Morley applying the pressure, almost leaning in on Millie Courtney, who just maintained her momentum and kept her nose in front. Being dragged round is Niamh Bridson-Hubbard in 3rd place. working really hard, hanging on to the coattails of the pair in front of a great battle for those minor places. It'd be nice to see them rewarded with spots in the final.
Strong finish from Emily Simpson. Hitting all of those British Mileage Club races in this domestic season, just doing really well there, picking up personal bests, learning her trade and putting that to practice here at the UK Championships.
It looks like Alexandra Millard from the first heat will go through. She was the fourth fastest of all of them from the 3 heats. And then Millie Courtney, of course, and Beth Morley go through.
It might leave Gemma Kersey from the first heat, Sophie Tarver from that first heat, as our other non-automatic qualifiers. I don't want to overcommit. I don't want to
There's only
past
3
that.
non-automatic qualifiers, so it's the 3 there.
Here we go. This is when they revised the start list and changed them on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're right. If it's only 3 non-automatic qualifiers.
The 3 automatic 3s and then 3 non-automatic qualifiers, if you get my drift. That's an unofficial result of that third heat. Millie Courtney from Pool AC winning from Morley and Simpson. And Niamh Bridson-Hubbard, I'm afraid, doesn't make it through, although we'll wait for the official caption to come up and show us the 12 qualifiers for the men's 1500 final. That is an unofficial result, as it says. But Anna Tate gets an official 4:30.92. It's a bit unfair on the rest of them. Well, that's the last senior individual race, so to speak, although the Decathlon 400-metre runners are coming, but that, of course, is not their the climax. It's the climax of their first day, but not of their event. We've got 2 under 23,000s coming, the women and the men, next on the track. The women due off, actually, very shortly, and they are lined up over on the far side of the 200-metre start. That men's Decathlon 400 metres, by the way, is at 8:40, so we've got half an hour until that Decathlon 1 lap dust up.
We do have these 2 under 23,000 metre races underway. Well, not underway, getting underway. See the women off on the far side of the track, but we will see the official results of that heat. What another personal best for Emily Simpson. I feel like every time I've seen her compete this season, she's done a personal best. Great to nip under that 4:20 and take that 3rd automatic qualifying spot. Melissa Courtney Bryant and Bethan Morley look full of running in their closing stages. There were 9 finishers in that first heat. Like we said, just 6 in the first one, 7 in the second, and 9 in that 3rd heat. But we will turn our attention to these 2 under 20 races because there are Great Britain team spots up for grabs in them. Anyone with a qualifying mark that finishes first in these under 20 races will automatically qualify through to the World Championships that are in Cali, Colombia. You see those names on your screen there. Just work through who's here, who's not here, who's made the trip to Manchester. And that qualifying mark for the World Under-20s sits at 9:15. Is anyone in this field that actually already has that time? So could we see some of these athletes try and churn out those 3:05 kilometres? We have to keep our eye on this field, but if anyone does manage to get themselves down to 9:15, they will automatically qualify for the World Junior Championships.
Well, Raceler, the fastest in the field. Pippa Raceler, Aldershot Farnham District athlete. Aldershot Farnham District, what an amazing club. They just keep churning out great middle distance runners year after year after year. Mick Woods did wonderful work for them for many, many years, but the mould is set for Aldershot Farnham District, and whether you're talking Steph Twirl or umpteen other athletes who have run for Great Britain over the years, it's like a production line, frankly, from them. 13 athletes there for this junior women's 3,000 metres. I say junior, you mustn't call them that anymore. It's under 20. Well, the world under 20 record, an astonishing 8:28. And as you said quite rightly there, the qualifying time is a 9:15 for the world under 20 championships in Cali. Aren't they very soon after the world championships in Eugene? In fact, I was talking to somebody this morning at breakfast who is working in Eugene, staying on another 2 or 3 days there, and then heading off down to South America for the World Under 20 Championships. He's away from home for nearly a month. Young it is who leads, though. Jasmine Young wins a Slough Eton athlete. We've seen plenty of that vest today. 9:45 is her personal best from earlier on this year. She's only 17. Came 8th in the Southern Cross Country Championships last winter. I always like to see middle distance runners and long distance runners with cross country pedigree. Builds a lot of strength. I know it's not that trendy these days, and actually guys like Jake Whiteman and Josh Kerr go, nah, don't need cross country in the main, thanks very much, but I'm old, so you'll have to forgive me that. Hannah, you did a bit of cross country, didn't you? But you're not. I'm not calling you old. Oh, good, no, don't hit me. I'm not calling you old. I'm just saying.
I think I did when it was shorter. I think it is easier when it's 6K to under 23. That's all right. 20 minutes when you're trying to kind of cut your teeth on 4-minute 1500 metre running is all right. But for me, once it stretches to 8K, especially on a British cross country course, you're out there for 32 minutes. It's a very different energy system from the track running, but I think it's important. I think we have things like park run, and certainly at this age when you're running cross country and it's still kind of under 15 minutes, I think that's very relevant to a lot of distances. As long as you're doing the training, as long as you're doing the hill training and stuff like that, I think you can get away without racing it. But I'm soft. 76 seconds through the first lap and about 9:30 pace for Jasmine Young.
I think that's Emily Shaw in second place from Wimborne AC. She's a 9:43 athlete. Hasn't run a 3,000 this year. What's this lap going to be? And they I can see the 800 time to get up to this near end of the back straight. Reid moving through there. That's Meredith Reid from Inverclyde AC. She's a 9:50 performer. But Young, well, she's doing a good job here, Jasmine Young. For someone so young, 17, of pushing this along. 2:32 at 800 metres, 2:32.31. It says 400. It wasn't 400, I can assure you. It was 800. And that's an almost identical lap. A very tiny acceleration from Jasmine Young. Gadsby moving down the outside. That's Megan Gadsby from City of Norwich AC. She's a 9:42 performer. The championship record, by the way, is by Megan Keith, 9:29. That was last year on this track. They come through now, and this will be the 1,000 metre time, 3:11.12. So they're on 8:33 pace. And 9:33 pace even. Did I say 8:33? 9:33. And only one athlete in this field has run quicker than that this year. And that is Pippa Raceler, the fastest in the field. There she is with 7 on her shorts. Tallest in the field, with that ponytail bobbing around, looking quite comfortable, letting others do the work. I remember Brendan Foster saying to me many, many years ago, you know, get those early laps out of the way. Just get them out of the way. If it's a 10,000, get to 20 laps and then start thinking about racing. Don't get involved in the busy stuff up front unless you really have to, or you're going for a quick time and you want to contribute.
See, Ellen Weir looked like she was they slowed slightly out of 78 that lap, and Ellen Weir just eased herself past Jasmine Young. Shaw going with her there, and Emily Shaw on the outside as well. But Ellen Weir's got great pedigree. She's represented Great Britain at the European Under-20 Championships on the track and the cross-country. fantastic 14th place in the cross country, 12th on the track. So Ellen Weir, she should be comfortable in this sort of environment. All of these athletes will love being a part of this British Senior Championships. It's really cool to warm up with it. The other athletes they would have seen in the warm-up area just now, the likes of Laura Muir, Millie Courtney, those athletes that are picking up medals at a senior stage. And these women would have got to warm up alongside them.
Well, we're at about halfway now as these athletes move down the back straight, and it is Ellie Weir, the Hercules Wimbledon athlete. There's a famous old vest who's pushing the pace at the front, but it's not quick. Look at them, 5 abreast down the back straight at halfway in this race. Shepherd, Caitlin Shepherd, moving down the outside, the Cheltenham and County athlete, has only just broken 10 minutes this year. She's a 9:38 athlete at her best, though. Gadsby on the outside, looks like she would like to go quicker. She's a 9:42 performer. They are moving, at least they were at 1,000, at 9:33 tempo. So for a lot of these young women, this is a reasonably healthy pace.
It is, but they have bunched up a little bit there, and you would feel if there were that many of them bunching around at this stage. They're coming up to 3 laps to go. It should be a little bit more spread out if they're kind of at their limit. Emily Shaw just taking over the lead there from Ellen Weir, perhaps just moving herself into a better position rather than pushing on. And Gadsby has done well to slot herself into second place there. I think she ran very well at the Bucks B race in the cross country. They have a kind of A and a B race. I think Megan Gadsby featured heavily in that, so her cross country pedigree might come to the fore here. But Shaw at the moment just easing herself down the front of this field. They have got a few weeks to chase a qualifying mark, I believe. Even if they don't hit the qualifying mark here tonight, if they have that first place and then they can chase for a few more weeks, they might be able to get time after that. So Pippa Rossler might, even though she's the fastest in the field, she might be concentrating just on getting that first place across the line.
Coming up to 2,000 metres then as they hit the top end of the back straight. There it is, a 3:20 that kilometre. The opening kilometre was 3:11, 6:31 at 2,000. So it has slowed significantly in that middle kilometre, all gathering themselves near right. Hannah, it's not rocket science. If they're bunched like that in the latter stages of a race, then you know that the pace hasn't been particularly demanding, and they are way, way outside, of course, the qualifying standard for those World Under-20 Championships of 9:15. Racelet doesn't need to push the pace on here. There will be days when the weather is better than this. I mean, it's a cool evening, but actually there's not much wind. It's not cold. It's just, but you know, marks out of 10, you'd give 6.5, wouldn't you, for these conditions? It's not a bad evening. If you wanted to run fast, you could do it in these conditions, I think. Mind you, having said that, you and I haven't run up the back straight. Might be a gale in their faces up the back straight for all we know.
So right now, I'd love to see either of us make 150 metres.
At the pace they're moving at, I couldn't make 100 metres. That's frightening.
But they're really starting to gather. I want to keep your eye on Mia Waldman. There, she's just tucked in, a shorter figure, just tucked in the red vest. She seems to be making lots of very smart moves to me. There's a lot of big moves, sort of Gadsby swinging wide and going to take the lead and then backing off because Pippa Rossler's still there, and Rossler and Shaw are kind of battling out at the front there. Mia Waldman in 5th place just seems to be quite content sitting there, but so does Jessica Spilsbury. She does a lot of her training with Melissa Courtney-Bryant, and we saw how good Melissa looked winning that final heat of the women's 1500. So it could be Jessica Spilsbury might be one to keep your eye on. Gadsby's running wide every lap. This is 500 metres to go now. You'd think somebody's got to kick soon. Everybody's just holding their nerve. Someone's going to lose their patience soon.
They approach the bell then in this women's under-20 3,000 metres UK Championship race. They will hear the bell here. Shaw and Rossler, they hit the bell and begin to build up a lead. Spilsbury it is, Spilsbury, who's in 3rd place, being dragged away from the rest of the pack, and the gaps are opening up very quickly. Shaw here putting in a really good effort, the Wimborne athlete. She's run 9:43 in the past. It's her first 3,000 of the year. Now what has she got left? Rossler, Pippa Rossler, has got her in her sights. The Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. In fact, Rossler, Aldershot Farnham District, what am I saying? 9:01 there, and she is really asking questions here of the fastest athlete in the field. Rossler is Emily Shaw. The rest of the field have been torn asunder by this big injection over the last 300 metres, and it's down to these two. It's a tactical race for them, there's no doubt about that. Shaw trying desperately on the inside to keep Rosler at bay, but Rosler is strong. She has the legs and holds on really well down the home straight to ease past and take the win. 9:33.13. Well, it's almost perfectly won 3 times at the time of the first kilometre, which was 3:11. The rest of them come across the line. It was a slow tactical affair. We knew that when with 2 laps to go there was still a big pack. But Pippa Rosler coping with everything that was thrown at her very, very comfortably indeed.
Pretty handy last kilometre there from Pippa Rosler. 3:02-ish, maybe. Got my maths right. A lot of that done in the last sort of 400, 500 metres. Pippa Rosler at the end. She looked, for me, she was a little bit nervous in that last 200. Emily Shaw really piled on the pressure in the last 300. I think Emily Shaw knew she had to set her stall out pretty early. She didn't fade in the last 50 metres, but just at this point, I think Emily Shaw was thinking, right, let's just go now. See if I can steal a bit of a gap on Pippa Rosler. Emily Shaw looked really great. Look at that, great technique. Under pressure as well, when you're leading and you know you've got someone that's faster on your shoulder. Emily Shaw doing really well to kind of hold her nerve, hold her form, but she couldn't live with that last lift of pace from Aldershot, Farnham and Districts. Pippa Rosler.
Rosler is the Intercounties Junior Cross-Country Champion this last winter and is showing enormous strength there. Somewhere outside her personal best of 9:23, but she's got plenty of experience. She ran for 6th place in the Loughborough International over 1,500 metres just recently, so you combine that cross-country strength and that 1,500 metre speed, and she was well prepared for this one. I don't think that has overextended her. Quite frankly, she'll recover pretty quickly from that and will enjoy a nice long run over the weekend, I expect.
I'm sure she will. And it'd be interesting to see if, Pippa Rosler's got an opportunity to chase that time. There's so many 3,000 metre races, whether it be at Trafford or Watford in the BMCs, whether that qualifying time's got to come in a single-sex race. Maybe Pippa Rosler might not have that many choices, but I do think she's got 3 weeks. Also, those championships for the under-20s and the under-23s taking place a little bit later than normal. Normally we see them before the British Senior Championships. But with those World Under-20s being a little bit later in the season, some of these athletes will have longer to wait to get their qualifying mark.
Next event on the track is the men's under-20 3,000 metres. And there is the start list. Always tough when you're a youngster to cope with 3,000 metres. It's something you grow into. It was the upper end of your range, Hannah, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I enjoyed the 3,000 metres. That's good fun, particularly indoors. 15 athletes have made the start list. I'll just talk you through those. Will Barnacutt, what a great cross-country season he had. He won here last year, securing his place in the European under-20 team. Can he repeat that here? Livingston does have the qualifying mark. He's number 2 in the UK, behind Oshan Perrin. Woodall, number 6 in the UK, studies out in the States. Barber there, Adam Barber. And Thomas Bridger, he's got the World Under-20 qualifying mark in the steeplechase. Just taking a bit of a laugh with a teammate there. So Tom Bridger already qualified on the barriers. Can he add a decent time here? Rowan Mill Ingram, he's having a good season over 1,500 as well. So no Oshan Perrin on the start list. He has automatically qualified for the 5,000 metres at the Under-20 Championship. I wonder if we'll see him contend the 5,000 senior event tomorrow or Sunday, whenever that goes off, because he's not here in the junior event. Holds British record indoors for a junior, Oshan Perrin, at 8:54, but he's decided to leave these guys to it. So Johnny Livingston, fastest in the field, he's got that red bib. If he wins this race, he is on the plane to Cali, Colombia. But if any of the rest of these men can get themselves under that qualifying mark of 8:20, they could spoil the party for Livingston. 8:20 is pretty good going, though. And these men will need to get after it with a concerted effort. Edward Bird at the moment keen to lead this race. He's been selected for the British team for the European Youth Championships, the Under-18 Championships. So Edward Bird already on 8:18 this season, outside that World Junior qualifying mark, but maybe setting his stall out here to say he'd like to do the European Under-20s and the World Under-20, European Under-18s and the World Under-20s. I think the timetable would allow you to contend in both. I think Edward Bird is the only Under-18 in this field, and he's happy to stretch it out.
Yeah, bouncing along, isn't he? Looking quite comfortable at the moment is Edward Bird, the Pool AC athlete. 8:18 this year makes him the third fastest in the field, and he's good to see. He's got a lovely long loping stride, hasn't he? Compare that with Rowan Mellingham in second place, the Radley AC athlete, who's got a real pitter-patter little stride, but the leader Bird bouncing along, the rest of them bunching, moving down the outside now is the pre-race favourite with the red bib on, and in fact looks like he wants to, Johnny Livingston moving up, making a big move there onto the shoulder of Bird into second place, but it's still incredibly bunched. Got a big blanket on your hand, and we could throw it over all that lot.
Luckily, it's not cold enough to worry about a big blanket here tonight. We have had some cold evenings at these UK Championships on this Friday night as it cools down, but it's pretty good down there. Johnny Livingston just taking this move of Edward Bird seriously. Edward Bird improving so much, as you do when you're 18 and you're training hard. Well, he must be 17 if he's under 18. So Edward Bird not scared of the rest of this field. There'll be a lot of university students in there that have made that leap away from home, training that little bit harder, that little bit more professional, maybe with some older athletes. But at the moment, they're having to settle for seeing the back of Edward Bird. And he just clips off this lap. They're coming up towards the 1 kilometre mark. That will give us a bit of an insight into how fast they might be running. Thomas Bridger said he's got that steeplechase pedigree. He's just perhaps having fun here, enjoying a flat 3,000 metres without those barriers to worry about.
Well, 2:52.93. It's, what, about 8:38 pace, something like that. It's pretty slow by the standards of most of these fellas. Plenty of them run very close to 8:20. Some of them a long way inside 8:20. I mean, Johnny Livingston, 8:09. That is fabulous running. Well, remember from my junior days, Hannah, 8:20 was considered the barrier of really crisp 3,000 metre running. It was, of course, all black and white in those days, black and white TV, black and white life, I think. But it was 8:20 was what was good running, and many of these lads have come very close to that, and a select few a long way inside it. Bird doggedly hanging on to the lead there, but you need to start stretching it out. I can't really see the point of just dragging them round at a reasonable tempo and being an unpaid pacemaker, unofficial pacemaker, never mind about unpaid. You can see plenty of guys there who are very comfortable at this pace. I mean, 2:53 for all intents and purposes, that first kilometre. What did I say it was? It's about 8:39 pace.
Now in there, you can see, like we did with the women's race, if you see a pack of this size at this stage in a 3,000 metre race, that tells you it's not necessarily lightning quick. National junior record 7:48. I mean, nowhere near that tonight. When you look at the likes of Oshan Perrin, there's 7:54 indoors, and he's still got this outdoor season as an under-20. That'd be exciting to see if he could get close to that. But you can see Will Barnicott just moving around the outside. When he won this race here last year, went on to have a fantastic cross-country season. He's got a few University of Birmingham teammates in and around him there, so I wonder if they'll see Will Barnicott move and they'll think they'll want to get involved. Thomas Bridger also studies at the University of Birmingham. He's sitting in third place. I thought we might see a bit of a team effort from those guys trying to get this pace moving, but that's not happened. They've let Edward Bird be out there all on his own. He's led for so many laps. This time it's going to be 3 to go. Edward Bird, every time it looks like someone might overtake him, he just seems to squeeze it a tiny bit. Johnny Livingston's been in that second place for a long time. Thomas Bridger's been in third. Mars Ingram's just been pinned on the inside there in fourth place. He's looked good on the BMC season. He's got a good change of pace and a good tactical head on him. But Woodall has been racing out in the States. He's at Cincinnati. No, he's at Milligan College. in the USA. He's been doing some racing on that sort of circuit in that environment. There's not been much change in the last few laps as they move towards 2K.
Well, Bird just beginning to stretch his stride a little bit. That would be smart. And it's Ollie Small who moves up around the outside. Sorry, Louis Small, who moves up around the outside into second place. They go through 2K in 251.9, that split, 5:44 at 2K. So 251 is only a second or two quicker than the first kilometre. It's been very, very slow. And I can only think, Hannah, that Eddie Bird is running a smart racer and he wants it to be this way. Are they playing into his hands, or is he thinking he's stretching them and he can't go any quicker? We're going to find out in these next two laps. 800 metres to run.
So Ollie Smart there has moved himself from the back of the group to the front of the group. 800 metres to go. If you don't fancy your kick, you've got to start winding it up now. And it looks like Ollie Smart is having a go at that. He has performed at this level already. He's done 8:21, so he's got one of the fastest times in this field. Thomas Bridger just behind him is just a shade faster. I think he's underneath that 8:20. But Ollie Smart looked like he was going to be the athlete to get past Edward Bird. But Edward Bird, he wants a gun to take victory here. He's led every step of the way. Can he hold on for another 600 metres? He's got the athletes piling up behind him. This is going to be a real burn-up over the closing stages.
Well, Edward Bird, the pool athlete, is good. 8:18 makes him one of the quickest in the field, and he's now winding it up from quite a long way out. There's one or two beginning struggle behind him. Gaps are appearing. He's stretching them out, but they're almost queuing up on his shoulder.
They really are, and like we talked about, that invisible barrier that we saw around some of the other senior athletes in those heats early on, but Edward Bird seems to have built himself a barrier. But for the first time, Johnny Livingston, that's a concerted increase in pace. But yet again, he slams the brakes on just behind Edward Bird. Could Edward Bird actually take a gun to take victory? You'd think surely he can't. The effort of leading this field round this nearly the whole 3,000 metres has got to be tiring Edward Bird, but it doesn't look like it. He looks full of running. That was an injection of pace from Edward Bird. That's the first time I've really seen him kick. All his reactions to attacks from behind have been just gradual, just enough to keep them off. But Johnny Livingston pulls up alongside Edward Bird, and Edward Bird, I thought that was going to be it, the first time he was going to have to relinquish the lead. Here comes Thomas Bridger, the steeplechase specialist. He's going to try and get past the under-18. Mills Ingram is building momentum behind. Will Barnicut, the victor last year, is trying to get himself in the picture. 100 metres to go. Thomas Bridger fighting with Edward Bird. Thomas Bridger just trying to edge himself ahead. Is Johnny Livingston going to come back and take the victory? He's not. Thomas Bridger, the steeplechase specialist, is going to take the win in 8:18. Poor Edward Bird led for so long, bravely holding on for second place. Johnny Livingston just had a go at the bell, couldn't get past Edward Bird, and had to settle for third place.
Well, that last lap was, about 58 seconds, 2:34 the final kilometre. I'll tell you what, that was a fabulous effort from Eddie Bird. I'm full of admiration for him. There was a little bit of a laissez-faire about that, the way he would not relinquish the lead through that last 300 metres down the back straight, kept stretching out the lovely raking stride of his round the final bend, kept bouncing away. When Livingston attacked, he accelerated. Livingston thought better of it and held back, and then down the home straight. Only one athlete got past him. It was a fabulous effort. This was the moment where I really thought Livingston would kick in, find that other gear. Going into the bend, Livingston's probably made the move before the bend, because when you're going around the bend, you're running an extra metre or so to get past somebody. Here it is. He leaves it a little bit late, and he thinks better of it there. There was a big attack. And Bird, running the shortest line, he's the only athlete in the race that's run pretty much 3,000 metres. Everybody else run 3,005, 3,010. Bridger, fantastic down the home straight. Look at him giving 101%. Livingston couldn't get there. Great running from Barnicut too, down the outside there, to get up to this top three. But that is a fabulous run. Boy, oh boy, did Tom Bridger work for that one, the Cambridge and Coleridge athlete, and he's run a personal best to boot.
Great running from Thomas Bridger, as they just having fun on the flat. Eddie Bird, He almost I was going to call him out for stopping his watch over the line, but he's not wearing a watch, I don't think. Like he almost went to stop a watch that wasn't there, but...
He did? You're right. A phantom watch.
Yeah. He's got something on his wrist. I think it's just a sort of entry wristband, but he definitely looked like he was getting a split, as is the habit of all endurance runners. Just in case the officials don't get it, I will get it on my GPS watch.
I know. I saw a picture a couple of days ago on social media of somebody in an 800-metre race in the States stopping their watch as they crossed the line. And you know, people are commenting on it. There's that result of the women's 1,500 metres, the qualifiers, I should say. Laura Muir, Malanga, Sina, Millard, Courtney Bryant, Morley, Simpson, Britton, Hubbard. Not too many names there that really will keep the Dundee Hawkhill Harrier Laura Muir awake at night. Hannah Nuttall goes through, of course, with a non-automatic qualifying spot. Ellie Leather, Megan Davies and Isabel Cotham having to run only 4:23 and slower to get into the final of the women's 1,500 metres. It's not going to be a classically strong women's 1,500 final, quite a contrast to the men's.
No, it's not, and we've suffered a bit with unfortunately Katie Snowden not being able to make the start line. See the official result there of the women's 3,000 metre under-20 race. Pippa Rossler came in with that red bib, managed to honour it, taking the win. Emily Shaw fought hard in the closing stages, rewarded with a personal best. And look at that torrent of personal bests behind her. Jessica Spilsbury, Megan Gadsby, Libby Huxley, Mia Waldman, Katie Shepherd, all getting personal best and season's best down through to 7th place. So it was a tactical affair with fast closing last kilometre for Pippa Rossler. Super impressive, as always, from Aldershot Farnham District athletes. So good over that 5,000, 3,000 kind of cross-country territory.
Funny, isn't it, how you can get races where you go, well, that's a really slow first 1,000. That's a really slow second 1,000. And then with a big burn-up over the last couple of laps, all of a sudden a very good time comes out of it. I mean, 8:18.1 in that junior men's, under-20 men's 3,000. That is great racing. Personal bests in there. And we'll see that when their result comes up in a minute. Plenty of personal bests in the under-20 women's 3,000 metres. And it's great to see athletes taking these steps forward, improving all the time. And that's the lovely thing about being a teenager, of course, is year on year, just because you're getting stronger, you're going to see these big improvements. It comes a bit harder in your mid-20s.
And beyond. But it's nice because they go to those pace-made races on the BMC circuit, and it's kind of you learn how to run an even pace, and that's fantastic. Like that, learning the tactical change of pace and lift that you've got to have on in a championship race, and that's what they've got to do at European under-20s, European under-23s, World under-20s if they want to contend on that level.
Absolutely right. Beautiful track. It's a lovely surface. Quick track. The athletes out on the track for the next event, and it's one that Hannah's going to take us through. What a way to end a day of being out there for hours and hours, to have to run a flat-out 400. Not for me. There's the result of that junior men's, under-20 men's 3,000 metres. Tom Bridger, a championship record. We didn't even spot that. Wow, 8:18.10 takes, and he takes exactly 5 seconds off Will Barnicut's championship record from last year. Ed Bird led virtually the entire race, a personal best for the pool athlete, 8:18.22, and Johnny Livingston 8:18. And actually, look at that, the first 5 under 8:20. Really great racing in that under 20 men's 3,000 metres. Good running from Will Barnicut from Aldershot, and Radley AC's Rowan Meal Ingram, a personal best for him. And as you said, for the women's race, Hannah, personal bests galore.
Sure, we'd like to squeeze out another few personal bests in this decathlon. Well, you'd like to think you're pretty tired after 5 events today. You can see the athletes there. Callum Newby just in the corner of your screen. He's in lane 2. Charlie Rowe just to his outside. So these men have had a busy day. 4 events out there on the track already. 100 long jump, shot put, high jump, and that's what's happened so far. Jack Turner just a 2-point lead over Charlie Rowe, thanks to a great high jump from Charlie Rowe. Elliot Thompson looked really good in the long jump and in that high jump, and that's enough to put him in 3rd place. But just 9 points off that silver medal position at the moment, so really tight at the top. full start list there. Confirming that we've still got all the men involved, which is great. Caius Joseph will be out there in lane 8. Comfortable win in the 100 in our opening event. Let's see if his flat speed can carry on, whether he has the endurance to do that over 400. Elliot Thompson will go in lane 7 in that bronze medal position at the moment with 3,036 points. Tom Chandler, we saw him using one of those massage guns on his hamstring at the high jump. Let's hope he can make it through this event unscathed. Jack Turner wearing that red bib. That means he has the the biggest score so far this season. And he's in first place at the moment with 3,047 points. Jamie Schluter, Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, he's in 5th place at the moment. Charlie Rowe, an inspired high jump, just ran about an hour and a half ago. Leapfrogged him all the way up into silver medal position, 2 points behind Jack Turner. And completing the lineup in lane 2, Callum Newby. He's on 2,797 points so far. Jack Turner's got the fastest personal best, 48.4. Only athlete sub 49. Nope. Caius Joseph, as always as you look further up the list, you spot another one. Caius Joseph, 48.7. So those two could have quite the battle. Jack Turner will be keen to go as far as possible ahead of Charlie Rowe and give himself a bit of a buffer. So they've been out there competing for over 6 hours, these athletes, and Callum Newby decides that this is one event too far for him. The Edinburgh AC athlete just powered out of the blocks and then walked away. Left the other competitors out there on the track. Jack Turner, the fastest on paper. Caius Joseph has got a fast personal best, but he's not got any help out there, out in the outside lane in lane 8. Jack Turner looks like he's moving the fastest out of the field at the moment, but keep your eye on Charlie Rowe. The Coventry Godiva Harriers is having a great few events as we move through this first day of the men's decathlon. Charlie Rowe seeing if he can get on terms with Jack Turner and Caius Joseph, and he can. Jack Turner on paper should lift, he should be able to pull away, but he's tired. It's been a long day, it's been a long season for these athletes. Caius Joseph faltering in the final stages, and it is Elliot Thompson who comes through for the win. What a well-judged last 100 metres from Elliot Thompson. Just nipping under 50 seconds. Great run from Elliot Thompson.
But Hannah, there is a hold on the race. It may mean the judges have seen somebody treading on an inside line of their lane. I really hope not. We don't want a disqualification in a decathlon. In any discipline, it's the equivalent of no heighting or no jumping. And there they go into the second bend. Now, Thompson, second to left. He's out in... moving that outer lane, Thompson. Absolutely flying. He was due to have been in lane 3, but he's absolutely not in lane 3 there. He was in 3rd place overall coming into this. Now, watch the feet. It's really hard to spot if anybody treads on the line. Anybody close to the line? I don't think so.
Chandler just in the back. Tom Chandler there for me. I think he'd had his eyes shut. You can see he's got his eyes shut now.
But he's not in a dust-up for the win, is he? I was looking at the guys out front.
No, but you'd say if when points count, it's not it's not positions to qualify for a final or medals. If he accumulates more points than he should, because he ran out of his lane, that would be unfortunate there for Tom Chandler. Hopefully, I didn't count the steps, but just on that replay for me, Tom Chandler just drifted a tiny bit. But nicely judged race there from Elliot Thompson. Caius Joseph looked pretty tired in those closing stages and just had to give it up and let Elliot Thompson nip through.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's given absolutely everything there, hasn't he? 49.98. Did he battle for that win? Very narrow win, too. $49.98 in the 400. Well, just looking at what that time gives him, and that's actually Pretty solid total. 816 points will do his cause no harm at all. He was only some 11 points behind Jack Turner before that. Charlie Rowe, I remember, was 9 points ahead of him. It's going to be really tight going into the second day. Sorry, Hannah.
No, I was going to say, no, it's going to be interesting to see what it does to those scores. You know, we talk about the weighting on different events, whether they're technical or not. So 0.1 here in the 400 is only 5 points. It's 0.1 in the hurdles is 13 points. You know, that race is so short, you'd think, I don't know, yeah, so we can see 0.1 for 5 seconds. Elliot Thompson certainly will have built a bigger buffer over Kaius Joseph, who was sitting in 4th place, I think, going into that event. But I don't know if it perhaps, well, maybe it would have been enough to mix up those overall standings. We will hopefully have time to bring you an official result of that 400 in the decathlon, and then hopefully all the numbers have been crunched successfully, hopefully by computer rather than an individual. I'm sure Ian Tempest, who's been providing our statistics, could do it off the top of his head, but hopefully they'll have a computer do it.
Well, 55 points to the second, basically. So yeah, you're right. Every 10th of a second, about 5 or 6 points. And it may see Thompson out on top now. Ooh. Oh, wow, we're just hearing, Hannah, you break the news. They always kill the messenger. Shoot the messenger.
Saying Elliot Thompson stepped out of his lane, so he's been DQ'd.
Oh,
that was such a shame. That was such a well-judged race. Of course, you know, we've got 2 bends. We didn't see anything on our slow-mo replay of that sort of last 150 when we get a look at their feet. But, oh, that's so frustrating. You're sitting in the bronze medal position.
Do you know what you feel like saying? Well, look, you know, disqualifying him just destroys his weekend. Why not say, I mean, okay, it's pie in the sky, but why not just say, look, we're going to add a second to your time, okay? We're going to dock you 55 points or whatever it is, but you're not going to destroy your competition. It kind of seems so extreme, doesn't it, disqualification like that? Although I suppose you could say, well, people might do it on purpose if they know that's a rule, but wow, that's tough.
No, and it's hard because it's, like we said, if it's a heat and you don't impinge anybody in an individual discipline and you don't impinge anyone else, and it's clear you were good enough. But you know, if it's accumulating scores, it's pretty hard. So when we look at that replay, Elliot Thompson just must have stepped outside of his lane earlier on in the race. He did cross the line first, but he has unfortunately been DQ'd, and hopefully he's got that news.
That's really tough for Elliot Thompson, isn't it? Rules is rules. But boy, after a very solid first day, to find yourself DQ'd and you battled to the line like that, given 100%. He will have heard the news by now and be absolutely gutted, I'm sure. And I think he would have gone in overnight in first place. So it's a huge blow to the competition in a way as well, because it sort of rips the guts out of the competition when you've got a really tight contest and the overnight leader, somebody who would have been the overnight leader, is disqualified in that manner. Well, he's just walked down in front of us, back onto the track, Elliot Thompson. There you can see, centre of picture, Elliot Thompson. I don't know if he's going to... Oh, he wants to go and have a look, I think, at the video evidence. And he's calling on a coach to come over and join him. There he is, walking away from us in that white vest, jogging away from us in that white vest. He wants to have a look. But I fear he knows the truth. They wouldn't do it if there wasn't good video evidence.
Now, I was hoping, you know, an athlete from his family pedigree might have the sort of... you know that it might be worth going. You've got a right to go and ask, you know, explain to me really what it was. You know, I'd like to see it. I think you can counter appeal these sort of things.
He's talking. You can see him there, centre, just that yellow box in the centre of the picture. If you go left of it a little bit on your screen, you can see a white vest. That's Elliot Thompson chatting to an official. She was pointing out to him over towards the 200-metre point. So I think it must have been going into the second bend where he transgressed and maybe put a foot on the line. It only has to be 1 foot, doesn't it? 1 toe on the line, I think. It's not. It doesn't have to be a repeat offence. Do you remember the World Indoors was it in Birmingham? 3 or 4 years? 3 or 4 years ago. Oh boy, it was horrific. One disqualification after another after another. And actually now the World Athletics have changed the rules, haven't they? That God, I'm trying to think. They've actually softened the rule. You don't get disqualified for just 1 foot on the line anymore. And I'm trying to think. Oh no, it's the inside line. It's the rail. It's not actually if you're in a 400, you can't go chomping away on the line to the left of your lane. But I think on the inside rail line, they were disqualifying people willy-nilly for being.
There's a bit more of a
exactly
leeway.
Discretion, probably the
Discretion's the word. Yeah.
Discretion of the referee, the senior referee for the meet, the track referee. But unfortunately, in individual races like that, athletes will be disqualified for treading on the line on a bend. Down the home straight, down a straight, it's usually overlooked because it doesn't impact upon the race. Well, Hannah, that pretty much wraps up the day's action here. It's been a long old day, but great fun, some fabulous competition, and a day of lots and lots of heat, and the pressure increases, doesn't it, the next couple of days with finals.
It's so fun. I love getting this first look at the athletes on the Friday night. Some athletes really showed their cards in those opening rounds, particularly Victoria Orohugu in her 400. That was something really special. Matt Hudson-Smith. But it'd be great to move towards those big finals tomorrow, the 15s, the 100s, the 400s, the 4 hurdles. It's going to be a really great Saturday. Great field action as well. Yeah, do join us tomorrow here on from the Manchester Regional Arena. We're on air at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning and 10:30 on Sunday morning if you want to mark your cards. And we're on pretty much all day with great action here from these Müller UK Athletics Championships of 2022. From myself, Tim Hutchings, and Hannah England beside me. We hope you've enjoyed it. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.